wasn't too long before I figured you out. It took me 3 months to see what you're all about. At first you said that I was cute, angelic, someone that you cherish, a soul without blemish. You said that your eyes are for me, no other dedicated lover. Why did you bother if all you wanted was a toy to make you feel more than a boy? You found a woman to employ to show them throw just like a toy, a toy. You play your mind games to make sure you're in control. You do the wrong thing and tell me it was my fault. That's why I soon heard I was rude and jealous, insecure and hellish, and all-round wreckage. Told me to give up all my dreams, ambitions. You set the conditions, 'cause you're on a mission. Think you mistook me for a toy to make you feel more than a boy. You found a woman to employ to show them throw just like a toy, a toy. I couldn't recognize myself
soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú quieres mi egoísmo. También sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas. Que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my
miss this chance, make it dance. 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 dance, time to dance. 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해. 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게. 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸. 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸. I'll never miss this chance, make it dance. 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 dance, time to dance. 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해. 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게. 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자. 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자. I'll never miss this chance, make it dance. 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 dance, time to dance. 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 흐려진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해.
One more wave from Deja will be enough.
Start to finish with full dominance. Lilo from China.
He's just the god of TFT right now, fully online. And it looks like Shuso has won the final lobby.
Welcome everyone to the great final of the TFT Dragonlands Championship. And remember, the best 8 players from all the world is going to compete here to know who's going to be the next winner and have this amazing spatula tournament. My name is Calypso. I'm going to be hosting this event, but for sure I have the best talent with me, so come with me. We're going to have a little talk before the game starts with my desk, my beautiful desk. I have Makes and Admirable here with me. Guys, welcome.
Thank you so much, Kali.
I am just pumped for today. Like, this is the day.
This is it.
Everything has come to this. The whole set, all the anticipation, the international competition, all the metas, all the refinement of those metas. It just can't be bigger than here today. Everyone has got it perfect.
Yeah, for sure. So let's remind the audience that you can follow us in the conversation on social medias. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff, so you definitely don't want to miss out. Use the hashtag TFT Championship, and you can tell us who do you think is going to win, or if you have a favorite player that you can share on the socials. Guys, you have your own bets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we went into this one with each 5 predictions and also the pick'ems, of course. So we're all kind of betting on a person to make it through here. Out of the 5 that I picked, there's only one that got through, and that is Tidal. So that's in whose corner I am going to be today. But I know you have a clear favorite, Nick.
Yes, I mean, for me, the clear favorite is going to be Rain Potion in this. It's just a dramatic improvement that we have seen over the course of this set. Very diligent study, and then dominant performances as a result of that. Having a poor day 1, and then having a fantastic day 2, and now finally here at top 8. One more day to go. just one more.
For sure, but we do have really strong players in this lobby. Remember, there's gonna be many games, but they have to be precise about it because not many of them have been consistent with the top 1 or not even a top 4, you know, so they have to step it up this time, Mix.
Absolutely. So we are seeing currently the standings and how they got here. Of course, there's some stuff omitted from day 1. But speaking of players that are making it pretty consistently to top 1, Juan leading the pack by 10 points. That is domination pure.
We've seen tournaments reward 10 points for first. This wasn't one of them. This was an 8 points for first, a 1 point for 8th. So it just cascaded down by 1 point each. So to have a lead by 10 points is just, if you don't get it, you don't get it. But trust us, it's dramatically different.
And just a quick highlight, Juanmi already had a championship won.
That's right.
So
Absolutely.
this could be his second. Mix, let's talk about a little bit of Dongwell. He is someone that really likes Dragon. He is his favorite comer so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So Donggu, one of the Korean players coming into this tournament, played Dragon boards. And to give you a little bit of an impression of how much he prefers Dragons over other players, we had 13 Dragon boards from these 8 players in 10 games. And 7 of these Dragon boards belong to Donggu. So, yeah, pretty dominant. I'm sure we're going to hear a little bit more later on from Bebe about him. But generally, it's what we know from Korea, right? Very early pressure, very early level, going into these lose or win streaks, depending on what you can get. Preferably the lose streak, because that's easier to hold. And then building out these Dragon boards, and has been succeeding with it.
Yeah, we've been talking with Bebe about that. That is very classic from the playstyle from Korea, like going straight to fast 8, but he needs to survive, so I'm really curious about that. And speaking of surviving, we do have a warrior in here. We're talking about Rainplosion. If we compare the Rainplosion that was on the last chance qualifier, Nathan, she was having troubles on the early game. Not troubles, but she's very greedy with the economy. She does a lost streak, and then, of course, mid-game, late game, she shines a lot. This game, yesterday, that was a different Rainplosion. This was a better version of Rainplosion.
Yeah, we've seen Rainplosion typically go for the loss streaks because, again, it's earlier to hold that, and it's still going to give you healthy economy, which is a strong management of hers. Strong economy management. But in the last couple of days, we've been seeing big differences. Well, she'll focus on having a wealth of options now. Been focusing a lot on the early win streaks, preferring sword or belt off of the carousel, and then giving you those strong options to create that win streak off of this. And we saw a plethora of compositions get built by her, where the bottom 2 were compositions that aren't so meta and necessarily aren't so strong as well. So it's not surprising to see both those in the bottom 4, but strong finishes across nonetheless. Sword and belt is going to give you strong early items that give you strong win streaks, which can give you strong health and preservation gold and lead you to that level 9.
Definitely, Nathan. And on the other hand, we have, here we go, Max. We predict the composition of the Seraphine Graves going really strong on this finals, but he is the dominant that has been playing Seraphine Graves. How do you see this playstyle with the rest of the guys?
Yeah, so this gives me a little bit of anxiety going into this, I'm not gonna lie, because we did see at the EMA finals a lot of contesting for that Seraphine Graves and a lot of holding hands and going bottom with it. And so far, Here We Go has been a player that does not back off from it when being contested. It has served him well. He made it into the top 8, but it was close. So if he continues this playstyle, it might not go as well.
Yeah, we need to pay attention to that one. And I'm going to talk about a little bit of Fritz, representing Argentina and Latin American community. He is, in my words, the prodigy. He started playing TFT last set. He hit Challenger. He's like, hey, I really want to try a championship. What do you think? Oh, yeah, cool. And he got here, and he's the top 8 players from all around the world. It's amazing. He's a quite flexible player, so he's not that... He struggles a little bit when he doesn't hit the right item. That is a point that we need to stand out in here. But overall, I think he's going to do great, and I really want to see that. Nathan, title. Oh my god, Korean playing great style. Again, what's the difference with Dogo, for example?
A big thing about Tidal that I want to point out is you just mentioned that Fritz is uncomfortable with having not the right item. Starting items are a big thing for a lot of these players here, and Tidal has gone way off the beaten path with this one. He's confident with non-meta builds. This is something that Bebe was telling me very specifically about, and it's not much of a surprise to see that. They've actually been preferring tier off of the opening carousel, which is very unusual, but not when you look at the builds they went with. They had 5 Sohm builds, in the last 2 days. 4 of those were in the top 4 portion with 2 first-place finishes. That's very unusual to see something like that in this meta, but it's starting to highlight that difference. If you're going for something completely uncontested that you know very well, you're going to have strong finishes with it because no one else is challenging you. It's so much easier to find that. You don't need as much gold, so it's easier to play from either a win streak, a loss streak, or perhaps neither of those.
Yeah, I think flexibility is the key in here. If we do like a safe composition, a top 4 is not top 1 in here in this competition. They need to go all in for that top 1. And that, for the items, is the same thing. Items, composition. Lifebot, for example, does that. He is very flexible about the items and how he transformed that in having not only one carry. That is a common thing we have in this meta, in this set. For example, the Seraphine Grace, we have AD, AP, we have Dragons, we have many other compositions that's come into the meta. But knowing the key points about a fast transition in the mid game is the key, and Lifebot has done it really well. What about Shunga? Oh my god, this surprise! Top 1 in his region in China, and many times he got first.
Yeah, he's often known for a late game expert, and honestly, it's not much of a surprising to see, seeing that they want to go for bow off of the starting carousel, which is going to be more open to your end game options at that point. Not necessarily as willing to commit super early on, but that's opening up builds like Xayah, for instance, if you find like a Rage Blade or you have to go a Last Whisper, something like that. But it still gives you those options of having Lagoon in your back pocket, things like ZZ Rot, and so forth. But we've just seen strong performances from Shunga overall, and that's just across the board. It's for builds that don't necessarily have this inherent overlap necessarily within them. Just pretty good, solid play throughout.
Yeah, let's bring on the others first. Welcome. Most of you is like early in the morning, so welcome to the show. You can watch the show on lollysports.com to win some really good rewards. Remember, on Twitch there's gonna be an exclusive emote or an icon. So you watch the show for 2 hours. That's all yours. Remember, of course, you have to be logged in your TFT account to earn the drops. Makes the icon.
Yes, it's a
really
chunk icon, right? Or is it a chunk emote? I'm here for any chunk, I'm not gonna lie. I'm very happy about
All
the
chalk.
icon.
It's all chunk. She's a really
We
fan
still
of
need to
chunks.
figure out how we're gonna get that one. So.
Oh.
But yeah, I
right.
have been talking to people asking for it, so hopefully that's gonna come around for us. Since obviously we can't be locked in right now, but you at home, you can, so do that.
Okay, to know more information of call, use the drops on the chat and you can have that. Nathan, is there any drop that you would like to have? We can log in your account in here.
I'm still waiting for him to make a dango.
A dango?
Dango emote?
But the very basic dango, though.
Oh.
You may have noticed if you watch me throughout. I just kind of basic stuff. The tie I'm a little bit proud of usually, but I'm pretty basic in my outfit. It's like simpler is better sort of thing. That's the
As you can tell, I'm not.
level 1 dango. That's the only thing I want. Give me dango everything.
Simple? What is that? I think we don't know that for sure. Well, we have a couple of minutes until the show. We have a couple of surprises for today. I'm not going to spoil anything, but let's talk a little bit while our guests arrive about the meta, about the compositions we usually see. And I really want to highlight, Makes, that we've seen a lot of Jade players yesterday with a Siphon and competing again a really strong composition like that with a lot of gold is not good.
Yeah, actually, I would say the composition we've seen the most is going to be Xayah, just by the pure stats from these 8 players that we have in the final day. Yes, there's been a lot of Jade, since Jade Siphon is kind of the safe play, you're gonna do well, but it's not gonna cap out very high unless you really kind of go into crazy comms with Jade. But yeah, Xayah for sure, something to look out for. Not many people can contest her, and she's gonna be the comp that people are looking for.
Okay, so we have a very special guest today with us that's gonna be here to review some of the championship and their tournament. So please all welcome our great Mortdog here with us. Finally, he's been able to talk with us. So first of all, Mortdog, thank you
Hi.
so much for being here with us.
Hey, no problem. Happy to be here, even though it's bright and early.
We know. So Mortdog, first of all, you've come a long way. You and your crew, you started so small with a TFT, and now look at us. Like, we are here on the big stage. We are growing so fast. So how did you see the evolution of TFT, and how do you see us now?
It's been really crazy. I mean, when we launched the game, I think it was, we had high hopes, but you're always a little skeptical and like trying to do your best. And so seeing how far it's come from sort of the first few sets, the first few qualifiers, and now seeing the set there, the set looks really amazing. And it gives me hope that like we're just gonna keep getting bigger and bigger. And so that brings a lot of joy to my heart. So
We're gonna keep growing, don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we want to talk about, right? You are seeing this giant stage here. You're seeing how much the World Championship has evolved. And I was talking to some of the people here, and I believe it was Bebe who was saying this really doesn't feel like it's only the peak of what was, but also like the beginning of a new era going into this. So how do you feel about the future of TFT?
I think it feels good. One of the big things I'm really happy to see was the prize pool, the first place. That being like a really, large sum for the players makes it really exciting and something to really strive for, which is great. And like you said, I think this is just the beginning, right? Like, I'm hoping this goes well, and then we'll talk about the future sets and what we can do there. Lots of plans in the works. So I don't know. It feels like TFT is on the rise even more, which is crazy to think about where we already are. And so, yeah, it's pretty hype.
You should have seen it. Like, we came here and we cried. When we saw the stage, like, the cast.
There's
cried.
been a lot of crying.
There's been a lot of crying in here. We're really proud of this.
Hey, that's like kind of one of the baselines of competitive TFT. I wanted to talk to you specifically about the format that we've seen. Talking about all the evolution we've seen. How did you like the format for Worlds right now? And do you think this is going to continue to evolve as the TFT tournaments continue to grow?
Yeah, I liked the format. Like I said, not seeing everyone get knocked out on the first day was really cool. So if you had a particular person you wanted to watch, you got to watch, 10 whole games of them, which was really cool. I think it made the second day especially hype as people fought for those spots. But that being said, I don't think it's perfect yet. And like you said, I think we'll still see it evolve. I know our head of esports, Michael Sherman, was talking on Twitter trying to get feedback. And so I'm pretty skeptical that it's just going to stay the way it is, and we'll likely see an evolution from here. I know a lot of it is also like, how many days can we do this? You see people going like, oh, let's do a week-long event. And it's like, well,
I mean, we're ready for it, Mort. Just, plan us in. We're waiting. We can go for 6 days or 10.
Like, I'll just live on this stage. I'm not worried about it. TFT all day, all the time, directly into my veins. That's where I want the TFT to be.
That's my life, right?
Yes.
Just every day, all day.
What a great life. Okay, Mortdog, you've seen the competition. I know, like, you've been seeing the players and all that. What do you think about the regions? What's your favorite player you're hyped for today? Any spoilers?
An A representative?
I try not to be biased, and I think there's been some big stories. Hwanmei dominating is just like incredible to see. Seeing Rain qualify with the golden egg, that was definitely a highlight for me. We saw 2 golden eggs, and seeing the caster scream egg was really good. And then, LATAM, I think, has come, everyone kind of underestimated LATAM, and they've been doing really well sending 2 people in. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and so no favorites, but yeah, fingers crossed for some more hype games today.
If you're forced to pick a favorite and you're forced to pick first or 8th,
why you do that to him?
so I did. Well, I mean, I did my pick'ems.
Yeah.
I literally did them about an hour ago, and I had title as first.
Ooh, interesting.
I see you, Mort. Vibing. Title my favorite. Good pick.
I really think Hwanmei is really strong, and this might be his second championship. Okay, guys.
I mean, he's been to Worlds 4 times. Let's keep that in mind. Ex-world champion, and he's been dominating by 10 points. I'm a little scared of what he's going to do in the lobbies to come.
I'm liking the title pick here. He's off the beaten path. He's not like anything else so far, and that feels exactly like the lifeblood of Mortdog. It's do it differently because you do it better.
Okay, Mortdog, any highlight you want to make to your team? Any shout out to your team or the competition so far?
Or to chat
or to chat.
Chat loves you sometimes.
You get more.
I mean, shout out to everyone who's watching this event. I think those are the hardcore TFT fans that really enjoy the game. Shout out to the entire team that put this together. I think oftentimes people like me and the designers get a lot of the credit, but the reality is it's such a bigger team. Not just on the development side, but on the esports side, the production side, the marketing side. There are so many people behind the scenes that deserve a lot of credit to make this happen. And this couldn't be done without all of them. So really, the shout out is to them. I just get to be the beard of the game. So
I'm gonna try and compete with that.
Okay, guys. Any other questions?
Yeah. So Mortdog, as chat maybe doesn't know, we have a secret surprise for them that's not so very secret. So can you tell us a little bit about set 8 before we go into it?
Yeah. Monsters Attack is coming out on December 7th. It's on PBE now. It's a brand new set where we're kind of going in a way back to basics a little bit, where there's no 2-cost units, no more big dragons, but instead there's these new threats that are very, very flexible, and I think especially competitive players are really going to love because they don't have any traits. They're just powerful slot-in units, and it makes for some really crazy endgame boards. So far, reception on PB has been really hype, so yeah, kind of looking forward to it.
And the size of the units. Have you seen the crab bot? It's huge.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I mean, the visuals have just been beautiful on it. It being Monsters Attack and it kind of inherently being this heroes versus villains sort of thing. Are you the hero? Are you the villain? Or are you both?
Ooh.
I mean, it depends on the day, right? I think, what's the term? Like the dark hero? Anti-hero. I guess maybe I'm the anti-hero.
Or maybe you're the threat, luring above our players in the championship.
Whenever something is really buff, he might be the villain for the people in general. But yeah, overall, great job, Mortdog. We're really happy with the evolution of TFT. And we do have a special surprise for all the people here in the chat. Like, we are hyped about set 8. It's gonna be great. Monster Attack is almost here. And we have Mortdog and Mortdog. If you don't mind, let's go cast one game of set 8 with the guys, right? So, casters, ready with you, Mortdog.
All right, thank you very much, Kali, and Monsters Attack. But first, Mortdog's here to attack as well. My name's Niberia. I am joined here by the one and only Frodan. And Mortdog, I'm just double-checking. You can still read us, right?
Yep. I can still hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Lovely, lovely. Set 8, Mortdog Attack is coming to you on PBE. No, it's just Monsters Attack. Mortdog, we miss you, but it's really exciting to have you here on the desk as well. We're going to be remotely casting, but at the same time, we also have a special portion of this, is that we also have our missing third caster. People are like, where's Bebe? Bebe's supposed to be part of this. Where is Bebe, Niberia?
Bebe's going to be playing. We've got a setup for him on the desk over here, and he is going to be competing in this show match, and I'm going to make sure that I distract him as much as possible. So don't worry about that. It'll be a good time.
That's right. So Mortdog, I want to ask you first thing. What's been the biggest surprise for you in PBE, whether it's the reception or anything in the game?
I think the biggest surprise is just how successful some of the hero augment builds have been. Whether it be like the stacking Nasus or Camille's been another strong one. I think it gets people thinking outside the box and playing some champions they might not normally consider, and they can do some wacky things when they're the hero.
Yeah, that's right. I love Camille. The new admin trait is super fun. You get to build your own trait. Now, what's been some of your favorite moments so far in PvE?
I've just been re-rolling. I'm a coward, and I know that the easiest thing to do at the beginning of every set, nobody knows what mid-game looks like, nobody knows what late game looks like, you just spam that re-roll button. I got to play Yasuo 3 earlier. I sucked at it, so Mort, any suggestions? I'm really open. It was the Omnivamp one, and I thought it was going to go well. I had the Yasuo 3, and then I got slammed into the ground by a mech.
That's okay. You're just trying to show solidarity with the EU players in the Dragonlands Championship. You get
no, what did I say? Of course,
too. Sense. Mort, what's been your favorite trait so far to play?
You already touched on admin a bit. That one's been really exciting. Sure Shot has also been kind of a fun AD comp with the Aphelios and the Samira. And then for me, obviously, anytime you can get 3 underground early, you've got to go for those heists and get those big payouts. every time yesterday when I was streaming, if I could hit 3 underground early, the chat got super hype. So definitely underground has got to be the big favorite.
I'm really glad that you gave us a replacement for the golden egg once that's, we have another option now for our hype, for our loss streaks, for the people who really love fortune in fates. I'm glad we have that representation.
That's right. If you get underground, every loss gets you 3 stacks to it. If you're able to unlock the vault, you can do it up to 7 times. I've only gotten to 3 or 4 before I chickened out. I was at 20 HP.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't do any more. And then I saw that it goes up to 7, which is absurd. How can anyone put 21 losses? Or I guess maybe you could theoretically win, but Mort, have you ever gotten close to 7 vaults unlocked?
My highest is 5. I saw Raditz get 6. You have to hit 5 underground very early and then play very well because you get those vault cracks for winning. So it's like you have to loss and then win and then pull it off. But man, if you can get to that 7th heist, the rewards are insane. Just because, like you said, it is so hard to do.
That's crazy. Okay, so what actually is in the 7 loss vault, or rather the 7th vault? I've never actually seen it before.
So there's actually like 8 or 9 different drops. I won't spoil all of them, but one of them is just straight up 200 gold.
Oh my god,
just casual.
200 gold. That's like 2 worth of the old order treasure dragon that you got 100 gold. That is bananas. So that's just a little bit of what Monsters Attack has to offer. I think there's also a ton of different things about the set that people really like. Nigeria, the flexibility is something that a lot of competitive players have been noting, especially around things like the threat trait, which is actually not even a trait whatsoever.
No, and that's been one of my favorite things as well, because a lot of times, I don't know about you, audience, but I get dizzy a lot during my games. I'm like, gosh, I need a frontline. I have no idea what trait is great for frontline right now, but I just found a Rammus, so I'm going to toss him in and see what happens.
Yeah, Ram. And all of them have interesting utility, right? You talk about Rammus. He can do a little bit of stun, gets that armor scaling. Cho'Gath coming in and being able to mana reef. So I really like it. And of course, that was something on Jarl's mind more, right? When you're designing things like the trait, like how can threats be used interchangeably and flexibly?
Exactly, yeah. Each threat sort of has their particular use. If you've got strong AD items and you need an endgame carry, Belveth is there. You can use Urgot as well for those AD items. Aurelion Soul can provide you that anti-heal, for example. So yeah, definitely use those threats for a lot of flexibility. And then endgame also, you've got Defender and Aegis for that armor and magic resist, and you can sort of swap those out interchangeably, and you're going to see a lot of that in the endgame based on what you're up against. So the endgame actually ends up really insane with a lot of like high skill swapping that you can do to give yourself a leg up.
Yeah, I really love that you brought up Urgot, another one of my favorite champions. Just whenever Urgot's a legendary, this dude is just mucking things up. Like, this time, he's completely changed. Now, he is still the same crab everyone knows and love, but he now has Undertow, which brings a giant wave onto the board and has a chance of dredging up some treasure. So you can really get greedy with Urgot, but also get some really crazy cool moments. Not to mention, Urgot is not supposed to be water-based. He's supposed to be this mechanical threat abomination.
Oh, we've got the giant enemy crab god. Come on. Best skin in the game.
Especially when he's a big boss at the end of, stage 6. He just had this giant Urgot coming over to the stage. That's such a fun amount of flavor that gets introduced to the game more. How did that idea even originate?
Yeah, so shout out to our lead set developer, Linda, and her team. Like you said, there's a lot of flavor and personality in this set. They really spent a lot of time, talking about every trait, and they're like, okay, what is an anima squad? What did they do? What is their place in the world? Why are they here? And they would talk about how they're the influencers and they're the ones that are going to take selfies as they kill things. And that personality led into the mechanics really, really well. And so that was a big focus for the team, trying to make sure all that personality could bleed into those mechanics.
That's fantastic. So more as we get ready, we're still trying to load up all the players. It's going to be a good mix of some influencers you may know or may not know. As we did mention, Bebe is one of those players. So more, I want to ask you, has there been a meta developing on PB? Let's say people are tuning in right now and say, look, I know all these traits. You don't have to explain them to me. I want to just kind of know what I should be building towards. Do you have any expectation of how meta has developed at all?
Yeah, I think early game, a lot of Gadgettine, for example, or any of the other strong early boards, if you can get a cool admin build. It also depends very much heavily on the hero augment, right? If you get like one of those 1 or 2 cost hero augments, that's a lot different than a 3 or 4 cost hero augment. But primarily, a lot of what you're seeing, especially with the pace on PBE and as people are still learning, is it's, go to 8, go to 9, get all those 4 and 5 costs. And again, especially with the threats being very flexible, Leona, Urgot, Janna, things like that. So you kind of get what I've been calling legendary soup. So I think right now you're going to see a lot of legendary soup in the end game.
That's right. That's right. It makes sense because some of these legendaries, we even talk about how interesting units like Janna are, right? Because she's that forecaster. She has the ability, kind of like Namzi, just every single different game, she has 1 of 3 traits that she can go, whether it's windy, stormy. It's really, really interesting. And so that creates some fantastic puzzles to solve in the late game. Like, how can I utilize some of these units that are much more utility focused?
Yeah, and unfortunately for me and my slow learning curve, don't use it like dragons during Dragonlands. You cannot just toss all the legendaries in there and hope. You have to have some semblance of a plan going in and at least some itemization ready. I tried the legendary soup, Mort, and I gotta tell you, it was pretty bitter.
Yeah, like you said, you definitely need a bit of a plan and like how to itemize. Make sure you've got that strong front line with something like a Sejuani or an Echo, and then make sure you've got the itemized carry so that you can turn that into a strong finish.
All right, well, we are moments away. Welcome, everybody, to the Teamfight Tactics Monsters Attack Showcase live from Alicante, Spain. From the Teamfight Tactics Dragonlands Championship. I see some familiar names. We have on our screen, just 3 feet away from me, from South Korea, it is Bebe872. He doesn't have a headset, so he actually can hear us.
Yeah, we're just gonna start. Oh, he's pulling on the headset.
Stop cheating, man. As if us talking is gonna help him out whatsoever.
It's like, man, this sure is a spot here for Bebe. He could do something with it.
That's true. That's true.
That's going to be 90% of my calls, I think. The meta is the meta is currently a little infant that we're watching grow up. We have no idea what's going to happen.
All you need is to know that Bebe would level here. That is generally the assumption. Bebe is one of the most watched players, especially from the fact that he is both Korean and an English streamer. He is very fluent in both. I mean, you've heard him cast in English, but of course his native language is Korean. Very strong. Starts off with the ability to go for Talon too. And Bebe told me when we were going over, so it's like, wow, Talon's actually a really strong carry.
Yeah, Talon has huge damage coming into that backline, and Bebe already looking potentially with a commit, picking up the gadgetines as well. Mort, you were talking about how that was a really good early start so far.
Yeah, with the gadgetines, you get basically +1 item, and it's a more powerful version of the base item. And so that's going to allow you to sort of have that extra power up on your opponent. Plus, they're just generally flexible. Poppy is a very strong defender, which can give you that front line. But one of the big changes this set, hero augment first, right away.
Oh, all right. So the hero augments, they have different kinds. You can choose some that gives you carry potential, like getting straight up damage or helping a specific champion by themselves, right? Like, for example, a Sivir could theoretically just get an augment that just buffs only Sivir. But if you also have a support hero augment, you can see that text when you field them. When you field them, a specific trait happens that activates on your entire team.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying a couple of them. There's a huge variety in them. Lee Sin has one that makes it work like his passive in League of Legends, where he gets increased attack speed whenever he casts. I was mentioning the 75% Omnivamp Yasuo earlier, which is cool, but did not actually.
All good. We don't talk about that.
Yeah,
Let's talk to Mort. You see we have a little bit of a pause. Looks like we may have dropped somebody. We want to make sure everyone, whether it's Shiko or Emily Wang or Tex, global representation. Oh, we have Hong Lian from China. Great. Yeah. We have a really good mix of regional representation. Mort, you see the 3 augments. It looks like they're all support, if it looks that to be the case. Do you have any recommendations here?
Yeah, I see all support ones here, and I like the Yasuo one here, which is 25% attack speed for your team, as long as you do the exile positioning. And the fact that he's got that bow, he could go Ginsu's or Shiv, both, seems like it'd be really good. It does kind of lock him into, an attack speed build, but I think based on his items, that's what I would lean into. You might end up with something like Laser Core, whereas something like the Annie, for example, is much more AP focused. That would put you down the AP tree. That has been a powerful build, though, as well. There's a good Spellweaver build. There's also an Oxforce build where you run Annie and Alistar, as well as some Spellweavers in the backline. So there's 2 good options here, I think. The Sivir one, I think not as strong at this point, would be my recommendation.
Oh no! And then
All
Bebe
right.
goes immediately for it. I wonder what he's up to. It could be the fact that he has a Sivir already.
Well, and we've seen a
Pair up.
Supers reroll comp coming out into the meta at the moment that uses Sivir as a carry, so maybe he's looking towards that. And also, I gotta say, during the pause, we were seeing Bebe completely in his element, just sitting there on desk, just vibing out and dancing.
It's true. Bebe loves TFT, but he also loves singing while playing TFT. If you ever tune into his stream, sometimes he's randomly humming, slamming a static shift. He actually told me that this was core to his game plan. He wants to just play tempo. Yeah, he's not going to really re-roll. He wants to just push levels, stick to the usual trademark Bebe gameplay. And I think that style more is still very much viable, even if you're not necessarily knowing what kind of build to go for.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely viable, and especially right now, with the way that the game has changed a little bit, items are a little less powerful, and 2-star champions are a little more powerful. And the fact that he has 2-2-stars in both the Talon and the Renekton is going to give him the ability to push that tempo, and so I think that's a correct read. He also has 2 Civilian, which means as long as Sivir's alive, his team is going to be generating a ton of extra mana, so that Talon's going to get a bunch of good casts. So yeah, it should be pretty strong there.
What's going on here in the bottom right?
This is cheating!
It's a TFT party, and I'm not invited.
Why can't we be? They're in Spain. I feel like we could have gotten at least a little cordial invite. They didn't know that we had to be on stage. We could have been off for the first couple games, taking a trip. But
This is so funny because the caster is right behind him, but he has a headset to listen to the game. Well, this is Revan. We've been seeing Revan compete in many TFT tournaments. It's also funny because he represents Spain here as we're doing live broadcast. What's going on with his comp, Mort?
Yeah, so he's got the Recon, which is going to give that back range some extra attack. Oh, and he's got the hero augment that gives Ezreal's neighbor an artifact, so an Ornn item. So he's going to pass that collector off to the Ashe. The Ashe is going to have the extra critical strike from the Recon, and that's pretty good. His front line's a little weak, though, and so this Ashe is going to kind of get stuck. And so that's a little unfortunate. You can see Recon allows them to roll away, but we talked about 2-stars. On the other side, there are already 3 2-stars. So that's going to be a loss for him, unfortunately.
So, Mart, looking at that hero augment, what do you think's the best unit to pair next to that Ezreal? Because you can get so many different Ornn artifacts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the secrets of this artifact is that a shout out to Static who worked on this. It'll actually tailor to who you put it on. So, for example, by putting it on Ashe, it's always going to give you something like Collector or Death's Dance or something that really fits. Whereas if you put it on a tank, you might get something like Zanya's or Randuin's. So the reality is you can use it on anyone. I had a game on stream yesterday where I made a Recon Bel'Veth, and that worked really well.
That sounds gross.
Yeah, so there's a lot of cool ways to use it, and knowing that you kind of get something that's optimal for your team, I think, yeah. So you can see here, there's Death's Dance for Ashe, and so yeah, it's one of the more fun augments, right? Because you have to pair that, but playing it with Recon makes a ton of sense.
It does, it does. And by the way, it's 2-3. I see a Bebe at level 5. Seems like this Ashe is definitely going to go down. So from this position, I guess you can still theoretically kind of pair it with anybody. Also, I saw him holding things like KO. That's 2 underground units, Iberia.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we get to see it. You were saying that vault unlock, super exciting, much like the golden egg of yore, and I'm really hoping we get to see a little bit of shenaniganry from that side.
All right.
Yeah, I feel like with Underground, one of the big things is if you can power level to 5 and find the Samira early, that's going to unlock the 5 Underground. And 5 Underground just gives you so many more vault unlocks that it becomes a lot more possible to hit some of those deep cash outs. That being said, even just getting 1 or 2 of the heists is enough of an economic boost or an item boost that it can really pay off in the late game.
That's really smart. I think a lot of people look at the greed. They look at the potential more like, but if I just go 1 more vault, I can actually win this game. But
swim around, man, one more.
Sometimes you just got to cut your losses, right? Go just 1 or 2 vault unlocks.
Sunk cost fallacy is a lie.
I actually think a really common strategy as the game evolves is going to be put in 3 Underground, get to the second heist, cash that out, be up about 20 gold and 2 items, and then pivot to a completely different comp. So, and that actually ends up being really strong in the late game.
That's awesome. That's awesome. We're hopping on board with Kupo and trying to take a look. Star Guardians are back, Mort. They gain mana from all sources, and it also works with other combinations like Civilian to help you scale your mana. So it looks like this is a potentially really strong tree you can play around that's AP and mana sources.
Yeah, for sure. And the other fun thing is they work with like augments and items and things like that. So for example, if you get that cybernetic implants and you're playing 7 Star Guardian, you are going to be generating a ton of mana. Your Talias and Luxes and Yumis are going to be casting like crazy. So yeah, it's definitely, if you like the spellcaster comp, go that vertical Star Guardian.
Okay, one thing real quick. Mort, I know that Yumi is a big favorite for Nightbeard. He talks about it all morning.
True.
Is Yumi carry viable, you think?
It is, especially if you get the hero augment. I know I saw Milk do it already once. It is definitely viable, and it's really annoying too, because he'll just sit there and like snipe your backline over and over, and you're like, why are my carries dying? And it's because they're being crit for 2,000 damage.
We were talking about that where we were theorizing a Riven composition based on my previous game where I was like, I wonder what items we should put on her. And Frodan rightly was like, well, she has no backline access, so be careful. I was like, aha! Yumi! That's the answer. That's gotta be it.
Yeah, Yumi's great. And her tags are really interesting too. Mascot being this really fun and cute trait when your mascot dies, or rather takes fatal damage. They're not dead. They're just taking a sideline. They run to the side of the board and cheer for your team and get that HP regeneration. And just a really fun little trait to splash in. But I've also seen some people play vertical mascots and have some decent success. Is that an actual build that people can also lean into, Mort?
I think it's, it's going to get there eventually, but there's definitely some really fun mascots if you can reach the late game. Having like Alistar as your front line, and then Nunu in the end game, with Nunu being the last alive, he'll get all that health regeneration while the other mascots cheer him on, and he's just rolling the big snowball. So there's definitely some fun mascot builds out there.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Is there an easy way to tell what Malphite augment that we see? I know that he's highlighted. I know it's the hero augment, but I can't visually tell. Is there an easy indication whatsoever, Mort?
Not yet. We're working on that part. That should come in at some point. But yeah, it's definitely one of the two. You kind of have to pay attention. My guess is it's probably the support one. If we pay attention to the health, every time they cast, they'll heal up a bit. That would mean it's the support one.
Ah, okay.
Looking forward to that as we see here on Shikami Madoka's board.
Aurelion Soul.
Got an A Soul already with, it looks like, that Ezreal augment giving him a death stance behind it.
Yeah, that's really cool. So the 4-cost threats particularly, if you can get them early, like Bel'Veth or Aurelion Soul, that's a lot of power early. And again, you can just slot them in, right? Because they don't have any... Okay.
We just sold ASOL. Is it? My heart hurts right now. I kind of want to see the meteor shower.
For a Lux as well.
Is this worth more?
I mean, he has got the AP item, so I don't think that was worth, but... if you really want to go something like Underground or Recon, I suppose it could make sense. But,
2 out of 3.
you want to see some items slammed here and get some power on the board.
That's true. Now, admittedly, we don't really know. We're not asking, like, passive-aggressively. Me and Iberia really don't know. As you can tell, we're casting Set 7, the Dragonlands Championship. So we've been a little bit lost ourselves. And if this ends up working out for Sheikah, I think, he's trying to print gold as fast as he can. It makes a lot of sense in terms of what they're trying to build together. But there's also, Iberia, so many unfinished traits.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where he's going to go into the later stages of the game, because we have seen some 3-star rerolls have success. You can see on Emily's board there, she was running that Vayne carry, which has been really strong, but Trade Sector might be worth it.
12 gold? Hold on. Wait, that's a lot of gold more. What's going on here?
Yeah, so some of the augments you might be familiar with have been buffed. Trade Sector Plus was one that, I think a lot of people passed on because it was a little too late to get the value. So Trade Sector Plus is a lot more gold. Instead, chooses to re-roll it here. Oh, Emily Wang has Recon Crest. Recon Crest is one of my favorite because it gives you +2 range and the ability to roll away. And I love that on like Bel'Veth, for example, who can then slap from range. And so yes, Emily takes it, so that's going to be fun later.
Wow. All right. We'll see if Emily and Wayne can make good use of it. Looks like everyone just said, you know what? Why not just take the Ezreal augment? I think that's, what, half the lobby in Iberia?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's fun. It's one of those augments. A lot of players, especially streamers, let's be honest with ourselves, if there's anything that gives them variance of a bunch of powerful items, they're going to go for it. You're not looking to get 100% first in the world I know Emily Wang says she's going to win Worlds next set, but the set hasn't started yet, Emily. Calm down.
Well, what's really cool is now she has 4 recon. Mort was talking about how utilizing recon just simply for the innate ability of getting that 2 hex range bonus would be great, but she also now unlocks critical chance on all of her units, almost basically getting like a jewel gauntlet.
It's really strong, and going into the later stages of the game, you're going to get so much more value the more damage you get on those units.
That's right. Now, all their abilities can critically strike. However, you know, it's interesting to see what she uses with it. You know, it's kind of like Swift Shot. We found some really crazy Swift Shot interactions with, like, Hecarim, for example, which, shout out to you, Mort. You were saying this actually very early on the set, and all the challengers were like, maybe. And then we later found out that it was kind of insane.
Yeah, no, there's some good options with the recon thing here. The other thing to note is Vayne is one of the few characters that can still do a lot of true damage. And with the change to the way spells work, that Infinity Edge or 4 recon is going to be really important because that's going to allow Vayne's true damage to crit. And so if you want to, plow through some of that frontline tankiness, having a Vayne with all that crit is really important here. Vayne also being a duelist, the Yasuo makes a ton of sense. Unfortunately, there's a Talon on the other side, and that Talon is just going to delete the Vayne here. And so there you can see why Talon can be so aggravating in the early game.
Yeah, that's right. You're trying to position for the corner, and then Talon targets the farthest unit from the center, so Talon just immediately jumps. And then he heals upon kill. Just look at how much sustain has been able to get. Talon still lives.
Disgusting.
This is a 1-cost, you're telling me, Mort?
Look at Bebe's grin at the top of the screen. Look how smug he is about that one.
Look, this is great, because remember I were talking about the hero augments earlier. I love this combination that Bebe has brought out here. It was the Sivir healing augment with Ox Force. Ox Force protects them for a minute, and then the Sivir augment allows them to heal back up and stay alive. And so that's a really cool combination of using that Sivir and the healing in a cool way that you might not normally think about.
Interesting. Well, Bebe's really happy. Mort's really happy. I think the only person unhappy was Emily Wang in that exchange. But, well, we digress. 2 players streaking, by the way. Honglian and Padong. I'd love to catch up with them and see what boards they're playing.
Yeah, Padong going for the 100 streak, of course. We know where this is going. If it's on set 7, we're like, okay, it's Dragon's Angle in the later stages of the game. Are we just going to be expecting the legendary soup from these streaking players, Mort?
I think that's the way to go, but I really like this board, by the way. This is 6 Brawler, and so Brawler is now percent-based health. And then my guess is this is the Vi support augment, which gives you another 275 health for your team.
Whoa.
And so that's even more health that scales with the Brawler even more. And then clearly we've seen also early that Jax is very strong with mech. This is a very popular build for the first few days of PBE. This Jax is going to become the mech, very large, and have a ton of health. And the way Jax works is every time he casts a spell, which is every 3rd attack, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And so by being the mech, he's got enough survivability here that it's just going to be really hard for everyone to deal with in the early game.
The team did such a good job with all of the flavor in this set, just seeing that giant Jax. That's actually what my Yasuo board lost to, and just every kill I was more and more intimidated. I was shaking in my boots by the end of the round.
That's great. Really intelligent board crafting here from Hong Lian, a former regional and finalist here in championships. As we take a look at Kupo's board and see what's going on over there. Hard to kind of see, but looks like it's a very close fight. Oh my goodness. Yumi getting it done, Niberia.
Let's go!
All right, well, it looks like we're looking at the board. It's still the Star Guardian, but we have the trade sector. Is reroll Star Guardians a thing, Mort?
Ooh, reroll Star Guardian, I feel like you would really want one of the hero augments to power up Lux or Yumi to really make that work. Kaisa reroll could work, but that's going to be less about Star Guardian and more about recon. So that I'm not a huge fan of this, but we'll see.
Oh, I mean, maybe he can surprise. Maybe there's some tricks up their sleeve, or perhaps maybe he's like Niberia and says, you know what? I don't have that many games. I'm just going to reroll whatever I can get my hands on.
Early power is king when nobody knows what they're doing.
I don't blame him. But now he's going up against Hong Lian, who has that Jax too. And like you said, Jax puts stacks and is going to continue to put too much pressure. And more importantly, Jax is so tanky because he has all those stats that he's accumulated. When you sacrifice units to the Mech Prime, you also get that bonus HP and attack and ability power. It's just so much stats that you have to overcome. If your board's not ready, you're going to get overrun more.
Yeah, for sure. Jax has been one of the things, like I said, that's been dominating pretty early on. One of the few counters has been that Vayne we talked about earlier. If you can get a Vayne that stacks up with the ramping damage and the true damage, that can do really well against it. But otherwise, it's just got so much health on this particular build that, yeah, it can be really tough to deal with.
All right, let's check in with, at least from the caster's perspective, our protagonist. We're hopping back on board with Bebe as he is transitioning to what looks like to be Talia carry with Shiv and Morello, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, Talia is basically your 4-cost AP, AoE caster, can do a lot of damage. And I like this use of the itemization. Shiv is now much more of an AP item that gives you that magic resist shred. So you're going to have the magic resist shred. You're going to have the Morellos. You've got the Star Guardian. He's really happy that he found the
I gotta check in on this. Hold on.
He just found Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser Skylines, one of the coolest abilities. It drops a building on your opponents and shreds them.
Okay, Bebe, I'm here on the floor with you. Your mouth still agape. How are you feeling about that? First place?
Ease up first, guys. Ease up first. We got this.
All right, so what are you going to be looking for on your roll down, or are you not rolling down?
Re-rolls. I don't.
All right, thank you, Bebe.
You asked Bebe if he's going to hit the refresh button. There's a button right next to it that he can also hit.
There's a chance. There's always a chance. New set, new... Oh, what is he doing?
Oh, he's dropping buildings. My God. Well, actually, if you took a look at the other side of the board, there's a 3-item Senna who's going to use her Piercing Darkness to do giant damage, very similar to the callback of Set 6, the Gizmos and Gadgets Senna that was a socialite and was able to put a lot of damage from the back. But this time, more, it seems like she's very much aligned to just be that AD carry at 3 cost.
Yeah, for sure. I think she's actually like the best item holder for your Aphelios in the late game.
Okay.
So you run that Senna, give him the AD items, run that with Samira to get the 2 sure shot, and then when you hit the Aphelios, you can move those items over.
By the way, I think we saw a cash out from Underground from Padong, who did find a cash out of a single Zephyr. I am thoroughly whelmed in Iberia.
It's truly the most whelming cash out of all time. But he does look like he's going for that Sivir carry composition. Got that early hero augment for her and just full committed.
It's a showcase. We're taking Zephyr more. Can we? Is there a rule against that?
Can we ban it? Is there a button for that yet?
It's interesting now because Zephyr actually gives some passive attack speed. Ooh. It's not the worst slam early now, but yeah, I get it. It's PBE lobbies, those try-hard lobbies. Shroud and Zephyr always, just a little bit of a rat move.
Oh, wait, I think I misread what's going on. Did he pass the Zephyr? I think that's actually what he did. Okay, you know what? My respect for this guy just jumped 10.
Back. We're back. We're back in the Padong.
I'm back on the Padong train.
Yeah, and look at those sunglasses, man. How can you not be a fan?
That's right, Cool Cat. Looks like he's happy to lose. Wow, unusual spot. And I think that's what makes Underground pretty interesting, right? You're trying to find this dynamic of losing, but this is also a kind of a heavy loss, Mort.
Yeah, we're at the point now in stage 4 where you've got to be really careful with those losses. Too much health is going to burn. And he's only got 3 Underground in so far, so he's still only getting 3 locks. If he could find that Samira, I almost feel like if he's going to go this Underground, you level up, you find the Samira so that you can go the 5 Underground and get those 5 locks per loss. That's how you're going to get the really big rewards.
Yeah. Hoping we get to see that in maybe a little bit. He's slow leveling at the moment, 26 XP to go, so maybe 4-5? We hope for it?
We will, potentially, but there's some strong players like Hong Lian that's in this matchmaking pool. Going up against Bebe, who has now a Jewel Gauntlet for that Mordekaiser and an Aurelion Soul, so pretty strong backline damage. Can this Sivir get it done fast enough and ramp up? Or will it be another loss? Here comes the Skylines. That building drops, shredding the entire team in a perfect line. Bebe dropping the meteors as well, trying to get access to that Sivir. And it looks like his front line is just too strong. It's Korea on Korea action here in the Dragonlands Championship.
I love that we're having Bebe here just like playing for the camera every 3 seconds, just anytime he knows he's on screen.
He's a show, man. He totally knows.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Oh, Urgot and Syndra appearing. I know some of those Star Guardian players love Syndra. What an interesting role. She's kind of like a callback to Thresh from Galaxies, pulling units off the bench, Mort.
Yeah, it's interesting because Syndra was one of the first champion designs we had locked in. One of our set designers had the idea of Syndra, using her orbs and pulling people off the bench. And it was just immediately so fun in theory that we're like, we got to make this work. You know, and so the idea being that if you could run like 7 Star Guardian and Syndra, she would just be constantly throwing in threats like Zac. And so that's a lot of fun. And so we're hoping to see some strong endgame Syndra builds.
All right, let's see it. Can Revan pull themselves out, or can, I guess, half of the Spanish player base on the bottom right corner pull themselves out of this bot 4 deficit in Iberia?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the guard breaker picked up there on the Vayne. You and I were discussing this actually.
Yeah,
before
new item.
That might be. No, that is Vayne. It's so new a set, I'm having trouble identifying them. But we were talking, you know, into shield comps, really cool. Into other compositions, I wasn't sure exactly how strong it was.
Yeah, Mort, how do we use things like Guard Breaker? You know, how do we anticipate the shielding from our opponents, or does that even matter?
I don't think it matters so much. Guard Breaker is more of just a general flex item. It gives you the small amount of AD and AP. A little Mordekaiser bug there. Oops. But the thing to note about Guard Breaker also is that it builds out of a glove item and gives you crit. So if you're going Infinity Edge, using something like Guard Breaker plus Hodge can get you to the 100% crit rate. And so that's what you really want to think about it as, is like an AP crit item, for example.
Can I ask
so
you?
It's really good for those builds.
Can I ask you a really, really nerdy deep tech question?
Yes.
If the missile is on the way while the shield is up on the target Vayne is hitting, does she still get the Guard Breaker bonus, or is it only if the shield's up once the missile lands?
It's only once the missile lands. As soon as the damage ticks and the damage goes, hey, I was prevented by a shield a little bit, that's when you get the bonus for 3 seconds.
Whoa! Speaking of big bonuses, we have supers trying to... Wait, no, we only have 2 out of 3 supers. I just realized.
No!
Wait, we've been rerolling for 3 stars with supers without supers in, Mort.
Yeah, usually if you want to go a reroll comp, you want to play supers. Supers is going to give you that that big 20% damage boost plus another 6% for each 3-star you have. And so you can get that stacking pretty well here. Kai'Sa, like we talked about, Kai'Sa is one of the builds that can do okay against Jax. Though typically you want AP items on your Kai'Sa, not AD items. But it's still going to be quite a bit of damage here. And if Rel can tank this Jax, unfortunately Rel just dropped and it might not be enough. And we're seeing... Again, in this build, Jax was really strong. So.
Yeah!
Ooh, still wins it, though.
Yeah, what do you know, Mort? Just a lot more than us. But in this fight, AD Kai'Sa, I don't actually know. It seemed like it was just Honglian's greeting, right? He has a lot of gold. He's level 8. He's clearly not trying to prioritize the win. If he was able to end on a streak, would be fantastic. All right, here we go. End of 4-7. A different type of PV round coming up. It's called a boss fight.
Yeah, and the boss fights are going to give you anvils. The first one gives you a component once you sell it, and the second one will give you a full item. Now, something I learned that's going to be relevant to a lot of you in the chat right now. If you are a reroll enjoyer, you need a spot on the bench for the anvil. So make sure that you don't have a full bench, or you're going to be really sad and down an item until you hit one of them.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I already have all my 3 stars.
Oh, of course, naturally.
It won't let you open the orb if your bench is full, so you'll still be able to get
True.
your anvil. Nothing.
But we
nothing
want
crazy like
the
that.
dopamine.
Wait, you know what, Mort? I'm down to make them think about bench management. If they accidentally pick up the anvil, it just gives them the random. It just sells the anvils like, here's a random item or component.
No.
Mort's predicting the Twitter response to that as you say it, and he's having a panic attack.
That's some rough user experience right there. Oh, go the Ginsu's. There you go.
All right, Ginsu's Rage Blade going up against Bebe. Can Bebe put the dagger into Kupo? As looks like Bebe is greeting up as well, 40 gold, so he didn't roll. So this is a good time for Kupo to fight Bebe.
Yeah, really strong front line, going to keep him safe mostly from that Mordekaiser ultimate, and Rel staying so strong, tanking every single unit. Woo! And as she gets the increased gargoyle resistances, her ultimate is going to do so much more. Only the ASO left to fire away, but it's too little, too late, and Kupo survives one more.
Baby doesn't have enough gold to really consider leveling, so he might have to roll a little bit more than he wanted to, but there's even bigger things on the horizon here. There's 2 other players streaking, but it's not Honglian, it's not Emily, it's not Bebe, it's Revan from Spain, Sheikah from Japan. It's going to be really interesting to see how this shapes up.
Yeah, meanwhile on Padong's board, this is just, I think we've acquired Legendary Soup. This kind of looks like he found double trouble. But worth noting, not one of the augments.
Oh, and it's the windy forecasting weather, or rather, you're going to see this a lot in the streams and YouTube comments. What's the weather? It refers to the variation of Janet for this game. Which one do we have this time, Mort?
Yeah, so this is Windy, and what Windy does is it gives your team AD and AP every 5 seconds that started in that zone. So it's very good for scaling up your team if you can delay the fights. Now, that being said, it kind of has 1-star Legendary Soup, and 1-star Legendary Soup's probably not going to cut it against this Jax for now. But if you can get that into 2 and 3 stars, you know, you're going to be able to tank a lot and then build up. And so, like, we're 25 seconds into the fight. That's 75 AD and AP. That's really strong.
Yeah, well, you know what? We almost got Jax to 80% health, so maybe Padong can start thinking about, like, I need to actually play real damage units instead of just anything that has a golden border.
Yeah, he's looking for it now. He's got 3 gold to work with, selling out his front line at the moment, it looks like.
Oh, no. We got a 1-star Fiddlesticks. Oh, no, we sold the 1-star Fiddlesticks.
Oh, no.
Wait, we're selling everything.
It's getting worse. Okay. That's something. Leona 2-star. Mordekaiser 2. Just pick up something, dude, please. You're giving us an anxiety attack.
Maybe buy the Sivir or something. We're playing, what, 7 out of 9 units? Oh, no. What about our items?
All the items on his bench. He's got to slam something.
Oh, dear. We have what? Okay.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to quite live this one. This Mordekaiser's going to hit hard, but...
Huge BT heal.
Yeah, does Mordekaiser even hold AP items, or rather carry items? I'm not entirely sure. I think right now, Padong, actually, the
doing okay.
Popping off.
Never mind. Misfortune nearly takes out his carries, but it looks like post-Zonia's Urgot needs one more hit, but will not find it. Sivir, maybe the civilian can save the day from the villainous misfortune.
Oh, Padong just needed to have 1 extra second, and that's a 6th place for Padong.
Team Revan looking real happy about that one, though.
That's true, it's true. Oh, man. All right, so here we go to the Stage 5 carousel. That is, I believe, a Renegade emblem. That is what you used to combine to make Lagoon Spat. You have the spatula plus the glove. But no one's really playing Renegade, so I don't think anyone's going to pick that up. And everyone's avoiding the guard breaker more. I think nobody... It feels like people, for some reason, just don't touch this item.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's still a learning curve, and everyone's playing their familiar favorites. That being said, Bebe here hits the 2-star Mordekaiser and Aphelios.
Okay.
Aphelios is cool in that you get to pick which gun you want, each gun having sort of a different use. And that gun can really make a big difference. I had a game yesterday where I had to switch from blue to red to make sure I got the win, so...
Yeah. Well, I mean, Bebe's already celebrating. He hit 2-star Fiddlesticks. I don't think AD Fiddlesticks is particularly very strong, but we'll see.
No.
I mean, Fiddlesticks has some pretty strong power if you can itemize him.
Yeah, a lot of people are still figuring out how to play Fiddlesticks as well. My personal favorite is you use his Corrupted trait. You put him in the back line. Every time an ally dies, he gets 20 AP. Ooh. And so he'll, by the end of the fight, he can like 1v9 with his incredibly high AP. And then you give him stuff like, you know, Bloodthirster and Gunblade. He can just heal up, cast, heal up, cast. And so, you know, you kind of want to have him be the last one alive, basically.
Got it. I think you said Deathblade plus D-Claw is BIS, and you're about to watch this go into action. Look at all of those 100, 200 damage autos popping off. That's not happening at all. Fiddlesticks is actually going to die.
Fiddle, please!
Oh, no, Baby is dead. 80 Fiddlesticks sucks.
Bebe, get up on here. Get up on the desk.
Yeah, we need a 3rd caster. Actually, we have Mortdog. We need a 4th caster here. Oh, man. Revan.
I'm not sure if that microphone's still on, but you can give it a shot.
I had 2 5-cost 2-stars. How did I lose?
Mortdog, want to answer that?
Amazing.
Mortdog said amazing, which means very good.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy. Yeah.
Oh, man, I can't believe it. We're down to our final 4, by the way. Looks like Revan made quite a big comeback. It looks like he was lose streaking, but this very well-balanced Vayne, and looks like Riven kind of having this dual Anima squad setup here, Mort.
Yeah, so it's got the Anima squad, which is going to give you a ton of health as you stack up that fame as they take those selfies. On the other side, though, I have to call out, we see the Recon Belveth I was talking about earlier, just slapping from a distance. This is my favorite champ in the set.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool thematically. Oh, she's dodging things like abilities as well, but Emily does take a nasty loss. But that's because it's a Belveth 1. I'm sure if she gets Belveth 2, we'll see some big damage. Here comes the second big boss. Now, this one is a full item, Niberia.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of open item slots on carries. You can see Sheikah's Urgot still has that open slot as he's relying on the Samira for the time being. Hopefully this will help him out.
Yeah.
So this is one of the changes I'm really excited about for the competitive space. I think we've seen too often, right, where someone gets a Shroud here while the other person gets a Death Blade. You know, there wasn't really a lot of agency before. But now that you get that choice from 5 items, I think, you know, the skill expression and sort of the fairness of the endgame state is going to be in a much better spot here. So these anvils are a really great addition to TFT.
Is there any, like, pseudo-random generation going on there? Because I know you were mentioning earlier that Ezreal Hero Augment was not truly random. It worked for whatever unit was next to him?
No, so the anvil really is just 5 randoms of the possible items, you know, so it's just pure random. But that being said, the odds that you get, you know, really Mortdog with 5 items are pretty low, so...
Oh, is that a Neela 3 that I see?
Whoa, that's amazing.
That is a Neela 3 with not really any items that make sense. Neela's much more tanky support, but it's interesting to see.
I think Revan and his team were just looking at that and going, wait.
She's an AP champ. This is not... What happened? I thought this was the Lagoon Assassin.
I know, right? I mean, the good thing about this set is that if you look at every player, everybody went for a different composition, and they're also very strong. They're also very attractive. I feel like the diversity for this set will actually be one of the best so far, for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely the hope. You know, again, the skeptic designer in me is always going, well, it's early, we'll wait and see. But this set was very much designed to be sort of that end game flexibility, and there's a lot of different things to do. And like I said, I think the hero augments are still being very much explored here.
Yeah.
What I really like about that build, though, is, again, you're playing the Vayne. You've got some good support with the Misfortune here. On the other side, the mech is starting to fall off here because it's only 2-star. But if we can hit this 3-star Jax, then it's going to be a terror.
I love the dynamic of watching Spain. They're talking to each other. They're laughing. Their commentators right behind him. Looks like Kamadre. Hong Lian's like in a studio. An admin is watching. He's sweating. He's not smiling. He's like, where's my Jax as I'm rolling down? You can already tell a little bit of a difference of ideology.
The admin currently looks very disappointed. He's just like,
it's
just
actually
didn't
Hong Lian's
hit.
dad. Just very disappointed in him.
I mean, the Chinese community actually has a lot of supporters behind them, but I guess they're just not showing on the camera. I mean, the European like a teams.
That's true. I heard there's some people in China.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
At least 5.
Yeah. Dude, the Jax still getting it done. This Belveth almost dying.
Good dodge.
Able to dodge just a little bit, but not enough DPS. Oh no, Emily Wang. Top 4 is not bad though, Mort.
Yeah, top 4 for sure. And, you know, I think this, like I said, was a build where Belveth needed a little bit of some fixing. But overall, that's why it's so fun. Sells everything. You're going to 5 mech here. 5 mech is interesting in that it starts to buff the support units, not the other mechs. So it's not like your primary mech gets that much stronger. But now with the Leona, this Leona can do that true damage laser and take down some really good frontliners here. Leona also really good with healing because they do so much damage.
Oh, yes.
Oh, we're going to see Leona ult here first. I actually don't know what Leona does, but I'm really excited. I hear it's just like a Lee Sin and like Urgot.
It's a new ability called
big
Dos
laser.
Ex Machina. Does true damage until it dies. Look at all that DPS to that front line. You know, just evaporated, Mort.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, Leona is definitely the call down the orbital laser and destroy you. So if you have some really strong frontliners you need to take care of, Leona's going to be very good there.
Oh, Jax has to finish it off, but it's only a 2-star Jax. Does end up killing the
That is
Neela.
not a 2-star Jax. That is a super Mekarinu Jax going in there.
Oh my gosh, Revan takes a 3rd. And maybe a preview for today, but it could be Japan versus China to take it all. Let's see what happens on the Stage 6 carousel.
Only gonna have to figure out what items he wants. I like the Shroud pickup. Already itemized your carries. Trying to stop him.
Try hard.
Really?
Look,
yes,
try hard, try hard.
What? He's clearly try-harding this whole game, guys. We gotta cast for the game we have, not the game we want.
Oh, I'm really interested to see how this Urgot's gonna fight. I wonder what his like a DPS output is.
Yeah, the Urgot does a lot of damage. These aren't really great items for the Urgot, but if you can get this Aphelios, like I said, 2 Sure Shot is really good here. Samira with that Ace. I do also like the 3 Aegis here. That's going to give his team a lot of magic resist to try to stop the Jax. This Samira can deal with the Jax if you get the right thing. Also using the purple gun of Aphelios, that's going to be an AoE stun. And so hopefully that can slow down the Jax as well.
Wow. Blue buff Quicksilver Urgot. This reminds me of Set like 3.
Yeah. Only still stuck on Jax too, trying to work. Oh no, Urgot got jumped by the Jax! Oh, no. That's going to be really difficult, and Jax is not going to go down easily. And so Jax is going to eliminate that Urgot. That's half the DPS, but nobody's checking Samira. Wait, it's all just Jax versus the world, and that's the 2-star Jax. That is a dead Jax.
Wait, Japan's gonna win? I didn't say anything.
No spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilery, no.
We just wrote the script this morning, baby.
Oh,
right at the top of it,
Aphelios
it said no spoilers.
That's really big. Does this swing the matchup, Mort?
I think so, and like I said, 2-star Aphelios here is good. I like the choice of purple gun.
Jax!
Oh, he doesn't have gold!
Okay, cells. Cells. We can play like what? Put a threat on the board. That's what they're designed for. Oh, Sejuani not bad. Just using that cryo grenade to stall. Ooh. Okay, now surely this will be a crazy fight. Jax 3 versus Aphelios 2.
I mean, this is gonna be the ultimate form of Jax carry that there can be. Holian, a fantastic Chinese player, leading the gigantic mech. It grows and it fights. Let's go.
Here comes the ultimate. The orbital laser rains down from Leona onto the front line, and Jax uncontested but stalled by the Ox Force. And look at Samira. Look at the Urgot. Uncontested, unbent, unbroken. And they will take the lobby. Shikame Maruka, first place.
Okay, I'm not playing Jax.
Even for a top 2, that wasn't too bad, I thought. Mort, what was the real key to victory from that fight that you watched?
I think it was, like I said, using the Ox Force to delay some of that damage. And then we talked about how Ace is really good. He gets that execute. It's going to take down that target when it's at 10% health. And then just Sure Shot, right? The extra AD, the Samira up, just pumping out the damage, the stuns from Aphelios. That's why it's such a good AD comp. I think you're going to see a lot of that Samira-Aphelios pair as the set develops.
Yeah, it looks like a really strong AD composition. That was one of the things we were talking about, like, where's our definitive late-game AD carry from Dragonlands? Well, here you go, AD fans. We have Samira and Aphelios alongside Urgot. Feels like you have a lot of choices to set, Mort.
I mean, I also have to say that this is one of the most beautiful and creative sets I've ever seen, and I said that so many times in the past as well too.
All right, Showmatch is over. You don't have to keep hyping it up.
I mean, you can if you want.
No, but it's actually entirely true. I think it's such an interesting design from just the flavor perspective. What really inspired this kind of theme of the set in the first place, Mort?
Yeah, so I have to tell the story real quick because when we start a set, we actually let everyone on the team sort of pitch different themes. And this was actually from one of our newer designers. They had this, like the Godzilla versus, heroes kind of thing. And we were able to pull that together, and it actually performed pretty well. And so we turned that into a full set. And then, like I said, the team came together and just had a lot of fun, really leaning into the thematics of the set.
I'm really bummed we didn't see a vertical duelist because Blue Cove told me to send you her regards if it showed up.
Oh, no.
So
What's going on here? What's going on here?
Yeah, give us the background, Mort. She didn't give it to me.
Yeah, so it's just an inside joke during our play test. We get a little trash talky, and so one of our designers, Blue Cove, I'm like, "You're playing duelists again?" And she's like, "What are you attacking me for?" And it just became a thing that we're like, "Oh, look, you're playing duelists again."
Wow.
Now she just rubs it in my face every time. I'm like, "I just got all these duelists."
Okay, so Mort not only goes after the competitive players who won trick, he even goes after his own design team who won tricks. No one is safe.
Blue was so happy when she said that to me. She said it with a big smiley face too, but gave me literally zero context, so I had no idea. I was like, all right, I trust you.
Baby, let's talk a little about your game. What was the game plan going in, and what do you think went right and what do you think went wrong?
I mean, I tried to go for a strong early mid game with the Static and Morello start. I thought Talon 2-star would be good enough, but Hong Lian and Emily Wong actually had really strong buildups that broke my streak in between. Thankfully, I did level up fast so I can get those like 4 and 5 cost like chances. I did find early 4 costs, I did find early 5 costs, and that did allow me to save HP for me to hit level 8. I had a lot of gold at that point, but not enough to hit level 9, so I rolled down and I saw Le Mordekaiser, so I went for the Scarizol Mordekaiser 2-star gamble. I found it. I rolled down, I found a Fiddlesticks 2-star, and I said, let's go!
What are you talking about? Deathblade on Fiddlesticks is not that good, huh, baby? But it's okay. The Thieves Clubs was definitely the one that showed you there. Overall, super fun. Is there anything more that you think specifically that you haven't seen people experiment with on PB that you want to see a little bit more of?
To be honest, not really, and that's been one of the joys of PBE is a lot of people have been willing to try a lot of things, and we've seen some really crazy builds. I saw a giant mech chicken Galio. That's definitely one of my favorites.
Wait, what? Mech chicken Galio? He's just like half
it's
the
just
board?
hilarious. I'm not saying it's good, but it's funny. But yeah, that's the thing with the hero augments combined with all the fun champions. There's so much experimentation to do. I think one of the players I was talking to was saying they played like 40 hours and it's just flown by.
Wow.
So overall, I don't know. The set's looking pretty good. Fingers crossed.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been really enjoying it so far, Morton. Of course, just for one time, if you had one request for people in the PBE to try out, that you
Final
haven't seen,
request.
what is it?
This one.
Ooh. Trying to think of a good one.
I know it's a bit of a stumper. Don't worry, that was intentional.
I know. I always go back to the Recon Belveth. Recon Belveth's just so fun, but we saw that, so I don't know.
Emily's a trailblazer. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. I don't know. Definitely try out some of the 5 costs. See if you can make a purple gun Aphelios work, maybe.
There we go.
See if there's something there.
We got our mission now. We got to make Purple Gun Aphelios work. All right, let's research that.
You guys heard it here. Purple Gun Aphelios is the tech of the future. Mortdog, thank you so much for joining us. And we are now going to head into a break. Our first game will start at 12 o'clock CET. That's, give me a second to do the conversions, 3 a.m. PST, and we will see you back in just a few minutes.
Shroud and Dusk are always, just a little bit of a wrap.
Oh, wait, I think I misread what's going on. He passed Zephyr. I think that's actually what he did. Okay, you know what? My respect for this guy just jumped back. We're back. We're back in the Padong. I'm back on the Padong train.
Yeah, and look at those sunglasses, man. How can you not be a fan?
That's right, cool cat. Looks like he's happy to lose. Wow. Unusual spot. And I think that's what makes Underground pretty interesting, right? You're trying to find this dynamic of losing, but this is also a kind of a heavy loss for us.
Yeah,
refers to the variation of Janet for this game. Which one do we have this time?
Yeah, so this is Windy, and what Windy does is it gives your team AD and AP every 5 seconds when it started in that zone. So it's very good for scaling up your team if you can delay the fight. Now, that being said, it kind of has 1-star Legendary Suit, and 1-star Legendary Suit probably not going to cut it against this Jack for now. But if you can get that into 2 and 3 stars, you're going to be able to tank a lot and then build up. And so, we're 25 seconds into the fight. That's 75 AD and AP. That's really strong.
Yeah, well, you know what? What about our items?
All the items on his bench. He's got to slam something.
Oh, dear. We have what?
Yeah. I don't think he's going to quite live this one. This Mordekaiser's going to hit hard, but...
Huge PT heal.
Yeah, does Mordekaiser even hold AP items, or rather carry items? I'm not entirely sure. I think right now, Padong, actually, the
doing okay.
Popping off.
Never mind. Misfortune nearly takes out his carries, but it looks like post-Zonia's Urgot needs one more hit, but will not find it. Sivir, maybe the civilian can save the day from the villainous.
People are still figuring out how to play Fiddlesticks as well. My personal favorite is use his Corrupted trait. You put him in the back line. Every time an ally dies, he gets 20 AP. And so by the end of the fight, he can 1v9 with his incredibly high AP. And then you give him stuff like, Bloodthirster and Gunblade. He can just heal up, cast. And so, you kind of want to have him be the last one alive. Basically.
Got it. I think you said Deathblade plus D-Claw is
player leading the gigantic mech. It grows and it fights. Let's go.
Here comes the ultimate. The orbital laser rains down from Leona onto the front line. And Jax uncontested but stalled by the Ox Force. And look at Samira. Look at the Urgot. Uncontested, unbent, unbroken. And they will take the lobby. Shikame Maruka, first place.
Okay, I'm not playing Jax.
Even for a top 2, that wasn't too bad, I thought.
All right, we're back in the analyst desk and we are minutes away for the first game of this finals, and I'm so excited because the first game is very important, not only for the results but only for the mental the players have towards this last round. Tell me, guys, I'm here with Bebe, Counterfeit, welcome. We need to analyze a little bit more of these players to set up the game for the players and the people that are watching at home.
Now, I would like to start first. This tournament of TFT Set 7 is actually a historic point mark. And the reason behind that is mostly because of, number one, Hwan Mie. Right? This is his 4th time entering TFT World Champions, and this is his 2nd potential chance to be TFT World Champions 2 times in a row. Now, what does this mean for us, guys? This means that TFT might not be an RNG game. It challenges the very idea that TFT is just an RNG-based game and everything is decided by luck. But Hwan Mie here saying, no, I still think there's a way. I think if we try hard enough, I think we can do it. That's the message that I feel.
Oh, for sure.
China definitely been one of the strongest region, and this might be the third time they have a championship on the region on a row, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. We were coming into this event specifically saying, what's going to be the region that manages to take down China? We know it's not going to be EMA. We know it's not going to be Oceania. We know it's not going to be Brazil. But yeah, I mean, it's incredible to think that China could be having this kind of run.
Yeah, for sure. And, Bebe, Korea stepping up again. Dogu, how do you feel about this player?
I actually know Dongle. I've played in every tournament with him since like a set 3, and he is actually a player that's like this. He's been challenger for a very long time in TFT. Set 3 tournaments, all failed. Set 4 tournaments, all failed. Set 5 tournaments, all failed. Set 6 tournaments, all failed. Every time I see him exit a tournament right before he's about to make Worlds, he's like, this is so hard. Like, man.
I see you so frustrated about it. I feel that.
Yeah, he went like that, and he still kept trying. He didn't give up. He kept on putting effort, and now look at where he is right now. Top 8 Worlds. And
That's the energy.
And I'm rooting for him to get first right now.
That's the energy we're pouring into this day. We have a recap of day 2 that we can watch and analyze, because remember, the playstyle of our players really changed during the days, and of course, what we've seen so far with the regionals. So, starting off with that, we've seen, for example, Peter, Rain Flow Show. Oh my god, the evolution we had. So let's see a video of the recap of all the players for day 2.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are here in day number 2. It's knockout day, but it's the first game, so don't get too excited.
No, get super excited.
Okay, you're right. Get extra excited. Get so excited that your neighbors get mad at you. Because if you're in North America, it's like 5 a.m. at the moment. I want you waking people up.
Maybe not. There is one Kaisa missing for Fly. He is hoping the others have sold theirs off. Gonna find it here. Amazing. Really, really good for Fly.
The Graves is still alive. He's getting extra sustain from the backline, but he falls. It is on to the rest of the team to take down the Dragons. You're on to the Ace-All, but the Dark Hole comes in, and it takes down the board.
I want to see some mages.
There's a spatula sitting there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Oh, whoop.
Takes the tier.
Safety protocol.
But Bintum picks it up.
Okay, thank you, Bintum. One more ult from Lux would do it, but she gets stunned up as Zaya fires the feathers away. The Lux will fall.
Round 3 begins right here.
Loving what I'm seeing as we take a look. It's a mostly tier carousel.
Hey,
Can
you won
start with it.
Go for some, and you go for like a Nilla, and you have an 80 AP.
Oh my god!
What? Yes!
-3 from the well.
The prophecy is fulfilled.
We're about to enter overtime to see whether or not this AP burst
What's
getting
the
done.
shield? Look at
Nothing
that
is
Nilla!
dying.
Wow.
Still worried, baby?
So we don't have the Nilla to be able to take away the shield.
Oh!
The shot is good. The shield lands as well. Zaya is almost gone. That shield could still be taken down. She's vulnerable. Here comes the shot. The Zaya gets the time. She's still alive. Noelle will not fall.
Daisy also offered the golden and he puts both hands on his face.
Of course you pick it, of course. Your dark fights.
The problem is Band of Thieves. Oh my
Pick
god!
Daisy with the golden egg.
Let's do it. Still here, contending for top 4.
Oh.
Namzi 3.
Oh. One more. Oh, come on. Are you gonna? No, maybe. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. How much are you?
Oh,
yes, English was right.
English for gimmicks.
The wind blast comes through. No.
It's not over yet.
Not be this round. Deja does take a big hit, but they're now face to face. Wind blast goes wide. Deja goes down. Yasuo has to perform. The shield is good, but Namzi is enormous. Andy is denied.
I really want to see the standards. They are really holding on to that one. They're playing with my feelings.
Here they are in!
Here they are, the top 8 players that are going to represent us tomorrow, the last day of competition. competition. So there's Hwanmi, Rainplosion, great development in this competition. Dungle, Shunga, title, Lifebot, Fritz, and here we go. What an amazing player we had. Yesterday, what an amazing day we had, and of course the competition today is going to be even more fierce, baby. They need top 1. That's the only one. Only one player can be the chosen to be the next championship, and they need to go all in, no safe play. There are a lot of players that usually didn't get a top 1. They're a top 2 or top 4, so we need to discuss that.
That is correct. Currently, after the players get 18 points, never forget that first place gives 8 points in total, so we have to play 3 games at the least. And after that, the very next player to get first place is the world champion for TFT.
I mean, yeah, we're definitely going to try and get some of our predictions in here. I know that people, were really excited, of course, seeing Title, drawing as the top place player coming out of day 1. Day 2 was nowhere near as good for them. So I worry about putting too much stock behind them, but I really hope Japan gets a big win here.
Yeah, we need to point out also the fact that there's been a lot of AP masters in this lobby yesterday and today. I think, for example, in Fritz, he's very confident with that style. But the thing is, will it be enough? Will it be enough for every single player on their own playstyle? Safe? We don't know, but what we do know is that game 1 is ready to shoot. So we have our casters ready. Froden, Makes, and Iberia go for one game.
Thank you so much, Calypso. And coming into this one, I was so excited that I just started the cast intro the moment our producer said go. So that's the energy in the room at the moment. Dan was just laughing up a storm at me. But all serious from here, guys, we've got the final day of the Dragonlands Championship, and we're finally going to crown a champion.
Yeah, I can't believe we're finally here. It's day 3, $150,000 on the line, and the right to call yourself the TFT champion. For somebody, it's also a chance to call themselves the first 2-time champion, which would be just incredible to watch.
Yeah, but there's a lot of firsts in this tournament. Could be the first champion from Argentina, the first champion from America, the first champion from Japan. So really, it's all up there for these players. And we're just so ready to get into the games, am I right?
Yeah, absolutely thrilled. And of course, you're going to see all of your players on the screen today. Hwanmi, like you said, Dan, returning world champion. But Rainplosion, North America's last hope, coming into this day looking absolutely incredible.
She's been looking absolutely on fire towards the second half of her competition. Actually, even just from the second half of day number 1, she started off so rough with the 7th and 8th place and has since then averaged better than a 4.0 in order to close it out with a lot of first on day number 2. But not only just North America, but it seems like she has the support of Brazil, which is kind of interesting. I thought Brazil and LATAM were kind of tight, but I know that they are part of South America, but they seem to be cheering for Rainplosion as well.
Yeah, you gotta adopt the players that you love. Rainplosion, one of the most adored players globally. We'll see if she can do it or who else may take the title as we're here in game number 1.
Yeah.
The final day.
Absolutely, and we are going to go in with the carousel here. Shungo actually taking time here, not even going to go for anything.
Uh-oh.
And that seems like it's a game pause.
Seems like Shungo was like, wait a minute. Carousel, oh no.
Yeah, we might have to remake if you didn't even get a chance to fight for the carousel. Or we finally found a way to beat China, and Hwanmi won't be as consistent. It'll be equal playing field if he doesn't get to pick his first item.
Something very interesting.
I feel like that's a little unequal by definition.
Yeah, I'm being sarcastic if anyone actually confuses that.
Something really interesting about Hwanmi is actually that in all of the comps we saw from him in day 1 and day 2, dragons weren't really a priority. He went for very kind of low-key dragon boards. The only time when he really went into vertical dragons was when he was able to play 5 dragons, and that was a win. Other than that, it's been Seraphine, it's been Dark Flights, it's been Jade, Soifin, you know, like very kind of standard boards, not so much hit dragons and win.
What's so fascinating about what you're saying, Makes, is that Hwanmi is not only the the most dominant player from days 1 and 2, but he's also the most flexible and wide in terms of what he can actually play and has confidence in. I mean, heck, he ended the day with Ezreal reroll Guardians. Like, it was something that we haven't really seen, and it's almost like one of those suggestions that you see in chat. People are like, have you tried Ezreal 3 from here? And like, the streamer or the competitor's flaming them right back, like, yeah, and Ezreal is terrible from here. Hwanmei is using that and still having a big gap with the rest of the field.
Yeah, seeing those openings is so crucial, especially in this competition, this level of competition, where everyone knows the bleeding edge compositions. Seraphine Graves has kind of fallen off. We've seen it contested a little bit, but Dragons, Deja, especially the last game of yesterday, one of those hugely contested comps. So having a player who's able to do one of two things, see those angles that are open, or B, commit to an angle that is really unpopular. It's really
true.
strong.
And I love that you brought up Deja. That's going to be the core strategy for some of the players coming into today. You're looking at LATAM, right? LATAM comes in today as the underdog that's no longer the underdog. They are the second most populous region represented here in the top 8. It's time we recognize LATAM and Argentina as being actual powerhouses in TFT based off that result. But the caveat is, players like LifeSpad, their core strategy is Deja. And if today it's Merciless with no Dejas that are very strong off their Mirage variation, what's the game plan?
Speaking of that, Fritz, the other Argentinian player that is currently still in, has a little bit of an interesting track record because we cannot find a first or an 8th in his 10 games. So really going for kind of the safer variant, making sure you're in the middle field, but you're also not bombing out as low as other players are perhaps. And for him, it's going to be like a different playstyle today in this lobby where he really needs to go for those wins.
Yes, remember, this is checkmate on the final day. It's no longer about survive and advance. It's, do you have the ability to play for first? So I love the fact that Fritz is not getting those 8th places, but he also needs those first places, Matt.
Yeah, that's the struggle. Capping your board to the absolute maximum is a skill that you have to develop. It's not something that just happens. Being a fantastically consistent player is great here for Fritz, but taking that extra step to cap out that comp beyond the standard composition, catering to the current lobby, is a skill that hopefully he's been studying up on, because that's exactly what you need for checkmate.
Absolutely. And you're talking about playing for first. There's a player that is the dark horse that many people are secretly cheering for if they're not even represented from the region. It's Tidal from Japan.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Tidal, the only player that is dedicated to Tyr. I've never seen a man more loyal to Tyr the Goddess than this guy. 9 out of 10 games, he starts Tyr because no one else wants Tyr, but this guy does, and he's playing the Sohm and getting the first places. His average with Sohm is a 3.5. His other compositions, 5.0 or worse. This is a very scary position for Tidal, but also that secretly puts him as one of the players that could win it all because he knows how to convert off of a composition that no one will contest.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about earlier when you have those two options. You either play a ton of comps, a ton of different openings, or you find a composition that literally nobody wants to play right now, and you absolutely master it. And that's exactly what Tidal has been doing, coming in with that Lagoon comp saying, okay, I know this is low rated by the other players here, but if I can master it, if I can figure out the best way to play it, the highest cap, I can still win.
Speaking of those interesting trajectories, there's one more player I do want to highlight, and I said it on the desk as well. Donggu from Korea, really with those high levels. I want to say the baby strat. You know, he'd be level 8 at 2-1, but we've been seeing him really go for those losses, for those win streaks, and then into the dragons. 7 out of 10 boards were dragon boards, and he's been doing really well with that. But will that be possible in this lobby as well?
I love that we brought up Donggu here because he is also such a unique player. You mentioned the dragon boards that he goes to, but it's not just the destination, it's also the journey. It's also the origin.
How poetical.
Donggu is the only person starting Chain Vest. He started at more than half his games, 6 games. That's unreal in terms of the people that are contesting it. Once more, another unusual path to success. I know people like Mortdog love it. I know a lot of fans love it. You don't have to just play the meta. Yes, starting sword is good. Yes, starting bow is good. Yes, you can go for these belts if you don't get those first 2 components. But we also have some interesting strategies as we dive into the first game. What's going to happen?
Here's our components. I'm going to be watching that tier. Where's Tidal? Waiting for it directly.
Oh, Life is Bad was contesting it.
Oh, and he took it.
Which is really interesting. And now Tidal already on the back foot.
Poor guy. But everyone else finds their components, and he's going to have to figure out what his game plan is, picking up, ooh, interesting start here. To just sell this for econ, I suppose.
Wow, well, you know, Silas is core to his mage-centric strategy, but the Varus is also one of the strongest 3 costs you can get out of a box, particularly because it's both power and econ.
Yeah, and we're going to see where Tidal takes this one. We just spoke about him and his dominant performance. We saw him yesterday. In the last game of the day, it was a little bit of, I want to say, breathtaking performance, but not in a good way. Like, we were all holding our breath, waiting for what was going to happen, and he did manage to clutch it out and go into these top 8s, but it was close.
You had me in the first half. I thought you were like, wow, you're so impressed by him. I was impressed with him as well, but I think you're right.
Prior to that, yes.
Towards the end of yesterday, we saw him play in a position of power. He only needed was to get like a 6th or a 5th place to guarantee it, so he played for not 8th. But he got really close to that 8th. He got 7th place in a 5-way contest for Deja. That almost cost his entire tournament. He has to stay composed because I think that position yesterday almost cost him a spot in the final lobby.
And this is a strength of Rainplosion coming in that we have talked about previously. You will have players who carry on that tilt from previous games. You have players who are able to reset that mental. It's unclear which category Tidal will fall into.
Something interesting just coming through here. The Mirage, the Nomzi, and the Augments. We're getting it all at once. Let's look at the Augments first, because they're on our screen right now. 8 players choosing anything that speaks out to you.
Wow, there's just a lot of strong combinations. You're looking at preparation, cybers, better together. Shunga takes High Tide for that Kaisa. We know he loves Kaisa reroll. We'll see, keep an eye out for that. And then you're looking at some other generic augments, but I have to look at Fritz in the bottom center. He has Shimmer Scale Heart, and he is going to have that ability to get that Shimmer Scale early, and if that item is powerful, that might change the entire complexion of this lobby, and it is going to be Determined Investor, which could be huge implications for the late game. A lot of people want to have those Diamond Hands to survive all that burst.
He's also got an Olaf early, so a couple of directions that he could go from this point. That Olaf going to be stacking up in the early rounds implies to me that he might be going for a loss streak, or at the very least, a convenient way to stack both the item and the unit at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we just mentioned it, Mirage with the Duelist is going to be here, and maybe the Mirage Shimmer Scale as an opener, as a mid-game, definitely something that we should be looking for and players will be looking for sure as well.
Ooh, not quite able to make the win, committed a second item component to it, so Fritz going to have to figure out what his strategy is as he finds a Volibear.
So the Volibear does give him a stronger unit to play, but it's also one of these things where all Fritz has to do is unlock that item somehow. If he somehow spikes it, all of a sudden we're going to 7 Shimmer Scale out of nowhere. It could be a really strong start here for Fritz. So, and that was a really good loss, 98 HP. If he can do that for the rest of the game, he's guaranteed top 2 at worst. So yeah, basically at this point, Fritz is hard chilling.
I want to point out 2 augments here we see on the side. Hwamie going for Knife's Edge, and here we go going for Battle Mage. Not only does that lock them into certain compositions, the Jade, Siphon being one of the primary ones, but in the later stages of the game, when you're trying to eke out that extra 1 position, that's going to limit you severely. You either lose the power of your combat augment or you lose your positioning advantage.
And we are seeing, here we go, that you just spoke about on the other side of the screen with that Battle Mage already has the Karma too. Is that a direction of Kaisa that we're getting?
It could be Kaisa. However, my prediction at my first reaction would be that Here We Go actually wants to go for Seraphine and Graves compositions. It's something that he's been anchored by. And Battle Mage is an augment that you could utilize it as well. So I like what Niberia was saying. It could be Jade. I like the suggestion you're talking about with Kaisa. I think the third possibility to consider is also that Seraphine. And I think it's really fun because many people don't consider that as a Seraphine augment, Knife's Edge and Battle Mage, but you can capitalize onto it because you want to keep your units clumped anyways.
Yeah.
He's got a BF sword and a belt. So just saying, that's the option open right there. As we know, that's all you need.
But notably, he is holding the option open. He's not slamming the Zeeks. If he had slammed it, I would be saying 100% we're going for the Seraphine Graves. But he is keeping it. He knows he has some time. He has some HP. He can just lay back and see how the game plays out a little bit more.
It might be a reaction to the fact that Hwamie also has a Zeke slam. So these are kind of dynamics that players are evaluating, and that is good TFT. You're looking at players adapt. They're not just mindlessly committing in a situation where a lot of top players says, you have to commit. These Chinese players are showing us how it's done.
Yeah. A lot of the meta during the TOC, the Chinese regional competition, was defined by early committal. You would see either 2-1 or 3-2 set the full direction for a composition. We would see full rolldowns on 3-2, even from 50 gold to 0.
The downside, by not slamming, look at the match history for Here We Go at the top center. It's a loss, win, loss, no consistency to that streak. The upside, we get a higher pick.
Yeah, and speaking of picks, we are seeing Dongul in the middle right now. He's a little bit sped up, has picked up that metabolic accelerator, and I think this is so interesting going into this one already. He has the metabolic, he's gonna get that extra HP, and we were talking about his playstyle. That works out beautifully, doesn't it?
Exactly. Korean fans are elated to see that Dongul has what should be a reliable top 4 setup, and he even has Lagoon, so he has 2 ways of playing economy, which is to lose streak and well as to rack up those Lagoon rewards. And he has the correct units to play around the Lagoon, right? Sometimes you have Lagoon with like Zeri, Seraphine, and a Malphite one. Like, how does this ever work? He has Kaisa and Zac and a Malphite too. And everything's looking great for Dongul to start things off.
Check out these following rounds because this will decide his economic strategy for the rest of the game. Of course, you want to continue that loss streak into the 5. But we have other players down at the bottom of the board who might contest him, like Tidal and Lifespat.
He held back on his level very specifically here to make sure he is going to be able to get these losses. However, that second at Malphite are looking a little bit strong, so hopefully he can eke this one out. But I think he will be able to do just that with all of these 1-stars. That should be super good for him.
I mean, if he can kill this Nasus, that's really good. Because again, Dongul's at 92. He's been healing 6 HP. He hasn't been losing that many units. Oh, no, the Fury of the Dawn able to give that extra HP. But hey, still a pretty decent fight for Dongul. It was 4v5.
Yeah, 88 HP. Metabolic ticked just as I read the number.
This is 4 loss. Look at Tidal, who is on 4 loss. That's a 16 HP deficit, which is an entire fight on stage 5 and 6.
Only going to get starker as the game goes on. Tidal going for rich get richer. So this is a very intentional loss streak strategy that will slingshot his economy heavily as we go into stage 3. But like you're saying, Dan, the problem will be maintaining that HP to the point he can do something with this.
That's right, that's right. And his position, Rich Get Richer, with a duplicator on the bench, by the way, tells me that Tidal could either lean into what the Astros are doing. You can see he's frontlining the Lux to lose. Or he could think about Deja. Duelist Mirage is very strong. And even though you're trying to rush through the fight with attack speed, you can use Archangel Staff to also ramp up that AP.
Something is happening though. Dongul meets Tidal, and we already know by their HP that the losses on Tidal side were much more severe. Now Dongul has found a win, has turned that loss streak upside down, and that is going to be a place where you need to do something.
That's really unlike Korean players. You know, Korea was one of the first regions alongside China to show us that they are willing to do anything to maintain that 5 loss. And we have metabolic, so a moment of greed for Dongul cost him upwards to 8 to 10, maybe even like 15 gold by the end of this game.
It's just absolutely disastrous for him. You want to keep that loss streak because now, without a streak coming in here, you're going to be losing in the neighborhood of like 4 or 5 gold.
That's right. That's right. Over 2 rounds, too, for the interest. But his loss is Tidal's gain. And coming into his second championship in a row, Tidal is looking to start things off on the right foot, but needs some good items. If he gets one component, he might be in trouble.
Something that we are seeing on the right side, and you guys are absolutely correct with Tidal and Dongul's perspectives, but I'm seeing something in these units here for Fritz, who has found an Idis on 2-7, and we know what the Shimmer Scale item is. He was on the Shimmer Scale Heart. He has now 5 Shimmer Scale online, and from a good position, he went into a great position.
He did sell his Volibear, so he doesn't have access to that 7 Shimmer we talked about, which gives you 4 total items, which also could give you access to things like Gold Mancer and really powerful stuff. But still, an excellent spot. And the best part about this all is Fritz now can rack up the gold through all the Shimmer Scale, but also not have to roll for a really long time.
And these items don't exactly inspire confidence. You're going to have just mostly defensive, relying on that Giant Slayer on the Ezreal, which means Fritz could continue having this win-loss scenario, but like you said, he doesn't need to be buoyed by win streaks or loss streaks because of the massive amount of economy coming out from Shimmer Scale, which is a good reaction to being in a lobby where you can't secure a constant streak, unlike Shunga.
Yeah, that's right. He does have Giant Slayer Slam, so this heavily indicates that he wants to go for the Itis and Deja. That's 2 players that I'm looking at right now in the lobby. When Deja is very strong, a lot of people try to contest it. And then on the other side, we see Shunga level in the 6. What looks like to be 10 gold of interest on the top right, which means that Shunga is very poor for a player that's had Lagoon since almost the beginning of the game. He's committed to this streak.
Now, final augments coming out, or second augments rather. I'm getting ahead of myself. Too hype. And we're seeing just a silver, so not going to massively impact the tempo of the lobby. And that's good for those lost streakers. They're not going to be rocketed off to the bottom of the leaderboard as fast as they might be otherwise.
Fritz did get Cybernetic Uplink, though. In terms of powerful silvers, that is one of them. Looking at bottom right, here we go, has double Battle Mage, which is a little bit on the more unusual side. Let's hop on board with Rainplosion, who has a pretty generic setup with Better Together and Cyber Implants. This looks like an early setup for Xayah, but we have seen some variations on what this attack damage composition could be. But Rainplosion and I were talking last night, and we have identified that things like Xayah was slightly underplayed relative to his performance. It averaged better than 4.0.
Oh, I actually wouldn't say it was underplayed, at least not by these 8. Maybe in the overall, but in these 8 players that we have here, Xayah is the most played comp with 14 games, even more so than full Dragon Sports.
Oh,
and like you said, she's been performing really, really great. So I think this is a super nice angle that Rain is looking for. Of course, with the Better Together, we're always kind of tempted to go for the Seraphine Graves. But as we saw early on, 2 players had the option for Seeks. 1 player already slammed it. So maybe better to stay away from that one.
Yeah, this fight actually had pretty big implications. Fritz will now get Diamond Hands, can slam it in the middle of the fight if he puts it onto the ice fast enough. Does end up getting it. Does end up swinging the fight just enough to go the other direction and deal extra damage. And that Itis surviving means +4 damage onto Rainplosion plus whatever else that could have swung the fight.
Yeah, rough fight there for Rain, but good reaction there from Fritz. This is what's going to decide a lot of the games today. That last second micro is what you're going to be looking for. And we're seeing something you and I talked about earlier on in the week, Dan, that toggle of the Diamond Hands.
That's right. You have to make sure to not autopilot. Wait, speaking of like not autopiloting, what is going on here? Here we go with a 3-3 Soam with Blue Buff and Jewel Gauntlet with Battle Mage. This is actually an incredibly powerful setup.
I'm worried about the positioning in the later stages of the game because boards like Shunga's Kaisa will rip through it.
Yeah, you're saying it. I was staring on the right side of the screen, and we have Hwangmie and Shungo both on 100 HP win streaking. We are in 3-3. That's been a very long time that these players have racked up some econ, and Shungo already here with that Kaisa 2 Blue Buff Giant Slayer. High Tide, everything's online.
Yeah, it's a strong board. I know that he just lost after I was hyping it up, but he's going up against the 100 streaker who rolled down to preserve his streak and hit Kaisa 2 just that round before and has that set up. Shunga has been one of the leading players in China trying to push that Kaisa reroll to perfection and one of the scariest players when he's in a win streak position.
Watch the bottom of this lobby as we go into this carousel. You're going to see Tidal down there at just 40 HP. The thing about having players like Hwangmie and Shunga going for these heavy investment early compositions is it puts a ton of pressure on everyone else. Once Tidal goes out or someone else, the tempo of the lobby goes up incredibly quickly and makes it harder to pull off those late game comps.
Yeah, I'm really curious specifically about Tidal's position. He is the person that took Rich Get Richer, and he was on a lose streak. Is he going to roll down a 3-5? If so, how much does he roll? Does he end up hitting things like the Deja? And here we go. We have to find out what he can do with 80 gold.
Gonna roll. That's at least a very good start for now. Picks up a Graves, picks up a Neela. Xiaoyu, Xayah, Zoom, Deja, Siphon. All right, we're finding some dragons. Keep in mind, this is duelist, so a Mirage that we're actually looking for finds the Jax 2 as well. Another Xayah for the pickup. Not going to go with this one. And 20 gold remain.
Pretty decent roll down overall. Now even picked up Shimmer Scale so we can start stacking ahead of the Itis. Honestly, not really that bad of a roll down whatsoever. He still got that Deja was the most important thing. Can slam Giant Slayer as well to stack with that AP, get that multiplicative damage amplification. And Tidal is actually in a pretty reasonable spot. The only problem is, I talked about how strong Here We Go's board is, and the front lines completely evaporate. Deja almost died to the Tide Blossom. So this is a spot where Tidal has to, once again, think about if he wants to roll or he's just going to take another loss.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how hard he committed to finding the Deja as well. He was looking at an open Xiaoyu, but never even considered, it seemed, the Soifin comp.
Actually, Rainplosion ending Juanye's streak here, who is on 68 gold, was on 100 HP with the Knife's Edge, with the Thrill, has this really beautiful comp here set up for now with the Graves already in there and the Zeeks, and Rain just ended that streak.
Yeah, this is really annoying for Hwanmi. It's not devastating. I mean, he's very rich, and he has a Graves already. It looks like he was setting up for Seraphine Graves, like we talked about. And now with this Knife's Edge, let's see what he's going to do at 7 here. He actually leveled just a little bit later off Cadence. This is an unusual play. Most people say, I lost my streak. Why level to 7?
Yeah, and he was going to natural next round, so I guess just looking to preserve HP as much as possible now that he's lost that streak and is running into Shunga.
Yeah, well, it's a free level. I just noticed that he was at 50 gold, so that's the reason why. It's like, well, I'm going to go to 7 anyways, so might as well. But he does lose a little bit of that extra gold. Instead, going to preserve that HP like you mentioned. Shringa, 100 HP to start the game. At the end of stage 3, 2 full stages of streak while collecting those extra Kaisas. Shringa is looking like the front runner right now.
Absolutely, really dominant going into this one, but Title has hit that Itis too, has stabilized, has found the win here on the very last leg. It seems like so far it didn't really come through for him, but maybe this is where you can turn it around. Just looking at the overall HP standings, he is 20 HP away from Fritz. That's already a massive gap for 3-7.
Yep, we also were looking at Life's Bad. Both these players are Deja. Wait a second. We looked away for one round, and all of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, Title has it is 2.
Yeah, he did that.
With his duplicator still on the bench.
That's why he won. She said that.
Well done there from Title. And now potentially has a Rage Blade on the bench as well for that Deja, so could start coming back into this game. But worth noting, only 18 gold, 31 HP, and Deja is contested.
Yeah, we're seeing it on the right side as the trades come in for all of these players. I'm always also looking for the levels, and something sticks out here. Shungo, who has been win streaking for so long, dominating this lobby on 100 HP, still level 6.
Yeah, it has to stay at 6 to maximize the odds for the 2-cost reroll. You're still at 40%. Also, you know, you want to roll for a lot more than just Kaisa. You want to roll for Jax 3, ideally Zac 3. You can see that's collection on his bench. And he's now starting to work onto the diamond hands with the Determined Investor. We'll see if that's enough. Going up against Rainplosion, who has transitioned over to Graves to hold these items. And with Better Together, plus the Cybernetics, if she can get her hands onto a Zeke, she actually can pull off this Seraphine Graves instead. We talked about Xayah as a possibility, but with Diamond Hands and so many Dejas, it does feel like Xayah is going to have a much harder time. I agree with the choice here from Rainplosion, but will it work out for her?
Final augments coming through to decide the tempo of the game. Please,
Sorry,
no.
sorry,
Oh,
I have to.
Title would be very upset by that, so it's just going to be gold augments coming out across the board.
Well, Title has Cybernetic, Uplink, or Heroic Presence. Uplink is probably the thing that he's going to think about and gravitate towards. In fact, most of these players would love something like Uplink. Rainplosion did not get anything such thing. She got Thrill the Hunt. And Hwanmi, who's playing very open, by the way, just took a Portable Forge and found Infinity Force. So he is very open. And his roll down, you can see, picks up a Deja pair. We'll see if he's able to complete that.
Shunga got the nuts roll on those augments. Battle Mage 2 picked up alongside Battle Mage 1 for a Kaisa reroll composition. He had such a perfect augment choice. Now he's rolling.
Yeah, he has to roll slowly but surely. We are seeing it on the right side. Players are out leveling, going to 8. He's still at 6. So far, he's been winning, of course, but at some point, he needs to find those Kaisas, and we know other players are holding them as well. He is so far off that Kaisa 3 for now that it's starting to look a little bit scary for him.
A little bit scary, but the good news is his board is still pretty strong. The second Battle Mage just gives a lot of the base ability power, and Shringa still has a pretty resilient front line. So in his mind, he can't really justify holding on to the streak. Like, if he loses it, he understands why. It's because his board hasn't meaningfully upgraded in a round or two. But that Battle Mage 2 is still a lot of DPS, and Dongul also, by the way, has late game specialist.
Yeah.
So he's not rolling. He's trying to go for a fast 9. But that kind of strategy is so first rate, and there's a lot of power spike. We saw Fritz hitting Deja 2 the round before. Graves 2 for Hwanmi. There's a lot of power. Fritz has 2-star dragons.
and Guardian Spat on top of it. The 6 Guardian Deja. We have seen how dominant this has been. Aurelion Sol as an option in the shop as well, should he decide to pivot out of that Duelist Guardian Deja.
I am a little bit scared for this competition because I think there's already been an Aushin find Shungo, now finding that Jax 3 as well. But there's a lot going on and players are just picking up everything left and right.
Position for Kai'Sa does end up being good for Shunga because you're closer to that Deja and be able to take it down, but it's whether or not we can clear this items with Diamond Hands, Mogul's Mail, and a Stone Plate. I just think Fritz's comp is too tanky. There's 6 Guardians. Shunga doesn't even have Jewel Gauntlet to help get that extra burst, and he's still stuck on a Kai'Sa 2, but he has rolled a lot of his gold. He found 6 Kaisas, what looks like to be 6 Zacs and Volibears, so he's close-ish, but he's not quite there, so he's going to trade some of that HP and see how much he can bleed. Speaking of bleeding, look at the bottom of the lobby. Dongul, Tidal, Lifespan, they're all kind of in this danger zone.
Yeah, by the end of stage 4, someone may fall, and Dongul, 19 HP, is at the highest risk. Does have Metabolic Accelerator to potentially keep him in, but an 8-loss streak is hard to recover from, no matter how much gold you have.
Yeah, for sure. But he still has the option to roll for a little bit. He still, like you said, has that metabolic to keep him just a little bit afloat so it will not fall off immediately. And is most likely to still make it to that dragon, which for many players is the turning around point in terms of power spike, in terms of stabilizing. So,
What is going on here? That is an Aushin 2.
And another one in store. Are you kidding me?
Well, sure. If you don't hit Deja, I guess I'll just go Aushin 2.
So I think this one's Dragons. I think we can call this comp pretty early. Picking up that Aushin 2, but is going to need a hell of a front line to make it work. Mostly 1-stars for the time being.
It is 4 Guardians, though, and so 4 Guardians does give a lot of artificial AP and Diamond Hands. Don't sleep on that item. It's so good at stalling, especially against things like this Kai'Sa that wants to target it down.
I'm sorry, we're in 4-5. We have an Aushin 2 in play, and we're going to see that power come down on Shunga, who's still on level 6. He's 2 levels below this Aushin, and you can see how much damage that lightning rain just does. Really, really crazy impressive to have that found here. And for Lifespan, this should be good news, because this should mean that he can stabilize and come back up, whereas Dungal, I feel like I jinxed him. 5 HP remain. That's maybe not even going to be enough for the Drake.
He's fast 9 right here at 4-6. He can't take another loss, so he has 60 gold, but we've seen people miss before. He needs to find the 2-star dragons, but things like Itis are contested, so he's going to pivot off, go into Terra. So he has the 4 dragon. Can end up rolling a little bit more.
Oh.
He can't lose a single round. That's what's so difficult about his position. He doesn't want to roll everything because he needs to go for the treasure dragon, but he can't die at the same time.
I mean, if you're going to keep gold for a stage, you might not even reaching. I think this was the absolute correct position to go in, and we're going to see how this one plays out. Dungal will meet with Rainplosion here, and it's all odds on the table. He needs to find the damage to take out this comp she has built. There is Thrill involved, so that Graves on the right side is going to get some extra healing, but maybe, just maybe, that Asol can take him down before he gets there, and it's looking really good. The Shyvana is onto him, and Dungal survives, makes it to that dragon with 10 gold.
Yeah, great time to play range. She has not hit. She was clearly waiting for the Zeeks. This is the downside of playing something like that water gun composition. Without that Zeeks Herald, your comp has so little power in the upfront part of the battle. You really want to get that rage blade stacking as fast as you can, and Rain didn't have it.
Now, just a regular old treasure dragon. No need to freak out just yet, but this will allow multiple players to complete their items on their carries and tanks. And I particularly am going to be looking at Tidal as he tries to fill out that front line, looking a little weak compared to the boards we've seen.
There's 2 players that also caught my eye on top of that, which is we saw Hwanmei play like a 5 Jade, weird variation of that composition that doesn't play Siphon. And then Here We Go, who also has another variation of that Lagoon Mages. He was playing both Sohm and Namzi.
Just a quick note. We found the Kai'Sa 3 for Shunga, finally has gone to level 7, and this should be a stabilizing point for him.
It is. However, it's kind of a dynamic where does he want to keep rolling on 7 or just kind of push levels to maybe find other units? He needs to level to 7 for that 4 Dragon Mancer, a huge spike. but the rest of the lobby is so strong. We're talking about Aoshin 2. We're talking about Itis and Deja 2 that has diamond hands. It's not easy, even though Shungood got a huge amount of power.
Dongul as well at the bottom of the table has those dragons now. Hwamie's board, the weird Jades, as you mentioned, running up against Shunge. Top of the ladder, going against each other. First and second place as Kaisa fires away. Xiaoyu finally fully stacked up, but she eats the brunt of a Kaisa ultimate and will finally fall.
Yeah, it looks like Hwamie got that successful transition to Siphon. The board that he played to get to that point was the cool part, and now he gets to try to use Jade to coast to a top 4. We'll see if that's enough, as the battles around the conversions are furious. Rainplosion takes another big loss. He got double Zeeks, but there's so much power in things like the Deja boards.
2 HP remain for Dungu, and we thought he was going to be safe with those dragons. Of course, Metabolic brings him back to 4, but that's not going to be enough if he takes another loss here.
We'll see if Dungu can survive. Rainplosion just got a lot stronger as well, hitting Graves 2 and Zac 2. This Bard, is that better than the Rakan for the extra mana generation as opposed to the Rage Wing? I think so. So all the pieces are in place for Dungle to make that comeback. I like the Soraka a lot just to make sure to recover some HP, but there's still some really strong boards, and most importantly, he has 1 item on this Aurelion Soul.
4 HP around if Dongul can survive, running into the lobby leader in Shunge, who has built up his board over the last few rounds. Terra fires away. Shyvana drops in the middle to flame breath all of the opposition. Aesol uncontested, but now Kaisa fires away. Potentially one last ultimate. This Aesol goes wide and falls. Dongul will be the first player out in the final day of the Dragonlands Championship.
And it's just -1 HP. It's so close. If he was able to play just for a little bit longer, who knows? That board is capable of winning out, but Dongul has to settle for 8th place. Rainplosion takes a loss. Here we go, takes an L.
Oh my god.
And we almost saw Lives Bad go 8th as well. It's crazy amount of pressure and a race for that top 4.
Yeah, you're saying it. It is a race. Players are really playing high tempo here. We're losing so much HP already. Lifespan now finding that Itis to Hwamie, finding the Siphon to some big upgrades coming in across the board, but will they be enough? We are seeing Rainplosion's board. That was a Graves 2 that we have here together with the Seraphine 2. Items are looking decent. 2 Zeeks are slammed, but can she win against whoever she's going to face?
Running into Hwamie's board with the brand new minted Siphon board. And we see this Graves, only healing coming from Thrill of the Hunt, so watch it as Xiaoyu targets onto the Graves.
Oh, no.
One more hit would take him out. He dodges to the side. Soraka saves him, and Graves uncontested. Even a bite won't take him, but Pantheon will. And now Rain, without much damage to her name, will nonetheless find the damage to take down Siphon and survive one more round.
Incredible win there from Rainplosion, able to get Graves into a good matchup, but without Edge of Night, it's always dicey. And as a result, look at it, that win was +2 placements. Life's Bad out in 7th, despite hitting really hard on that Aoshin. Here we go out in 6th place, and that's a top 5 for Rainplosion.
There we go, Tidal taking that Shroud, the biggest pickup here. Once you get into these 1 versus 1s, you can start predicting your matchups. Game will just tell you at a certain point, and then you can target your opponents and get those extra places.
Tidal also has future sight. He knows who he's facing at all time. And in these top 5, that's going to be a really, really big, important knowledge point for him to use that Zephyr, for him to use that Shroud of Stillness to his advantage. And everyone else should be on the lookout for that one.
Tidal's at 20 HP, so it does feel pretty safe. He doesn't have to level here. I think Tidal will try to save up as much gold as possible, then go to 9 and commit to it. The question will be, how will him or Fritz position for this battle? Is Fritz even aware of it? You can see Tidal's trying not to scout too much. There's a little bit of mind games with Future Sight of showing yourself to your opponent. He does a quick blink scout. Did he get the right Zephyr?
We'll see. A second left to determine it. Oh, goes wide.
Yeah, he does go wide, but as we said, Tidal should survive here. Last second slam of the Shroud of Stillness, and that, of course, completely hits that Deja. If the Zephyr doesn't, then at least we have that one for now. It's on a Leona one. He can reforge it as many times as he likes, as long as he keeps finding units. And you can see these Dejas just racking up here. Shields on both sides of the board, but Fritz just has a few more of those to make sure that his Deja lives longer. Bartold comes in to try and get a little bit of extra damage, but really this battle is a battle of time, and that's going to be won by Fritz. And Title and Rain both find a loss here, as well as Juan Mir. All are on single digits.
And the difference between 5th and 3rd is massive. Remember, we're checkmate, so the point threshold is going to be huge. Title, you can just see the difference of quality of units. It's 6 Guardian versus 4 Heroic Presence to deal a little bit of that extra damage. Just not enough. Yes, Title's itemization is pretty good. In fact, maybe people argue this is BIS for a setup like this, but despite that, it's quality of the rest of the army that gave those 6 Guardian Shields to give him the edge over Fritz.
Title into Rain. The top 4 will be decided by this fight. Future Sight will give the advantage to Title. Misses that Zephyr. Rain, great positioning, but the Deja in a great spot to just wipe through the backline. Graves uncontested. That Siphon, the Idis rather, can only last so long. Graves pushes back further. Idis stalling as best he can. Diamond Hands once into the ultimate, looking for the second. Graves fully targeted now by the Deja. Full heal from the thrill of the hunt, and Deja goes down. Title alongside it, and Rain has just secured a 3rd place.
Incredible comeback from Rainplosion. She was cornered to the back of the wall, and from it, able to pull out this miraculous top 3. Most importantly, identifying what's that really critical 8th unit, dodging Zephyrs, putting in Soraka to get herself back in the HP count, and now has earned herself a top 3. This is probably where she drops off. I don't think she can do better than this, but what a game and comeback once more from the Hope of USA.
Absolutely. I mean, you already said it. It has to be just respected, a show of playstyle that she's bringing into this tournament. But I also want to highlight Fritz, who has found that Idis 2 early on and then completely capitalized onto it, has managed to claw his way into the top 3 here as well. Shungo win streaking from the start. Of course, that's also a valid strat. After bleeding for so long on level 6, I was just, very impressed that he's still here with that HP.
And that's the advantage of starting off with that streak, being able to get it done. We're looking at Fritz also considering a chase of Idis 3. All the Idis players are dead, except for him. Can he find a way to make that happen once more?
We've seen Noel go for it before, and now Rain in the 1 versus 1. You've got to watch for this Graves in the bottom right-hand corner. If he goes down, the fight is over. Graves firing away, trying to chew through the front line, but Idis still alive. Diamond Hands procs once, procs twice, falls, and now Graves firing away through the Braum. Bardolt stalls him, and now Deja uncontested, and nonetheless, the Graves survives, finally goes down, and like you said, Frodan, it looks like a 3rd is the best Rain can hope for.
Yeah, just not able to get through that front line fast enough. Diamond Hands is so problematic for all of those reasons, plus the tankiness of that shield. But now we come into this 1 versus 1. Most important thing to think about is how Shunga is going to utilize Kai'Sa to try to get to the same side as Deja, and whether or not she can utilize things like this Lee Sin kick. Lee Sin kicking Idis could swing this entire matchup, because then Kai'Sa takes a step forward and can be in range of hitting that Deja. So there's going to be a little bit of that mind games. Who's going to get the positioning advantage? Who's going to get the carry onto the right targets?
For now, no one is going to die, though. Both of these players have enough HP. However, Shungo just found a loss in the previous game, so we are looking on whether or not he can take this one around. Look at the Kai'Sa and the Deja respectively doing that damage here. Kai'Sa being completely distracted by the Rakan definitely plays in the favor of Fritz, and she will probably get taken down by that Deja. Shungo finds another loss, and now it's on him to actually do something with the gold he has. He's very far from level 9 still, and is hoping to make it there.
He doesn't have the win condition that really makes this strong, which is having a second damage source that's reliable. Yeah, we have Volibear 3, but Volibear 3 is just not nearly as strong. We don't have Yasuo. Yasuo is usually the big secondary prong attack for this composition, especially if you can get Diamond Hands. On the other side, even if we do get Yasuo, look at what Fritz is going. We have 7 Idases on the bench.
He's chasing for it. He knows he's going to be safe coming out of this round, win or lose. So he's going to chase for that upper end as Shunga fighting for his life here. Volibear firing away in the front line as Kaisa remains uncontested. Takes down the Braum. Finally, a good kick from Lee Sin will secure it. And now Deja starting to get threatened. Good kick into the backline once again from Lee Sin. Kaisa is under threat. Finally, her front line will fall. 1 versus 2 is not enough for the Kaisa, and Shunga down to 4 HP.
Man, Shunga played that fight so well, putting Diamond Hands onto the far right target, getting an opposite side so Kaisa is not being targeted. He's trying so many different ways to try to get the edge, but I think that fight went almost as well as it possibly could have. Maybe this Yasuo with the Warmocks can swing things, but otherwise, I'm pretty sure Ladam's going to strike first blood.
And looking here onto this board, we're seeing the final roll down, looking
Idas!
for the Idas 3. Just 1 away. Aoshin 2 as a potential, ignores it, rolling past, needs the Idas here. It looks like will not find it, selling out to find the extra little chances there.
I mean, even if he doesn't hit it, he has to think about positioning, because remember, he's rolling so much, but is he going to be on the correct side? Shunga looking, doesn't end up moving in much. Is this going to be the way that determines the fight?
Yeah, we're gonna keep our eyes open for this one. Let's see if the Rakan can take out that Kaisa once more, or if she's gonna be on target this time around. The Diamond Hands in her way. Shunga really needs this unit to come through and take down the enemy front line. The Mogul's Mail, the shields come in, and Deja just slices her through. This will not be a win for Shunga. Fritz takes first blood, first win in game 1 of our final day.
Latin America has come to play on Championship Sunday. Fritz from Argentina able to deliver such a big win that puts him in the lead to potentially take it all.
7 Idas doesn't need it. The gold is coming from within his play. A beautiful early game centered around those shimmers, converted into the late game carries. He had options left. Even if Shunga somehow miraculously took one of those fights, he kept his options open and was going to make it to that late game, going to make it to that first place, come hell or high water.
And Fritz was locked in the whole time. Yes, Idas 3 was on the table, and that's what everyone was looking at. Our eyes were gravitating towards it. But he remembered the most important thing, which is keeping that Deja safe. There was a last-second swap of Idas right in front of the Deja to match the same side as that Kaisa. So he was locked in. Many players get caught up in the moment saying, yes, Idas 3, that's my win con. If I lose, it doesn't matter. But he wanted to end it right there and then, and that's exactly what he pulled off.
Yeah, I think the Tome of Traits that he had mid-game already really helped as well. So I'm impressed by Fritz. Kali keeps calling him a prodigy, so maybe we're going to see more from that. I'm very excited.
We might be hearing more of Kali screaming over from the casters area as we go into game number 2. We're going to take a quick break, head over to the analyst desk, and then game 2 of the final day of the championship awaits us.
Or if she's going to be on target this time around. The Diamond Hand in her way. Shunga really needs this unit to come through and take down the enemy front line. The Mogul's Mail, the shields come in, and Deja just slices her through. This will not be a win for Shunga. Fritz takes first blood, first win in game 1 of our final day.
Latin America has come to play on Championship.
start for them. Let me tell you, the commitment Fritz had with this composition, I already knew. He went for the shimmer scale, and with Diamond's hand, trust me, everything is on place. He had this opener as a Guardians and an Ezreal. He committed totally. He had an early Idas, and that really set up the whole composition.
Yeah, Diamond Hands really is, I think, one of the standout features for this particular lobby because of how much direction it provides you. You want to have an Idas in play at that point. That's great for Guardians, which are the best frontline right now. It's giving you an item that grants immunity. It's giving you a bunch of gold. It's giving you a champion duplicator. How do you better set up your early game than that?
I mean, usually people that get first place are number 1, the 2 perfect loss streakers, number 2, the 2 perfect win streakers, and number 3, anything in between. But I was just really surprised when I saw a Shimmer skill player actually getting more economy, getting a better setup than players that started with a full win streak and a full loss streak. It was amazing.
Actually, he really got win streak on early game with Shimmers. That is really a passive income of economy for the whole game. And let me tell you, that early Idas could have won the game more easily, but another player had the Idas, and it was a little bit contested, but he almost got Idas 3 stars.
Yeah.
Can we see that?
I mean, it's pretty ridiculous that the fact that you have such a strong late game that you can afford to chase this down while you're also defeating your opponents. It just really doesn't get much more comfortable than like the Idas is like a backup plan at that point. Like usually a big 3-star unit is like that's your main feature on that one. But again, this Shimmer scale heart early, and then the cybernetic uplink to support the AP, and then having the heroic presence at the end to just even strengthen that front line more. It's not really much of a surprise to see them win, considering that they just seem to be such a strong, fast 8 player as well.
Yep. Talking about commitment with the augments, we also had a commitment with Xunga that he chose the High Tide. That is a Lagoon augment, very strong, and 2 battle mages. So he was determined to have this Kaisa reroll that really worked very well to have second place, but it was not enough for the Dacias and the Dragons compositions, baby.
I mean, both Shunga and like Huan Mie had a full win streak, and they did provide a lot of tempo. But usually, if you're on a full win streak, it's not really purpose to get first place. It's usually used to save HP and see exactly what your placements will be. And I think Zunji actually won that game because second is a really, really high placement for a reroll composition.
Yeah, talking about tempo, Counter's favorite speak of matters, but we have Donggu. Plays out in Korea. He made so many lost streaks, having the goal. He was having the fast 9 ever in this tournament, but didn't work out. That's the high risk of losing a lot of HP on early and mid game.
I mean, Dongul had a really beautiful lost streak. He had a really
sorry.
beautiful lost streak start.
hand.
He had metabolics. He had a
It's
full
okay.
win streak going on. He lost his lost streak to title, which is unfortunate because he didn't empty his board. He could empty his board to maintain his lost streak. And during Treasure Dragon, he could have just gone and for a DPS itemization instead of another War Mouse when he already had tank itemization. So that was very unfortunate from Korea. So I love Korea. I want to root for. I was rooting like crazy. I was like, yes, he's gonna get first place with Dragons, and he picked the wrong items.
Okay, baby, don't be disappointed. This is just the first game. Don't worry. But we can go to round 2 to see if he has better leg or cast as a race. So guys, let's go to game 2.
Thank you, Calypso. Games are coming hard and fast. Game number 1 started how I hope the rest of the games will go, with a bang.
Yeah. Nice.
Good.
Glad
Glad we all agree.
We fully agree.
Solid.
Taking a look at how the lobby played out, a lot of it was dictated just solely off of the Shimmer and the Mirage. You look at Duelist, I already knew Deja was going to be on the table. You looked at the Shimmer scale having Diamond, as we called it out early. It's going to be really big. I want to see what happens if neither of those line up. It's not a prismatic lobby. It's not going to be a really strong Mirage, and Shimmer is not as powerful late game as it is, or people don't even have early access to it. If that's the case, we're going to see a completely different kind of playstyle from a lot of these players, because I think just based off of that alone, many people have to improvise.
I'm just, I'm hoping for a triple prismatic lobby. I'm here. I feel like this is now the time. This is the place. I feel we can crank it up a little bit, maybe change the script in the background, and we're just going to hop in here.
Getting into game number 2, one of the players I want to pull focus onto is Shunga. Of course, got second in that last game, but throughout the tournament, he's been making some incredible performances and turnarounds as a player. The one problem you flagged, though, Makes, is he's a little inconsistent.
Yeah, that was something that really stood out to me when I looked at Shungo's comps yesterday night in all of his 10 games. There's always like a double. First time he plays it really well, second time he plays it, it's kind of like a bottom 4, not really great. So I'm missing these consistent finishes. He doesn't seem to have a straight style. He's very flexible, which is great, but the consistency is not just yet there yet.
Well, we'll see. Pirate's Greed is the Mirage variation, which is also just another very underrated variation of Mirage. You can totally play it early for the economy, but if you're able to spike that early Deja, we saw, actually it was, I believe it was Fritz who utilized, or Noel was able to utilize the Deja with Pirates early to get things like that Fast 8, and then we thought about Fast 9, we ended up staying at 8 and rolling for Itis 3.
For a second there, I thought Shunga sold the Senna 2 at the start of the round because she disappeared, and I was a little terrified. But we're going to be seeing this start out. Now, this is something you'll see in the Chinese region a lot. They really like the Rage Wing opener, but this is setting up. Holding some guild units, holding a Senna, happens to be good at holding Zaya's items. Just a thought.
That's right, that's right. It's within that trait. Theoretically, Shunga could also try to greed for something else, depending on what his openers are. He does open with Volibear, so that could change things a little bit. But let's see the augment at 2-1 and see if that shapes up the lobby.
Prismatic?
If it's going to be a silver all the way to Prismatic, like Meg
Sorry.
was saying.
Sorry, chat.
No.
I love you. I'm not doing this to mess with you, but it is going to be golden augments.
Oh, press the
attack. If Swift Shot was your angle, beautiful option there. But it also means signaling to everyone else that you've now locked yourself into this comp. So I'm scared about that one.
Yeah, the downside of press the attack is it's quite weak early. First, we don't even really have a reliable front line, so you're not going to be playing into it. Double Trouble is also an extremely powerful augment. And Shunga actually takes it, and he has that sword, so he can play off of that. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what other people are getting. Title did start off with that tier, and pick Salvage Bin, which is actually really good for the type of early game flexibility that he's looking for. Plus, he even has that early Volibear, just needs that Jax.
Something really interesting, I'm just pointing on the screen like a maniac. Rainplosion on the right side, of course, gonna come in with the Clear Mind. And that, to me, is always very interesting. Cluttered Mind is usually the preferred version to go into this. You can just rank up a few units and get that extra XP rolling. But Clear Mind, we don't see as much.
It's still pretty strong. I mean, it's an econ-based augment. You're not expecting to win streak very often, but you can get some easy wins if you're over-leveled. And Rain starts off, oh, not able to get the kill. Looks like just a little bit too short. But yeah, Clear Mind is still really powerful. That enables fast 8 strategies primarily. You can also think about going it for a fast 7. In fact, there's a very infamous moment in China where they played Clear Mind into preparation, which I know what you're thinking. It sounds entirely ridiculous, but they used it to get to fast 7, played Seraphine Graves, and then prep the bench and sack Clear Mind. These are some of the different ways you can combine these augments for some powerful combos.
Yeah, looking across the board, we can see the Shimmer Scale Heart, and the thing that I'm taking note of here is the Draven's Axe. Often underrated when you're going for Deja, usually signals that you don't want the Shimmer Deja as much, but as an early game gold generator alongside the Rage Blade, there is nothing like it.
It's true, it's true. If you can get the stacks reliably, we got, what, 19 out of 1 fight, so by the end of the stage, we should get a component and that goal, which is really good. We're on pace. The only thing is that our front line is quite poor. Yeah. And so if we meet a composition that has a lot of damage early on, we might get our Ezreal bum rushed, but it looks like everything's okay. As long as Lifespan can continue stacking up to like 40, maybe even 50 this fight, I think everything is looking nice.
Yeah, there we go. 40 has been reached, and it seems like the 50 should also be in it for him. So that is looking really, really good. I don't think he can take down
He's getting a lot of
Vladimir,
stacks, though.
but those are the stacks you want, and he takes him down as well. Lifespan smiling right now, more like life's good.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, this is a fantastic start for him. And Lifespan, despite the fact that he leans heavily towards Deja, is pretty capable of playing a wide range of compositions. We saw him play Double Trouble Dark Flights. We saw him play Build Different, actually, a couple times.
Yes.
That. So he clearly understands many different compositions in the game.
that build different board was truly, truly something because he had a Graves 3, he had a Hecarim 3, he had a Varus 3. It was just all sorts of very crazy into comps, and he did super with it. I love when players go for both different. That to me always signals just a heart to chat. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Goes up against Here We Go. Doesn't have a Swift Shot. I think the one thing that's missing from Life's Bad is doesn't have a Swift Shot to really pair easily with this. But going up against Here We Go, and again, Here We Go has a Kai'Sa 2, so it's whether or not Kai'Sa can get past the front line fast enough and blitzkrieg this Ezreal. But, you know, Life's Bad's going to basically get that component right after the carousel, maybe potentially even this fight. And that's just going to be a huge lead. Lowdown was looking good from Fritz. It's looking really good right now as well.
Nice.
Prince an item before and wins. This is so big because now he can react off that component for the carousel.
Life's Bad is on a really good trajectory. And here we go with that Kai'Sa. Makes, as you pointed out, the trade sector alongside it means we see a pretty solid angle there for Here We Go.
Yeah, I mean, if you're somebody like me who enjoys re-rolling, then Trade Sector is always the one augment that makes you smile. And Here We Go has that Trade Sector, has the Kai'Sa 2 already. So a pretty good setup. But I'm very curious to see what's going on with Rain as she has a vest on the board currently and is hopping in with that BF sword. Looks like she found a Xiaoyu.
Whoa, early Xiaoyu, and she's racking up that goal with the Pirates. This is a really good spot. She can make Edge of Night immediately as well. So despite the fact that Rainplosion was loose streaking, she's in a position to potentially start stacking some tempo in this lobby.
But one of the things she's going to run into trouble with is Fritz. Across the board, he's running Eternal Protection, which signals a full Jade committal. So no matter what she does with this Xiaoyu, if she decides to keep it, she's going to be contested.
It's true. The composition can support 2 players very easily, sometimes 3 players, especially if you're playing in Soju's lobby. So it's really tricky to kind of like navigate it though, because you saw she's playing an all 1-star board, and she's also greeting, so she'll have to evaluate that. We're hopping on board with Fritz, by the way, who does have that Jade board, and with that Jax 2 actually went down pretty quickly.
Yeah, really rough matchup here, as Here We Go at this early Kai'Sa 2 is just ripping through the board. The power of Trade Sector on full display.
Yeah, there's going to be one more unit taken down for Fritz, but the streak has ended for him as well as for Juanme. Both are now knocked down from their 100 streak, and it doesn't seem like we're going to get a repeat of Shunga just dominating an entire lobby on 100 HP for a long time.
So this ends up wow, 50 stacks again. Life's Bad's position is almost illegal here. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but in this kind of environment where nobody's streaking, it's whoever's in the middle that has ways to get economy going that can be the ones effectively in the lead. So players like Life's Bad, who already got that big gold injection, look at it, he's level 5 and 30 gold. Usually if you're full streaking, you're at level 5, 20 gold at this point. So he's already really good. Rainplosion printing out gold as well and putting on that loose streak. She lost 4 in a row. This is a 5 loss for Rain, and she's still at 84 HP, which is the ideal spot. These are the 2 players who right now probably feel like they're in the best position at the moment.
Yeah, really strong start for both of them. Life is Bad, if he has a lucky lobby, would be able to get all those stacks, but instead, Rain continuing that loss streak. Life's Bad only 1 off that full streak going into Krug, so were I him, I'd be pretty happy.
And taking a look, Life's Bad, that streak can be really valuable. So, I mean, everything is coming up Argentina to start things off for today. I mean, can you imagine better starts?
I'm seeing something on the right side, and maybe we can play I Spy with my little eye, but there's a dragon there that we haven't talked about yet. And I'm talking about Dunga, who has found the Zome already with the blue buff, with the Morellonomicon, and is here into Crux and a pretty okay-ish Lagoon stack for now.
Yeah, not to mention Cybernetic Uplink, which is just the augment that you're looking for when you're playing these mage-based compositions. Dongul, despite having a 70 HP loss streak, I'm sure Bebe is fist pumping, just praying that he makes items that Lord Bebe approves of.
Bebe's stamp of approval should be coming down any time now. Dongul, of course, finds the Zac in the shop. If he wants to go for that Lagoon 6, has all the gold he would need to level up for that. If he wants to convert that loss to a win.
So it's actually kind of a tough spot because Lagoon also wants a lot of economy, but you want to preserve that HP. He is at 70. A lot of times full loss with Lagoon is like in the 60s range. Yeah. So he could afford to lose again to get that full loss streak, one more round for that +4 gold, or +3 gold rather. So kind of a tricky spot for Dongul, ends up committing for the 6 Lagoon.
He might meet Rain, and he will here. So Rain and Dongul, both players who are on that loss streak trajectory. One of them will find a win after this round. And right now, I'm not really sure who that's going to be. Zome going in, taking down the Xiaoyu, and that clearly signals Dongul will have the win here, needs to act. And for him, this is really bad because Rain already had that 50 gold. He's on 30. He's not taking a lot out of this.
Yeah, and this is what Rainplosion knows it's going to go through because she has clear mind. 3-2 augment ends up being silver, so nothing too crazy, but there's a handful of Tiny Titans that I see. A lot of people like ripping it just for that HP because it's only a silver. You saw Hwanmei immediately take that. Will Shunga take that as well or pass some of these other combat augments on the left?
Take a look at the gold totals here as well. While we have all of them up, you see multiple players holding above 50. In the previous round, it was Lifespan and Hwanmei.
Oh my gosh, Rainplosion hit 2 Xiaoyus. That's incredible, and the fact that she can play both while not having to give up that clear mind value is also big. And then we also have the rerolls. We saw someone who had trade sector. I think it was Here We Go also has preparation. So all these things, such a strong amount of boards coming up. This board, however, does not look that strong to me. It's just a Senna 1.
Yeah, it's just a Senna 1. On the other side, we are seeing what Double Trouble can do. Zeke's multiplicated by that Dark Flight with the double Rengar going into this one, and they're just showing us what that kitty cat can do.
Yeah, this is exactly what you do. And Junko actually had 2 options here. He had the ability to roll down deep to try and 2-star his board and get a +1, so you roll 4 copies of units. Or you can roll slightly, greed, and try to go to 7 and roll on 7 and hope that you can play the Rengar-based strategy. And they end up taking Cybernetic Shell over Tiny Titan. That's going to be a really important choice down the road if he ends up being really strong because of that combat augment, or he's going to wish he had that HP.
Yeah. Shunga is one of the many players who prefers going for the sort of less Swain focus. Always going to want to put on that Zeke's Herald. Always going to want to go for the double Rengar when he has the angle for it. I'm not too sold on the Rage Blade Rengar, though.
Interesting. What makes you hesitant about it?
I've seen a lot of higher damage. Rengars have more success. You go for the Infinity Edge. You go for, admittedly, another attack speed item, but in the Hurricane, which gives you a lot more AoE damage. This is somewhat mitigated by the fact that you have 2 Rengars, but he's going to have trouble if he can't rip through the lower defense ones if you don't get the 3 fast enough.
Yeah, that's right. And he also is playing Rengar 1. I'm in the camp of what you believe, which is that I think Rage Blade is suboptimal. However, I do think this composition generally struggles to kill the rods, and he did have a bow. So he's like, I have all these floating components. I kind of need something on Rengar. And despite the fact that he had something, he still lost very convincingly because this Jax ends up tanking what seems like forever. And all these units barely living is just that much less HP that he has now. Speaking of less HP or almost dead, Rainplosion's at 38, by the way. That is a position she was used to a lot at regionals, but this is still an uncomfortable amount no matter what anyone says.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the level, and currently she's leading at least that. So level 7, while the rest of the lobby is still behind on level 6. A little bit of an early jump here into this carousel, and I am more than happy to check in with her. We can see that she slammed all item going into this. She is holding yet another BF sword. She had one from the previous carousel as well. Was on 2 Xiaoyus. I'm not sure if she found the 3rd one to make that Xiaoyu 2 just yet. I haven't seen it popped up, but that just might be me. Nope. She's there! Oh my god!
Now the question becomes, does she need to roll that much more? Obviously we want to strengthen our board a little bit, but how much does she roll? Because she wants to look at level late. That's where this comp truly unlocks. So she's rolling a little bit further, but how much is she going to go?
Oh, I really like the Ida's pickup here. I'm not gonna lie. Of course, Xiaoyu Siphon or Xiaoyu Shyvana, something we're seeing a lot of, especially the Xiaoyu Siphon, the standard comp, I want to say. But with the Idas in the front line and the Shimmer Scale item being Draven's Axe, it allows her to maybe get a little bit of extra strength here, and Ida's just very, very tanky. Throw him in as a beefy option. She can have her 50 gold, have that economy, but will it be enough here against Tidal?
Yeah, it's tough. No Guardian means that they're not as tanky as she would like it to be. Didn't end up finding the Nasus for the 5 Shimmer either. But we're onto the back line and taking out some of these units. And Xiaoyu 2 at this stage of the game is really difficult to deal with. So Rain has snapped her losing streak. But as we know, it's not about how you start the streak reversal. It's about how you finish it. Rain needs to win this next fight. It's so crucial.
Looking at a Dragon angle at the moment, trying to keep her options open. See if she keeps rolling down or just dedicates to levels at this point. 38 HP is not much to work with, but it's at least 3 hits at this stage of the game. She still has Clear Mind available to her, so she can go for a riskier, more slow-paced leveling strategy if she wants to go for that first place placement.
It's difficult too because the players that she's going up against, one of them is Here We Go, who is streaking. You have Shunga, who we know's board is not that weak at all. And then Life's Bad, who we haven't checked in, but has 1 million Draven stacks. Oh, it's Life's Bad, and he's about to collect another cash out.
Yeah, and of course, he also picked up that Tiny Titans that we spoke about when the augments came through. So he has a lot of extra HP cushion to just fall back on once the Draven stacks doesn't help him any further. But for now, it's just going to keep printing. We'll see how it does against the Xiaoyu. Of course, she will be able to take a little bit of these units here out. So if Rain should lose here, it's not going to be as painful. But the Ezreal just keeps chewing off that HP, and I don't think she can survive.
What the heck? This Ezreal is a challenger bot laner. It was just perfectly kiting, or not kiting, but like being able to use his orb walking and keep the autos while moving across the entire battlefield. That Ezreal, where's that Ezreal when I'm playing?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the problem is Xiaoyu's got no healing items at the moment. Yeah, Celestial Blessing, yeah, Jade statues, but when she goes for those big chunks, she's not getting a whole lot out of it. So all that consistent damage unchallenged from the Ezreal when she's in the front line, the only one in the front line, is going to mean she goes down.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say something about Rain that maybe is going to make us all feel better. From what I've seen in the past 2 days, her comms and her finishes feel the safest when there is some kind of early econ involved, which she had here due to the Clear Mind. She played a lot of early Astrals, she played a lot of econ augments, and whenever she did that, she had a pretty good run. So we're seeing how this one's playing out. Siphon being found here.
Does skip the Silas. Trying to see if she can find a way to build a stronger board. Keeps finding more Xiaoyus. Is this a weird moment where we just see Xiaoyu 3 out of nowhere? She's thinking about it.
Siphon?
Oh,
Siphon
2. Needs to get it in. Does not. Just too slow. And the weakness of Rain is catching up to her. We called at the very beginning of the tournament. If there's one area of improvement, it has to be that micro.
Now. Oh my god. Maybe she can still win, though. We are meeting Shungu. Shungu has found the Rengar 2 and an additional copy, but the Xiaoyu is onto them, and she will find a win here, so not too bad to have not slotted in that Siphon.
She's very fortunate that this is a terrible matchup for Darkflight. This is the one matchup you never want to queue into, so that was a little bit of a blessing from Mortdog. She's not selling her Xiaoyus, by the way, to recover some of her eco. That's 14 gold that she can go back to 20. She committing to Xiaoyu 3?
Oh, I like that.
Transfer, though?
Oh, augments. Augment time.
Eternal Protection would be great. Oh!
Goes for the instant Celestial. She knows that Xiaoyu has no healing. She sees that weakness and instantly locks in that Celestial to counter it. I really like it.
Dungle, Totem of Traits, has Lagoon and Mage as an option. A lot of powerful augments coming out. Goes for the Mage spat.
Yeah, I'm taking a look also at, Fritz, for example. We talked about how he was contesting that Jade line. Did end up taking a Penitence and Eternal Protection. Checking him on Title as well.
It's a rough spot, man.
It's not great, and it looks like Title is going to go for a 4-5 instead of a 4-2. And I agree with this. I think Xayah comps are so expensive. I mean, Xayah alone is 12 gold, so if you level up to level 8 and you have 30 gold, that means you have to hit within just like a handful of rolls. Yeah. But this is going to be so painful. He has to hope that he's losing by the fewest units as possible, and Dungle was ready to destroy that chance.
Really rough matchup for him there. As you can see, the Sohm uncontested in the back, just tearing away. Senna's missiles are going to go wide because of that massive front line. The Title looks like he's about to eat a massive loss.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, at least you have a loss streak, right? But Title has been losing so much. That's not really what he's looking for, I think. He wants to find at least losses that are more favorable than the entire enemy board staying alive.
It's
Right, Shingo takes another loss, which is a really big deal, by the way. Dark Flight is supposed to be dominant, especially with Double Trouble on stage 4, because you're rolling for these rain guards. Level 7 is supposed to be where you're comfortable. But the fact that he doesn't even have a second copy of Rel tells you everything. He makes a Neela too. Not something that you see all the time, but right now he's just trying to stop his lose streak at a point where he's supposed to be winning.
Yeah, definitely looking for the upgrades. There is going to be an Aphelios too, at least coming through here, but that was not necessarily what you wanted. You are looking for those Rengars that you really want to have that Rengar 3 of, but on level 7, it's just not happening for him right now.
Leaving his angles open as well for a potential Cannoneer variation. Has a couple Cannoneers on the board, was looking for them in shop.
Wow.
And this time, the Rengars are going to have a pretty good time, admittedly, into Title's little tiny Senna.
Well, Title just picked up a Deja pair. Look, oh wow, wait, Title's level 8.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so he rolled it at 4-3 and lost anyways. I think Title just guaranteed himself in 8th place.
Okay, he lost here, but here we go, has found that Kai'Sa 3. And if you look at the back of the bench, there are some more units waiting there.
Yeah, he's very close, and he's going to be able to explode. We saw what Kai'Sa's capable of. But, you know, my attention is right back at Title as well. I mean, he just nuked his entire economy, did not really hit a lot of what he was looking for. His itemization is also a little bit awkward, and he's at 20 HP, and if he takes an 8th here, he has to climb that much more the rest of the day.
Yeah, Title in a really rough spot, but life is bad. We've seen his composition earlier on, was going for that Rageblade plus Draven's Axe. Has kept that up the entirety of the game so far on 5 Swift Shot.
Yeah, we've
2
been
Swift
talking.
Shot emblems.
We've been talking about the Swift Shot, Dan, and the 5 Swift Shot being really, really favorable and a great way to go into these Xayah comps. And you said it as well, Xayah extremely expensive. But with the Swift Shots that we have here, this should be a great position to pivot into it.
Yeah, it's a really awkward spot too for Lifespan because his carry is Ezreal 2, which has fallen off. He doesn't want to roll too much to weaken himself. That Braum 2 is actually really big to increase his front line. But it looks like he's trying to thread the needle of, can I look at going at level 9 or do I need to roll at 8? He's on the same side as the Xiaoyu, which is a little bit precarious, but he's able to dodge that. He should be good to go because he does have that 5 Swift Shot.
Now, Swift Shot's firing away, and we can see the Ezreal still mostly protected as the Varus finds another ultimate onto the Xiaoyu, so she's low. The damage comes out from Ezreal. He at least gets the payout. There goes Xiaoyu, and that means the board here for Hwan Mie has gotten a whole lot weaker. Life's Bad secures another win to a 5-win streak.
Incredible. That's huge for Life's Bad. If he can win one more fight, he can guarantee try to go for a fast 9 and play for there. On the other side, that means that Hwan Mie is also playing Jade. That's 3 Jade players, and that's difficult for him because, yes, he does have this pair of Xiaoyu, but is he even going to be that strong when other players are contesting his comp?
We are seeing so many hits come in on the right side of the screen right now. All of the players are upgrading their benches, their units. We are seeing 2 stars, 3 stars flying in. And I just want to say Rain, from the last time we saw her, has been streaking, looking really good. But it is going to be Title that we're worried about here. By the way, the Zome 2 also being found for Dungo. But Title 13 HP is really the thing that could throw this lobby in for a little bit of a crazy turn, as there's going to be one player maybe eliminated before this dragon.
Yeah, that's right. And it kind of depends on whether or not Dongul can find the things that really make it work. A Last Whisper could be played for the Neela. Looks like trying to deal the Xiaoyu. Big burst from the Tide Blossom. Ends up snapping that streak from Rain. That's a pretty big loss. By the way, we see Rain still holding on to the Xiaoyu. And that's going to be griefing some of the other Jade players. And so we'll see whether or not that's going to be able to affect the rest of the Jade lobbies.
In the meantime, Title has fallen. Japan's champion down in 8th place.
Oof, look at his cam. He's devastated by it. But we kind of knew the moment he sent it at 4-3, I think that was a massive mistake. I think Title needs to hold the line. He gave up all chances of even playing for 7th place with that move. He has to reevaluate decisions and not crack under pressure.
Yeah. Everyone else, however, is going to pick something up from the dragon here. We're checking back in with Rain. She's still holding on to those Xiaoyus actually remade it. Okay, that's why she was holding him. Remade the Xiaoyu too. And of course, you said it, her spirit animal, Soraka, is back on the board. So maybe this is the point where we can take a little breath and be relieved.
I really like this position here from Rain. Jade Soifin is one of those compositions that can get you top 4, but you need to get every single edge to get you there in a lobby this strong. So remaking that Xiaoyu while it cost her econ means that she has a much higher cap on this board. She just needs to get there.
It's true, and she doesn't have to wait for a remover off the Treasure Dragon, which is always a gamble when you're trying to play off of, like, I just need a remover, but what if you don't get offered it and you roll past some good items? So it's definitely a heads-up play there. On the other side, we do see a 3-star Kai'Sa going up against this composition. This comp can struggle versus Kai'Sa if they can't get access to the backline.
And this is not just any Kai'Sa. This is the preparation better together Kai'Sa that Here We Go has built out from the very start of the game. And she is doing exactly her job. However, the Siphon is also helping Rain here, trying to at least secure a loss that's a little bit more favorable. But she and also Fritz, both of them need to look for an upgrade here. And with 4 gold, 10 gold, there's not much way.
Yeah, it's a very difficult spot for Rain in particular because I think the matchups are quite poor in the lobby. Yeah, she does have like these upgraded dragons, but the rest of her board's all 1-star. And she doesn't have a full set of items for that Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, we're looking at Fritz. Fritz is like, well, I just want a Xiaoyu too. He's the same boat as Hwanmie, who wants to utilize the vertical J to get back in this game.
Yeah, across the board, not on screen right now, but Dongul is holding another Psalm, has Pandora's Bench, and is just cycling through Drakes, trying to find that Psalm 3.
Yeah, we are seeing him right now here with that Zone. Has been looking for some upgrades. Gold has been rolled. He is on level 8. And he's going to take down Fritz here.
No, he just got a 1st place, and now he gets a 7th. It almost resets his day. Rainplosion, a terrible matchup with Desire. She barely survives. I mean, hey, look, that's a 6th place at least. Shunga ends up taking a loss too, so these two players are going to be looking to battle for that 5th place spot. Top 4 is completely off the table for both of them. Can either of them find a way to get the edge?
125 gold here, folks. Life's bad with Tiny Titans, no less. 110 HP, 128 gold. Feels like there's no way this man loses, and he needs it after the last 2-place finish in Game 1.
I mean, you're looking at the goal, which is completely valid. I'm looking at the sheer amount of items that he's printed. Just look at it. 3 fully item champions, 2 switch out emblems, because remember, Draven's actually can print that spatula as well. Lifespan is the front runner to win this lobby. Can anyone keep up?
No. So Rain is going to meet up with Here We Go, and it will be once again the Kai'Sa that will be onto her. We just saw this play out, and it didn't end well for Rain, but the Siphon can dodge that Bard stun for now. Maybe he can take out enough units and make his way back there to get onto the Kai'Sa, but it's not looking like the Soraka heal will be enough. The Kai'Sa comes and she takes everything that Rain has built in this game, finds a loss here in the cutscene, and goes down.
6 is okay. I think Rain probably thought that maybe she can find a way to squeeze out 5th. I don't think she could have done much better than that, but this is a nod to why Hwanmie is so good. He was in a 3-way contest in a lobby, and he just always finds a way to play contested in such a unique way. His mid-game is phenomenal and set him up to be able to get a top 4 despite the fact that he hit the last.
Watching that Zephyr rotate into Here We Go. Less Bad would have enjoyed it, but he's got the choice of the litter here. Guardian emblem on top of the already 2 Swift Shot emblems he slammed. Gonna be an interesting comp as we see Shunga finally hits that Aphelios 3, but still off of the Rengar.
Well, at least it's the Aphelios 3 that's going to be profiting off of that double trouble here. He's going to pick that one up and can slot it in right away. A lot of Zeeks to go around with this comp, but it's not better together as augment that he has right now. So really, there is not much you can do. Still missing one more Rengar to build that Rengar 3, and he will go into this next fight, either facing Here We Go or a Lifespan, and it will be Here We Go.
Oh, the Zephyr as well, landing onto the Rengar. So the Rengar's trying to see if he can do anything, but it's going to be really tough if you can't take down Kai'Sa, and one Rengar is going to come down in a sec.
Kai'Sa lives through 1 and 2 Rengars. She's safe in the backline, burning to the Sunfire, but by that point, it doesn't matter. Shunga, head set off, head down, takes a loss 5th place.
That's okay. I think the 5th, given the way his stage 4 went, and obviously the way the rest of his stage 5 went, 5th is, again, how he could have maximized. These top 4 players were always going to be guaranteed the top 4, so he basically maximized his placement. Shrinker should be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think right now you're just playing to accumulate as many points as you can, and if you can save yourself from a 7th to a 5th, then at least that's 2 more points you're going to get here. That's how Checkmate just works.
Pantheon 3 was just hit by Dongul.
Oh,
and that's a unit you don't even really think too much about. It's a situational unit you play in combination with Zyra. And he ends up going for a Pantheon 3, despite 3 Jade players in the lobby who were open to the idea of playing Pantheon.
Well, we're going to have to see how strong this unit is. Pantheon 3 hasn't been the 4-star you roll for in this comp. Obviously, you want to go for the Psalm, but Pantheon has that massive natural damage reduction, Whisper stacks firing away, and just look at him shred through this front line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even with these Thieves' Gloves items, not necessarily what you would think is really good, but this comp is just shredding.
So much damage. And now there's 3 major threats, the Sohm, the Neela, and the Pantheon 3. Can anyone take him down? Here we go, ends up taking a loss. So Dongul right now has improved his chance to win the lobby.
That's a swift shot spat.
Another one?
So that's kind of awkward because it is another swift shot spat, yes, but
I don't think you want to go for it.
We already have 5 switch. I guess we can cut Varus at this point, which is nice. I guess it's kind of like a tactician's crown in that sense.
Yeah. Got options. We'll see if he goes for it or just leaves those components out. At this rate, we're 100% sure he's going to get at least another item with that massive HP total, 94.
Interestingly enough, Lifespat also was holding Neela's onto the bench, trying to deny Neela 3. Dongul is not done yet. Look at how much gold he has despite hitting Pantheon 3. Yeah. That's actually the big thing that stuck out to me the most. Now he can actually play for extra credit. What will Dongul choose? He can perhaps go to 9 and just find ways of playing good Legendary instead of trying to chase another 3-star.
Full sends it. Spends all of his gold down despite seeing the Psalm in the shop, going for what I believe is the safer play. Instead of betting on finding 6 Psalm before you go down, find something that gives you power now.
I mean, keep in mind, Dongul is, to me, the Dragon player. So he's going to be the one that we're always looking to go into those final stages of Dragon boards. But Lifespat here has slammed that Swift Shot emblem, is now on 6 Swift Shot with that Swift Shot Yasuo.
Yeah, trying to see if he can survive the onslaught. Hwami actually jumped the Xayah very quickly. That's a big source of his damage. If he loses that Xayah, it could be pretty devastating. But thankfully, the Guardian Shield's just too much. And now the big gem's about to kick in. That's plus 52% damage. And this is why Lifespat has been so dominant, has such a strong combination. Needlessly big gem and that Draven's Axe. Hwami was always going to get something like 3rd or 4th this game. So I think at this point, he's just given up. I don't think he can do too much better than this.
Size of that loss was incredible.
Oh, hold
Jace
on a
3,
second.
hold up.
Spoke way too soon. That's a Jace 3.
All right, well, this is going to help out his front line. You can see huge damage and tankiness coming out onto this Jace. Now has 2 tank items open as well if he wants to itemize that Jax to finish it up. Will Reforge instead, trying to find, I assume, an offensive item for the Shio Yu, which is still 1 star, by the way.
Yeah.
So 13 HP going into this. We have seen, here we go, take out players one after another in this tournament. Will Hwami follow here, or can he cheese out a win?
Here comes the Jace, boom, into the front line, but Kai'Sa still uncontested as Shio Yu and Jace plug away as much as they can, but as the targets go down, so does Jace's health bar. The Bard saves time, but not the Jace, and now Hwami against, here we go, his own countrymen will fall.
Oh!
Okay, all right, 1 HP.
Natural 1.
That Soraka cast is really big.
Oh,
and
look at the damage. The damage dealt by these 2 units, 15k to 14k, we're talking about a 3-star 2 cost versus a 3-star 4 cost.
Yeah, it's really about the Dragonmancer hyper carry that amplifies all the damage onto 1 unit, but more importantly, the positioning for Hwami was really insidious that fight. His Jace was on the exact opposite side of the carry. He's melee, he takes a long time, any unit that dashes forward interrupts him. He's going up against Dongul, who has that Pantheon 3. Which 4 cost is going to reign supreme?
Dungle also just now found a Yasuo too, if I saw that correctly, that just popped up. Yeah, there it is. So the Pantheon 3 will be the wall to crack down on one side, Jay's waiting on the other one. But while these two battled out, the rest of the team for Hwanmi has fallen.
Whoa.
There's no one left that this Jace could protect. Everyone is gone, and he falls into 4th place.
Okay, I promise you Jace 3 is not that bad as it looks. It's just that these boards are just that cracked.
Hell of an opening statement there, Frodan.
It's not, I promise you.
Guys, I know what it looks like.
Another Dragonmancer emblem.
Oh,
People are
please tell me
getting
he takes the
stronger.
Swift Shot, please.
I mean, do you
Lifespan
even
is
need-
just gonna have like 5 Swift Shot without having any Swift Shot at this point.
It doesn't need it, and I like that
I
recognition.
know.
In fact, Lifespan actually may run into a problem pretty soon.
Oh?
He might not have enough spots on his board to
Yeah.
play items. Like,
He
look at
is level 9. He needs units to
Oh.
carry something.
The Latam
Oh.
special. Itis 3 is coming at you. Just one more to find here on this board. We'll see if he keeps rolling.
How does there are 2 Pantheons in the shop? There's a Pantheon 3 in the field. This game
don't worry
has
about it.
thrown probability out the window, but most importantly, what's the probability that Lifespan can get this Itis 3? Will people catch on and deny it? Is he going to get Zephyred, or rather, is the Sohm going to get Zephyred? An excellent dodge by Dongul.
Now here comes the Sohm into the back line. That Pantheon doing all he can in the front line. So much damage from the back. Pantheon, Sohm, Zoe, uncontested. And here we go. Takes a huge loss.
Look
Yeah,
at gaps
4
in
HP.
power. Hwanmi got completely destroyed by that Lagoon board. And then you see it crush another really strong board in that Kaisa. It just shows you just how insane this lobby is.
I really, really want Life to roll for this Idas. I'm sorry, I just want to see it pop up once more. He has so much gold. He is on level 9, has been on level 9 for so much time. He went into this with like 130 gold or something, so he really can take it all. But he's just chilling. He doesn't want to roll it for now. He's just going to reposition a little bit, going to pop up that gem and put it on someone else as soon as we go into the game, and is figuring out how to play against Here We Go, who he could absolutely take out here.
Oh, the Zephyr onto the Itis is huge.
Life is bad. Strongest board in the lobby, so we've seen at the moment. And Zaya ripping through the front line. A beautiful tear back. Itis uncontested once again. And the Kaisa firing away as best she can. One more ultimate. Needlessly big gem will pop. And all alone, Kaisa cannot prevail. Here We Go falls in 3rd.
Can Dongul take out this incredible Shimmer Scale board? And you talked about rolling for Itis. I think we can roll it above our interest gold.
Oh, we're rolling. Finding a Soraka. I like that. Keep going, come on. Don't be shy. You have so many Swift shots. Surely you can put another one out.
He has so much HP, he doesn't actually need to roll that much. And believe it or
I just
not,
want him to.
I know it's totally
Sorry.
fine to want to, but for people who actually think it's the actual optimal play, it's actually one of the ways he can lose this game if he misses completely. So I think that for now, staying really composed and calm, he has so much HP to play with. In fact, he can chase more than Itis.
Oh, there it is!
There is that Itis 3!
Life is bad coming in already. Strongest board in the lobby. 5 Swift Shot, Tiny Titans, Itis 3. How do you stop him?
Well, this is a composition that actually can. Because only one unit cares about the front line in this Pantheon. The other 2 units, Neela and Sohm, and even Yasuo, find its way to the backline really often. And again, Itis 3 is great, but that's assuming your damage stays alive.
I mean, keep in mind, Dongul has been on a 14-win streak. That's not something you scoff at. So I'm pretty sure this one could be close. Both of them, of course, have a lot of HP that they can still work with. So on both sides, we are seeing a little bit of a slowing down and rolling. We have Dongul with the Pandora's Bench, who has put legendaries in all slots. And I'm just watching on how this one plays out.
The free resets from Neela. Look at that shielding through all of the Guardians. She has been uncontested. Finally falls to another auto from Zaya. And Life's Bad will survive. But it was so much closer than it deserved to be.
mean, that's just a positioning diff. I think Dongul needs to get things like Nila onto the Xayah, stuck forever onto Idas 3. Also needs to find a way to get Som on the proper angle. Oh, by the way, chasing Zoe 3, we're 7. Zoe 3 is a legitimate win condition to beat Idas 3.
And now we can see no gold left. Oh, huge sale coming out there from Dongul. Pantheon 3 is gone off the board. Full roll down. Doesn't find it.
No!
Wait a second.
He's full selling.
He's full selling.
He's got to go for this Zoe. Oh, brutal.
How much HP does he have? Can he live for one more fight? No, he's at 22 HP, so this is why he committed everything. He's trying to full send it. And you see Lifespan was on it as well. He rolled a bunch of gold to find that Zoe. This should be the end of the game.
Yeah, the Idas is just in the enemy backline. That zone won't do anything here. Everybody is just on him and battling it down. Dongul falls, and Lifespan takes another win for LATAM in our final day of the TFT Championship.
It feels like the LATAM special at this point is just shimmer scale. We've seen 2 games in a row where one of the LATAM players has, all right, cool, Idas is kind of neat, and then Draven's Axe to start it off, firing away from 2-1, never lost the Draven's Axe, more components than he knew what to do with, ended up with 6 Swift Shot because he had more emblems than he could fit.
Yeah, Shimmer Scale is pretty good. You can talk about why Volibear is really good, but why do you even need Volibear if you just hit the Shimmer Scale heart right off the bat for these augments? And more importantly, understanding how to scale it. People talk about Shimmer Scale items a lot when it's like Fast 8, Fast 9. They think, Draven's Axe is even that good. You care more about Goldmancer or Diamond Hands, all these other things. Yes, as long as you know what you're doing. Lifespan knows exactly what he's doing. He's able to convert that to a very easy first place.
I just want to say shout out to that Azrael. It was really putting in overtime during that entire early and mid game, and big command to Lifespan to holding on to him for so long.
Yeah, really well played. LATAM has taken possession of 2 games so far as a region, but we will see. We have as many games as it takes to get to that 18-point check mark, and then from there, a first place will win it all. It's only game 2. We've got so much more of the championship left. We'll see you in a bit with the analyst desk to break down that game.
A weird moment where we just see Shiyu 3 out of nowhere. She's thinking about it.
Siphon,
Siphon 2. Needs to get it in. Does not. Just too slow.
Brutal.
How much HP does he have? Can he live for one more fight? No, he's at 22 HP, so this is why he committed everything. He's trying to full send it. And you see Lifespan was on it as well. He rolled a bunch of gold to find that Zoe. This should be the end of the game.
Yeah, the Idas is just in the enemy backline. That zone won't do anything here. Everybody is just on him and battling it down. Dongul falls, and Lifespan takes another win for LATAM in our final day of the TFT.
Game 2 has won with live bad. Oh my god, Latin America and Argentina taking another game. That is amazing. Let me tell you, this game, live bad, has got these tiny titans, so much HP, and I felt like, okay, he's not gonna have priority on the carousel, but he has slapped perfect, almost perfect Saya items on him, and that has been a huge advance for him.
Well, no, admirable, we're talking a bit about the Draven's Act, just the item printing going on there. Of course, all the Swift shots. So many Swift shots. But I honestly, when you've got just endless items, just nothing else matters.
Yeah, and you're looking at the winning composition here, and this is all enabled by the 2-1 augment being Shimmer Scale early on. That's hit early on with the Draven's Axe. So your main priority there is going to be hang on to life total, make sure you're not losing too much of it, which there's a lot of things that go on for a composition like that. You have to have gold to put together units, but you also have to have HP. Tiny Titans showing up on 3-2. The silver augment means that everyone's going to be weaker. You now have more HP to work with, giving you more time to print out with the Draven's Axe. The Itis got hit at that point, and from there, it was just a mega snowball effect. You have the extra armor from the cybernetic shell at the end, and it's just smooth sailing from that point.
And again, we have another Shimmer Scale Heart as an augment, same as I had like Phrase. Makes told it. This could be a constant of comfort for Latin America for going for Shimmer Scale, early gold, economy, win streak, and that's it. We had the IDAS 3-star that Frex couldn't have it that time, but it's okay. Oh my god, IDAS 3.
3-star Itis, not necessarily needed for this one. I would
nice,
say,
though. He's nice.
It's a nice flex to have. That's definitely for sure in this one. Like, you're going to hit Itis 3, like, big thumbs up. I'm not going to complain about it. I'll put it that way. But just really, again, the big one for this one is recognizing the direction you're supposed to take. The Shimmer Scale Heart is good early because it gives you that econ boost, but you can let it go later on if the early Shimmer Scale items just say isn't that good. Like, say it's just Mogu's Mail. You get a lot of gold and some tempo from that early on, but it's not necessarily there. The Draven's Act a great recognition to move into Zaya.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about direction, for Dongul, while they didn't necessarily win, what they were getting early on was absolutely cracked.
Yeah.
It almost felt like Titan was being insulted here by really like, don't worry, I'll show you how to run Lagoon, it's fine. If it hadn't been such an absurd game, with the Draven's Axe item printing, I think Dongul would have just walked that one as the first place.
Yeah, and Dongul's kind of like focusing on that angle too. Like when you look at like what they're starting to prefer with, like Vest is actually one of their early preferences because they want to focus on that high tempo, focus on those win streaks. There are other ways to make this happen though, and that's going back and like reviewing what kind of compositions that they ended up going for on day one. And when you start to break that down, it is like 7 dragons were the focus on that. And so you can't always go that direction. When you're offered some early and you have a blue buff, it's kind of like naturally going that direction, just a bit earlier without as much of a high cap that dragons have.
Okay, can we highlight more players in this lobby? For example, we have the one year that they had the chase free. It's like, that's kind of like the chase free that happens on my circuit. But didn't hit that well on the chamber. But the great economy he has done through the mid game towards late game was really good.
Well, I mean, of course we were talking about off air. I know, Admiral, there was a lot of discussion about the itemization there for J3 to try and get the best out of him.
Yeah, Bebe was kind of contesting the idea as well, of being like, I wanted to see a reforge, I wanted to see the items redone and optimized in that angle, but I have to agree with Dan on the desk at this one. It's like, I promise you, J3 is not that bad, it's just the lobby is stacked to the brim.
Okay, this is the overall standards. That is the points we have so far. Remember, it's not about just hitting the top one. It's about gaining points and be on top one, but on the standings.
Yeah, at some point it is about just hitting top one, but you have to hit that 18-point threshold.
You have to be
first.
consistent.
If you don't get to that 18-point threshold, you do not have the chance to win the tournament yet.
And of course, it's worth noticing how close the points are. We've effectively reset the tournament. All of the top 4 went bottom 4 in this game, with one exception. Hwamie did hold on with the 2 fourth places. Bashunga up at the top with 11. It's anybody's tournament, and nobody in position really to get a checkmate unless they're getting very good results in the next game.
Yeah. And you just don't need to go top 7 or 8. That could be really hard in this stand of the competition.
Yeah, I think for Shunga, they do have a pretty heavy incentive to gun for a first place finish. You could be the first player to actually like unlock that potential.
Yes.
So they only need a second or a first place in this one as well. For the players sitting at 10 points, they need first place. So are we going to see players inherently taking higher risks to try to get that spot to grasp a win?
I think they would be absolutely wild not to, because of course, every time you put yourself in that scrum for first place, you're making it harder for other people to do it. Ideally, you get that first place, just throw it wildly up in the air. I want to see more games. I don't want to see this be a 4-game finals.
Okay, there are many points we need to touch regardless of these games, but we're going to go for a short break, and after that, we're going to go for Game 3. Don't miss out.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here getting ready for game number 3 of the Dragonlands Championship Finals. My name is Iberia, joined here by Admirable and Bebe. Guys, that last game was nuts. Itis 3, are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, we've been hooting and hollering off stage the entire time. Part of that's because you're just getting me hyped too as well, and Dan's getting me hyped as well, and Makes is getting me hyped as well, and I'm hyped because it's a championship day as well. Baby, I'm hyped!
The moment Dongle got Pantheon 3s, I was like, yeah, Dongle! And then the moment that Juanmi said I'm going to go for a J3 start, but couldn't make it, yes, Dongle! And the moment the lifespan got like an Itis 3s, I was like, Dongle! Oh, man. It was
just,
a good game,
just slowly decreasing in hype, just like, Dongle! But that was a really fantastic game. Of course, nobody is going to hit checkmate just yet. This game has the potential to get people there. At the very least, Lifespad already at 10 points. If he takes a first place again, that will put him in check. Worth noting for anyone who hears 18 points, first place, and gets a little concerned, that does not mean he wins the lobby. Don't worry about it. We will need to get to a game number 4. But this is what will set up our players for the rest of the day. For those players who are having a really rough time, they need to turn it around before they tilt themselves off the face of the earth.
Yeah, and I'm curious about this, like how much does this affect the lobby play at this point, that players are going to be looking for first places to activate that checkmate spot, as well as the players who are playing from behind that need big finishes to get the checkmate spot.
I mean, players like Tidal will have to go for very gamblish first place plays, because not only does he need to make the comeback points, he needs to make sure that nobody else that has high points is able to finish the tourney off with that first place. So he will have to go for very gamblish strats.
Getting into game number 3 now. Tournament's at least halfway in at this point, unless we go all the way to 8. I'd really love that, but can't bet on it. Tidal coming in here, like you said, Bebe, is going to be in a really tough position. Primarily starts the tiers, and that's what he's got.
I mean, Tidal is going for a tier because he is the Lagoon player. He always wants to go for a tier. He always wants to go for blue buff, and players don't really let tier be a high priority, so he's trying to use that to his advantage as well, too. So he's going for what composition he feels is the most favorable at.
Well, I mean, Astrals looks pretty good from here. Having picked up 4 in the same shot.
No.
I feel like...
No. Go Lagoons.
Okay.
Go for what you do best. Get first place Tidal.
If you look at their performances from yesterday, this is a really telling story, honestly. They had one Aurelian Soul placement. It was 7th place. However, they had 5 games over the last 2 days with Psalm, 4 of which they got top 4. 2 of those were first place finishes. They're going for something that's way off the beaten path, because that's what they're comfortable with, is having those uncontested lines. And I feel like that's such a good spot to be in right here.
Yeah, especially because this lobby, we know what the contested compositions are going to be. So far, they've proven to be Shimmer Scale, Deja, and Jade.
I mean, you gotta be very careful. Like, sometimes when you're offered these options that may seem good, it's always best to go for the build you are most confident in. Believe in the heart of your cards. Believe in your Pokemon Knight, and Stomp is right now Tidal's Pokemon.
All right, we're going to be coming into the first Augment round of the game. Tidal got a couple of options. Darkflight Crest, maybe.
It has to be Ancient Archives for a Lagoon Spat, right?
Or, I mean, it could be a reroll.
Oh, cool. True.
Yeah.
Ooh, Juanmi has offered Eternal Protection.
Wow.
90% sure he's just going to nab that one.
I mean, there's just so much crazy stuff going on. And I love the gold augment openings because they're strong, but they're not ridiculous. I feel like when it's ridiculous, though, it does get me even more excited. I'm a little bit worried for the players at that point, because we're at the highest stakes possible throughout basically all of Teamfight Tactics. And so, you know, I do want them to be a little bit comfortable as well, even though they're gladiators.
I want to throw up a flag here really quick. We have 3 players on Better Together. That Seraphine Graves Watergun comp going to be highly contested.
I mean, this just shows exactly how much players in high-tier lobbies prioritize these tempo plays. Better Together is one of the strongest augments in the game to get a very strong start, and also has a very decent finisher with Zeke's. So I feel like these Shiny players are going to make this game very hard for the players that do not have good tempo.
Like in the early Sunfire cape here as well. Tempo, tempo, tempo.
Yeah, gonna burn through this board despite the committal here from Dungle, who's gonna be in a tough spot. Take that first loss. If you try and convert that into a loss streak from here, you've got a Talia 2 with Archangels. It's
you better
pretty
win
hard to lose a lot of these boards.
It's like you're threatening at that point. Go into an Archangel staff, but not enough front line just yet. Yeah, I do like the Talia 2, though. I feel like Talia 2 is great for these early game spots to hold on to those items until you find the right spot to use it.
Here, looking across the board, one of the players that I want to focus on as well is Juan Mie. Picked up personal training, an augment we don't traditionally see very much. What it does, in case anyone's curious, you get that additional health from being next to a bruiser at the start of a round. It's going to give you a lot of power early.
I've seen some of the personal training stuff actually go into the Kaisa reroll comps. This is something I noticed when I was working with Dan, and I watched some of the China VOD reviews that he was doing. It was so strong to just boost it by a massive amount of health at the end.
I mean, I really do hope that we can check Hwamie's build so that we can see exactly what he's going for. Right now, Zunjay is going for a strong start with Sunfire Capes onto his Braum. I don't really know exactly if going for Sunfire Capes was a bit more better or going for Time Resolves was a bit more better. In this case, I feel he just wants Sunfire Capes for the early, like a tempo, plus the bow open so he can build into more diverse damage items. Zunjay maintaining a very strong win streak by taking down the other players.
Yeah, clear mind on the other board there for Life's Bad.
Same vibe. Same vibe. Just like a clear vibe or a clear mind. Clear vibe.
Yeah.
Clear mind, and it's just like, that's so much XP you get.
Yeah, and we saw Rainplosion go for it in a previous game to middling success, but what it does, it allows you to accelerate your economy because you don't have to spend gold on your levels.
Oh, it's Rainplosion's board. This is Nathan's favorite board at the moment.
Woo, let's go.
Yeah. Currently, I am really enjoying Rainplosion's spot. She also has a full win streak going on. She has a very strong tempo augment, better together as well too.
Serious level vibes.
It's unfortunate that she could not have any decent items to make besides Solari's at the moment. We'll see if her a streak is able to be continued.
Yeah, she could be able to pick up a BF sword on Carousel if she gets very, very, very lucky.
I mean, if you pick a BF sword, then I guess it's going to be a Zeke's first, and then she can consider going for a strong Graves comp, which she was very successful earlier on in Game 1.
Yeah, once you consider that there's basically 0% chance for her to lose this round.
Well,
as I say that,
cast her curse.
I cast her curse myself twice because I was like, maybe she'll get a BF sword when she's at 100 HP. Then I said, oh, there's no way, as she loses a round.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough one.
I mean, this is really dramatic because currently Rainplosion is actually a player that's really good for managing economy, but her situation right now is completely zero eco. Can Rainplosion actually figure out a way to come out of this situation?
Bully Bear with a rod.
Wow.
Oh my
Fritz
gosh.
angle.
That is massive. Fritz also is holding onto a bow. That's huge.
Yeah, and that means Fritz, once again, probably going to be going for that Shimmer Scale build we've seen both him and Life's Bad go for so consistently, because it is so strong in that early game for that economy, even if you don't streak.
I mean, Shimmer Scales, Lagoon, and Astrals are the eco start you want to have. I'm really curious to see exactly what the Shimmer Scale item will be.
Oh, he already had a Rage Blade.
Right now. Investors!
Okay.
All right. That is going to give Fritz a lot of economy. Maybe he can go for another Idis Deja composition. We'll see.
Yeah, and the Mirage is going to be Executioners this game as well, so not the worst spot from which to play that Deja comp.
Yeah, already a Rage Blade though, so maybe a bit of overemphasis on the rod there, but you do still have a rod for the idea of endgame AP being still an option here.
I mean, it's going to be an issue of whether Fritz wants to go for a full transition into a Zaya composition or whether he wants to go for an Idis like a Deja composition total, right? So we'll see exactly what decision Fritz decides to make. I don't think with the Guinsus he can decide to go for any other composition, though.
With that, Deji could slam that Archangel Staff later in the game as well. In the meantime, we'll see if he keeps up his loss streak. Very strong performance from his Ezreal, who is currently untouched in the backline. Will remain so until that Kaisa gets a second.
Great loss, great loss.
Wow, good loss. I mean, if the Israel was 2-star, then Fritz would have been able to win, but currently he is at a 4 loss streak. Do not mind the fact that he's level 5. He is loss streaking for the extra income. He levels so that he can minimize his damaging take because he is currently at he's at a leading position, right, in the lobby.
I have just received word that Donggu has hit a 2-5 Idis.
What?
All right, it's another Shimmer Deja lobby, folks.
Yeah, can we take a look at Donggu's board here? I mean, I'm feeling like this is...
Gory. That's not me. That was Nathan. That was not me.
Oh my god. The Talia 2 as well. Oh,
oh,
this is ridiculous. Yeah. How on earth... Wait a minute. Something's got to get frontlined here. Something's got to die with this determined investor on it.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Oh no. Life's Bad is actually doesn't have a unit that does that much damage. I don't think the investor might proc.
All right, so it's going to be a little bit slower if that ends up being the case. Yeah. Idis is getting punished.
Never mind.
Wait. Up.
Okay, we got this.
Okay.
Easy.
All right, cool. We can stop making weird sounds now. Yeah. These Karmas are going to do quite a bit of damage there from the back line. Already on a 3-win streak for Dongul. He's got 2 mages, not enough to keep that Talia's damage rolling, but it will be enough for him to secure this round.
I mean, this is very fortunate for Dongul because right now Dongul lost 1 fight and then won 4 straight, so he actually has a decent streak going on that is going to give him that juicy bonus goal for creep rounds. And during creep rounds, he can position away way where he can get one more investor stack on a sheep unit, allowing him to proc investors very fast, maybe by 4-1.
He's the only one streaking to Krugs as well. Started that streak at 2-2 admittedly, so he's going to be a little bit below a perfect streak in terms of econ, but it's going to be very powerful compared to the rest of the lobby. And if you look at his augment as well, it's going to be salvage bin.
I'm not convinced the Brom's going to 100% die.
Wait.
No, it's 100% focus. Okay. I'm confident.
Okay.
Go, Krugs, go!
No, Krugs!
Whoa! One more, you can do it, Krugs!
Okay, thank goodness. I was about to say, you said we could stop making weird noises, but I don't think I've ever rooted for Krugs.
God bless.
I have.
I mean, it would have been much more safer if Dongle chose a weaker unit that's not a protector to give the investors for the guarantee, because you don't really need to have full synergies during creep rounds, right?
I think they were gunning for the idea of the extra gold.
Oh,
you just
Bogles
dropped
is
a bunch of items.
Bogles the second, like a shimmer skill item. Oh, he's gonna be able to eco really well. That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bogles into Archangels means we have damage and we have tank value. I am very excited for Korea at the moment.
No bias.
And our other Shimmer Scale player across the lobby, Fritz, is having a bad time, so Dongle's in a great position.
Well, we have just received word that Deja has been found by Fritz in this one.
Okay, not having a bad time anymore.
Yeah, maybe not having such a bad time.
Oh, fantastic. We'll see.
Here we go, potentially going to go for another role composition. Earlier on, he was playing heavy board, but we're going to see two things that signal to me a little bit of a water gun action. We've got the Zeeks on that Zeri and a Rage Blade on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, plus a better together on your augments.
Yep.
We have 3 players who really could be hunting down for the Graves Seraphine composition, which means that it's inherently much harder to find it at that point.
As the augments come in, I'm going to make a call. The player who does not go for Deja Shimmer or better together water gun is going to come out of this lobby in the top 4.
Oh.
Both those compositions are contested at least 3 ways in this lobby at the moment.
Right now, we are looking around the players. I am checking Title. I am checking Hwanmei. I guess we're going back to Dongle's board. Now we're going back to Title. All right, we got Title. And Title actually has a very decent Xayah composition base. He has Morel Namicons for Shyvana. He has Guinsus for Xayah. His HP total's high. He has 4 win streak going on. He's also going to be able to farm items with Loot Master.
Yeah, I mean, the Loot Master is really, I think, the whole feature of this right now. You know, great to find Jace early on. Let's not ignore that one. But the Loot Master here is going to open up so many different options for you. And one of the toughest things I think about Xayah is actually assembling those perfect items. You need frontline, you need backline, and you need some utility. You're going to get it all very often when you have that Loot Master.
It's a very difficult composition to execute in heavy tempo lobbies as well, so having those extra components, especially like the Morello on the Jace this early, and admittedly the Jace this early, as you said, it's going to be so good.
I feel like Title's situation is really nice because he right now has an upgraded Cavalier. He's got an early forecast like 1-star Jace, and with Guinsus, you got a lot of damage. I think Title will be able to eco very hard and maybe build into a strong Xayah, Shyvana, Hecarim base composition.
Yeah, I'm watching the scoreboard to see where Dongle goes. He will take a loss, so Title, the only one currently win streaking, and he's streaking to 5. So he's in a great position for this composition in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I am, again, liking what I'm seeing, though. You know, you mentioned the low-tempo lobbies and that being like a bigger deal. The Silver Augment is such a wonderful find when you're going for the late-game situations. You're like, okay, no one's just stacked to the brim just yet, but there have been a lot of dragons found.
I mean, like, we are looking at Fritz's board, and he does have the Deja. He also added his Shimmer skills. How much stacks is that on investors? Is he going to go for the exact same comp as the Argentinians played in the previous games?
Makes sense to me.
What is it? How much is stacks? Let's see. Probably Nasus, I think, will he target. 5 stacks?
Oh, nicely done. One more round will secure it. Of course, he doesn't have the Itis there, but it's not going to be a problem for him because his backline is going to be rather strong.
Yeah, it's the Shimmer Scale emblem that's really enabling this, too. Sometimes it's so hard to find the Shimmer Scale aspect because if you don't find it early enough, you don't get the payoff of it. You don't get the benefit. You know, at that point, Itis just becomes a strong unit very often. Later in the game, you want to see like needlessly big gem and things like that. They work a lot better. But right now, this is like, it's still a spot where I think it's an enabling factor.
I mean, we're back to looking at Dongle's board at the moment. He did manage to find Giant Slayers and Archangels, and I feel like that build, the potential compositions that he can go for with that build, I think is Deja into a 5-cost dragon.
All right, I'm waiting to see the items here. So still 4 players who have not slammed a full item right now. That lets you know exactly what their plan is. It's to build the absolute strongest thing you can.
Yeah, but look at these health totals down at the bottom of the board. You're starting from 58, 58, 66. And, you know, 72 is fine, but then you jump up at the rest. They're all above 80. So already we're seeing a clear delineation between the top and bottom half of the lobby.
You know, just to avoid panicking there, I'm just not going to acknowledge that.
Very good.
That is correct. As in contrast to the previous games, there isn't really a clear win streaker and there isn't really a clear loss streaker. Every player, even those in the top 2, have been win, losing in a sense. So the game will actually be quite a bit more evener than it seems.
We saw Parasias sitting on the bench there. Is that what that was?
What's that?
Will be contested here by title, so both of those
Jace
players-
2?
Yeah.
What? With the
Jace
champion
2 and
duplicator still
3-5.
sitting here, though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a pretty good start.
Another Jace 3-star game?
Oh my gosh! No wonder title's beating the crap out of everybody right now.
Yeah. If he's able to full streak in a 4-1, he is in the best possible position. Worth noting, he did level up to level 7 to try and secure that, down to 20 gold. If he takes a loss at any point during this stage, it will be just devastating.
I mean, the first thing you have to do is you have to have the Jace take a loss. Like, that thing's not even being contested right now.
Fair enough.
I mean, never forget the title currently is at 5 points in total. That is very, very low in the lobby. So let's just say his RNG is balancing itself. He's not hacking into Riot's code. No, this is very fair from a long-term perspective. Okay, long-term perspective.
Entering the mainframe.
All right, title is going to keep on holding. He is not offered Desires, but I definitely think this virus is going to be good enough for him to at least hit level 8. Yeah. I'm not pointing at that Jace. That virus is good enough. I'm just going to point at the virus. And we'll see what... Oh, Junji actually going for a Yone 3-star composition. That's neat.
Yone 3-star without anything that really supports it just yet. Found the rapid fire cannon and the Ginsus. And yes, those are great items for Yone, even best in slot. But that's all he's got. Not particularly strong combat augments here.
Yeah, there's 2 things I think to highlight about that, which is number 1, you have a Pandora's Bench, which is going to be finding that faster. You know, it's critical timing for finding that Yone. The second one is that it's on Executioners. So when you find somebody at that low health total, you're now getting these major critical strikes. So you kind of have like a natural counter to Guardian.
I mean, you also have to think about Zunjay's position. His position is completely opposite to title. He's at 11 points. He's at the lead. He's number 1 in the lobby so far. So he doesn't really need to take risks. If he just goes equal, then even if he gets first or not, he will have a very high placement over on the lobby. So going for a very cheap 2-cost carry composition to save as much points as possible is actually a wise decision.
And with that win, we can see Title did make it all the way into 4-1 with his streak intact, so his economy will follow much the same.
Yeah, on me, I saw Kaisa 2 pop up, Rain Pollution go into 7 during the creep round. I've been noticing a lot more gold expenditure on the creep rounds as we've gotten into stronger TFT players just in general. Like that skill ceiling is getting tighter and tighter packed, and I just love to see it, that there's so many ingenuitive plays and resourceful plays that players are finding.
Wow, this is beautiful. It's Hwan Mie put Kaisa right in the middle, so that not only will it proc Diamond Hands, you get the most amount of Lagoon stacks because the Wolves attacking Kaisa charges mana as well too. Beautiful position for Hwan Mie right there.
Also just a lot of Kaisas that are sitting here right now. What is that, 7?
Yeah. Well, and you called this from like minute 1, Nathan. I said, hey, personal training, and you were like, Kaisa reroll.
Yeah, I mean, well, Dan called it like 2 weeks ago.
Predictions coming true.
I mean, there's also something to note that if you look at Chinese...
Wow!
So
if we take a look at it...
if we take a look at it, the Chinese players are both. Zunji's going for Yone, Hwan Mei's going for like a Kaisa. They're supporting each other. China is standing united, and that Kaisa is the result of such efforts and cooperation.
And now we see that Kaisa with the blue buff on her back. Battle Mage is ticking, and she is tearing through this board, even with Life's Bad's level 8 4-1 ASOL.
Almost at 120 on the Lagoon stacks as well. You know, that's really where that first big thing kicks in. You get to a certain point, the Lagoon stacks are just overwhelming. It's like, here you go, here's a bunch of free stuff. But, well, it's, you know, I'm sorry, 140, excuse me. 140 is where that first big one kicks in. You get an item component, and it's like, whoo, let's go.
Here we go, 4-2, final augments coming out for all of our players, and it will be a gold augment round.
And I mean, one thing to notice about these Chinese players is that I would think that if you're at 10 points, so if you get a first, that's 18, right? Maybe they will gamble for first or second place, but they're actually still going very safe. They're going for these like a secured, guaranteed composition that they know they'll get a good placement. And oh wait, what is that?
Dongul just has so many dragons.
Yeah, it's just a lot of dragon bench. I'm seeing so many rerolls across the augments as well here. Nobody is messing around in this one. Everyone feels like they're hunting down a first place finish.
Shyvana, one more Shyvana. Come on. Natural Shyvana. Let's go.
All right, he's not going to roll any further.
Duplicator.
Oh, true.
Everyone's getting one because they're all good Shiver scaling at Diamond Hands.
Oh, so true.
Thing's ridiculous.
Vogel's Mail going to probably be popped onto that front line, but we'll see if it's that or the Diamond Hands. Is a Thieves Gloves goes down on the Zoe, and that's going to be great for her because she rolls a Shojin off the bat.
I mean, I feel like the itemization setup is determination, that he wants to go for something like Aoshin or like Asol, but I feel like it was better to go for maybe IE and Jewel Gauntlet so that he can maybe prepare for an early Shyvana 2-star, because he does have already one Shyvana on the bench, and Shyvana 1-star does not do little damage.
There's two things that I want to say about that, which is number one, the Giant Slayer could be better for later on, and then number two is you get the Thieves Gloves because you went for this. So Thieves Gloves, I mean, it's always pretty good Thieves Gloves. You get Locket, you get Zeeks, you get Shojin, all of those items can be beneficial.
We did see Rain's board. She's picked up the Grave Seraphine composition, currently second in health, able to beat that board we were so high on just a minute ago.
Wow, Reimplosion actually played this really well here. Economy was actually kind of dead at the beginning of the game, but she still kept on building into a clean composition, saved up eco, went for a Graves with quite nice itemizations, has a really good gist. With 3 combat augments as well, too. Reimplosion is actually nailing this game.
Yeah. Oh, Dongul with the roll down finds the Asol 4-dragon board.
Nice.
Could take the Aoshin for the bench, but then his economy would be even worse.
It's a
salvage bin.
I didn't even realize that. Well, I mean, you still go for the same things you just built, you just got to rebuild it, honestly. It looked like a liability here almost.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Didn't really re-roll any items there. Idis not going to be able to survive as the Asol 2 will fall in a second. Celestial Blessing doing a lot.
This is the legendary find 5-cost dragons at level 8 and then lose strat.
Yeah. A proud TFT tradition.
The Guardian Spatula on the backline for an Aurelion Soul as well. This is a common thing that we saw in North American regionals where it's just, you got to 6 Guardian and Aurelion Soul and it was like, yeah, good luck.
Yep. Saw the same thing here in EMEA. Guardian Deja as well popped up quite a bit. So Guardian Crest, Guardian Spats, any kind of extra Guardian is just so incredibly strong still.
Looking at items here too. The one thing I was worried about, Life's Bad's items are looking really strange.
Life is going bad for this one right now.
Reimplosion's items don't feel super strong either. The one thing that you're really missing from Graves is gonna be the Edge of Night. It's such an important item on Graves because it lets that aggro fall off and recover from a spot like that. I'm very worried if Reimplosion does not pick up an Edge of Night.
Well, she got a chain, so she can get the BF sword during the Treasure Dragon, and she should be okay.
All right, Tidal with the 11 win streak after finding that early Jace 2-star. He's rolling at 8, so he's not going to greed 9. Most players here try to greed 9, but that can be very risky because they lose out on tempo and take a lot of unnecessary damage. But he decides to go for a safe play, rolls down here, finds a Bard, finds a Zaya pair. I don't think he needs the Terra, nor the Idis as well, too, if he does not have like investors, like stacks.
Aurelion Soul 2?
Oh,
we see that?
Fritz able to pick that up. We pointed it out the other round how it just wasn't quite enough to keep him going, but he did pick it up, which also denies it from Dongul.
Shyvana crashing down, big stun, maybe buys you a little bit of a health total here. You do need some time. I mean, this is some slow shots to get online here.
If Tidal wins this, he has a 100 HP Soraka. This win is actually really important because if he gets a 100 HP Soraka ready, he actually will be able to continue his win streak. Can he do it? Can he do it? Can he do it? And Dongul says no! This is not your first place!
My instinct inherently was telling me, this is a weird spot to roll down. You're at 100 HP, you have the gold to do it, you have a reasonable board. This is an easy level 9 to build this out. The Soraka was the exact reason why. That is a great spot, baby.
Now we have a triple contested Asol. Our players are magnetically attracted to each other's competitions. I cannot explain it.
The wavelength.
But you had the Deja.
I sure
Nobody else was going the Deja anymore.
TFT always offers people the same options. There's never a case where you're offered this, you're offered that. No, everybody gets like Dejas, everybody gets like Acels.
5 HP remaining here for Life's Bad, running into Dongle's Dragon board. This could be the last breath of our Argentinian player as Acel fires away. Shyvana into his front line, dealing so much damage. Dueling Galaxies in the middle of the field, but no mana generation for Life's Bad. Again, covering the full field. Diamond Hands will proc, and it's one more ultimate from Life's Bad.
Woo.
Gets the Acel low, still alive.
Woo.
The next one should take it, and Idis will finally fall. Life's Bad survives to the dragon.
Man, what a fight, what a fight. I also need to mention that Dongle's board there, he could have just sold the items so he can move the items to Terra and put that in the front, because that actually does a bit more damage, but still, that was a magnificent fight to see, for sure.
As we move to the Chaos Dragon here too, it's still Junko is looking for that 3-star Yone. Despite the fact they've had Pandora's Bench, and despite the fact they're on 14 gold, still not there. This is arriving way later than it should have. Finally finds it, but going into 5-1 is not where you want to find this spot. They went that composition to preserve the health total, to pressure the rest of the lobby.
And right now, Life's Bad has an Acel, but I think Fritz had an Acel 2-star?
Yeah.
Yeah, these
It is triple contested
these
across the lobby.
Argentinian players are playing a bunch of Acels in
Woo.
the game for sure.
That is a front line.
Wow.
6 Guardian Diamond Hands in the bank as well. Guardian Jax sounds particularly terrifying to my ears. I don't know about you guys.
I mean, the most terrifying thing about this is that this guy has 56 gold with an Acel 2-star.
Very true.
You know, I was about to say, I'll disagree. I think the Aurelian Soul 2-star is really the most dangerous thing about that. You don't have a glimpse of the 50 gold necessarily, but when you realize that as well, it's like it just goes from horrifying to terrifying to, oh my gosh, how on earth do I do anything?
Oh wait, Implosion couldn't find Graves 2-star, unfortunate.
Yeah.
So Life's Bad has a chance to survive here. We'll see with the, wow, look at Acel ults consecutively with the Manazane.
Doing so much, but not quite enough as the Graves survives yet another ultimate. Can Acel get it out in time? Half health from Graves. Graves survives with a sliver, and Life's Bad does not.
Wow.
So close.
This highlights how strong Graves is, but honestly, I'm still worried for Rainplosion this when you don't have the Edge Knight, and that's partly because of the way that the Dragon ended up showing up. It's just going to cause you to make compromises at some point. So an 8th place finish from Life's Bad here. That's not the spot you want to be in right now, but looking from the bottom up, again, it's still a canyon from the bottom to the top right now. There's nothing close about this until you start looking at the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at Zunji's board, he did go for Yone 3-star, but as you guys said earlier, the augments aren't perfect, the composition isn't perfect, so he's been just taking damage and focusing on dying slowly. The only thing that Zunji right now could be happy about is say, hey, because of my early Yones, you got the guys at 3 stars, so that is a good thing. That is a good thing, but Zunji probably really wants to win this so that he can guarantee 18 points for at least the next round.
Zach and Jax 3-star there for Hwangmie. Across the board, direct opposition. Massive upgrades for Hwangmie. The former world champion will soon be able to take down Shunga's board. The Yone 3 was just too little too late, as one more Kaisa will rain down Fury.
It's a Dragon's emblem. It's the extra HP that you're getting onto your Kaisa at this point. That is actually going to be a tough one to contest. Even when I think you look at the rest of the lobby, I think it's a great spot to be in top 2 with that Kaisa right now.
I wonder if there's any method for like a Zunji to get stronger at this point. I'm trying to look, maybe a Pantheon, maybe he wants to find Braum.
It's the Braum 3. I mean, that's the only thing you're really in a position for at this point, right?
But at mid-stage 5, the stage 5-3, it's going to be stage 5-5 soon. Braum 3 is far too late to appear.
Hey, you're trying to move up one more slot.
One more slot.
Just one more slot right now. We know this arrived late. It's a low roll situation for Junga. How do you get it most? We're going to find out this fight.
This is going to be a dangerous one. Fritz, of course, with that Acel 2, does seem like it's going to be a disaster here. But Yone's in a great position, able to safely get through that front line. But now he's stuck on the Zac. The Giant Slayer is doing a lot here.
Wow.
Ooh, hits the black hole. It's just gone.
He's gone, and now, unfortunately for Shunga, after such a long journey this game, there's so much gold rolled down, he will take that 7th place position. We've got 6 players left on the board.
I mean, that just shows what it means to have an early Ace 2-star into 2 damage itemizations. The DPS output actually 2-shot Yone 3-star. Very strong, for sure.
Now, looking at this carousel, there's a lot of options here. I think the Dragon's Claw is going to be underrated. Glad to see Fritz pick that one up. There's so much AP in this lobby.
Very surprised that Zephyr's wasn't really that popular amongst bottom players. I guess they're just really struggling to find the key itemizations for the composition to work.
Yeah, it's also just like the Zephyr I don't think has been quite as powerful in this set in general. There are moments when it absolutely is ridiculous, but I feel like its small difference hasn't always really been the case. It's a lot better against like Aushin, for instance, than it is against Aurelion Sol. Aurelion Sol's looking for like that 15 to 20 second peak.
Yeah, here we go now on this Xayah as well, with an Obsidian Cleaver and a Swift Shot emblem in the bank.
Now, this is the matchup where Zephyr's actually is a really, really huge difference, because the player actually picks Zephyr's after looking at Here We Go's comps. They'll notice that, oh wait, if I Zephyr that front line, that's also really easy Zephyr, I win.
It would be an easy death.
Oh boy, that's a bad matchup. Hazel destroys backline clump like the Swift Shots.
Now, Asol starting away at that front line. Zyra gets an ult on every single DPS unit on Here We Go's board. There goes Asol firing away, uncontested. Zyra, surprisingly, I think, doing the most work out of the team so far. Asol gets one more ult down, and Fritz's board once again will triumph.
Wait, is this gonna be another first for Argentina?
It might be.
I mean, it's
looking so strong so far on the final day.
6 Guardian Aurelion Sol, you have the Giant Slayer as well to amplify that damage on the units that just inherently have high health totals. It feels like it contests the Kaisa that's building up the HP there. It's, you know, it's not much more you could do, I think, to fight that one. You have to break through that front line, and it wasn't able to happen here despite with the Obsidian Cleaver cutting down like 60% of the armor.
I mean, I guess the only one that maybe has a chance to contest that composition would be Tidal, who was actually in a very favored position during the entire course of the game. He should have a lot of excess economy considering maybe some 4-cost 3-star tactics, or maybe he'll have a beautiful composition. I'm really curious to see what Tidal's position is right now at the moment.
Well, we're going to find out if Here We Go can last. Oh, we're jumping over Tidal's board. You were just mentioning it. This looks like a relatively important fight as well. Going up against Fritz. So this is a good one here to see if it can test it. Now, the big thing to highlight here is Last Whisper. That's very akin to what we just saw from the Black Cleaver, and the damage just is not stacking up. The Diamond Hands, the Mogu's Mail, it just feels like it's so hard to cut through this comp. The Xayah is not getting picked as much by the Black Hole, which is a big deal. That's going to be related to positioning because it's targeting clumping. But this Idis just feels like it is invincible right now. So now the Black Hole's massive. Xayah takes a big hit, still has some sustain going, but I don't think this is enough. The Idis still looks untouched. The scaling of that damage now, it's way too much. Xayah gets overwhelmed.
Yeah. I mean, like, in order for Tidal to win that specific matchup, he needs to add in more Mystic units, and he needs to focus on finding his 4-cost 3-stars, which will be very feasible with his Nico's, I mean, like, Champion Duplicated, apologies, and like a Lucky Dice, for sure.
Yeah, has a lot of options. I think the Shroud's a really good pickup as well, especially as we get into the later stages. You start knowing your opponents. It's going to be really helpful. But God, this guy just needs a Shyvana at this point. It's looking
yeah, 6 Rage Wing is definitely a big upgrade to that one. You do have a healthy amount of gold. The question here is it level 9 or is it target?
Always 8.
Upgrades?
You always stay at 8 and use that 70 gold in your interest, like inventory, to make sure you find those 4-cost 3-stars. There are multiple options you can find. It will definitely be worth it.
Especially because so many people are so far behind in his economy. The only one that matches is Hwanmie. The only person level 9 is Fritz, and he just rolled down to 0. So the rest of the lobby, very likely, is also going to be stuck on level 8.
So when does Tidal start going for this if they're not going for it now?
He's waiting for Here We Go with the 3 Xayahs to die first. So 3 Xayahs will go back into the pool, and then he's going to spend every single gold. He can afford to lose. He can afford to take 20 damage here. It's fine. It's just a matter of will Here We Go live or die.
That's a great spot for mid-maxing.
Yeah, and now the Idis, Diamond Hands on the bench once again, runs into Dongul's board. We haven't seen it in a while, but that is a terrifying Shyvana. 3 items, dives into the backline right on the Swift Shots, flaming away, incinerating them. Xayah will survive with the sliver for the time being, but she is not long for this world as everyone on the board catches up. Asol into the back. Shyvana can't find the flame breath, And there's one more
Wow.
Nebula to take down. Here we go.
Now that is beautiful news for Tidal and Korea as well, too, of course. Japan and Korea. Tidal will now start rolling his gold. I really want to look at his board to see exactly what he finds, but we're looking at Dongul's board at the moment. This is a level 8, 5-cost 2-star Dragon Tech with a Shyvana 2-star that he got from like a champion, like a duplicator, which he got from the Shimmer Skills. And
Tidal.
This is it.
Here
Roll
we go.
down. Roll. Find that
Zaya.
Zaya. Roll. He's looking very carefully to not make any mistakes. Bar 2-star. Come on, Jace. Come on, one more. One more. Okay. Come on.
He's going to keep going, playing very carefully
Varus
now.
2. Doesn't
Skipping
matter.
Varus.
He's
A lot of gold on the bench, baby.
He has 3 Jaces left. He has 2 Zayas left. And he still has 16 gold. It's possible. He can do it.
Up against a Ghost.
Incredibly doable here, and the board really good positioning there from the Hecarim will buy enough time for that Zaya. Biggest problem for Zaya, run into those Diamond Hands compositions where she gets the pull at a poorly found time. This board, though, still giving her problems. That Grave, nigh unkillable. The Rip will end it, but too little, too late. Zaya gets stunned up and killed.
Yeah, Tidal, kind of running into the Seraphine Graves composition again. I'm not surprised to see the Graves doing well here because Rainplosion does have better together and a ton of auras to go with that. So that is one of the biggest benefits you can get from that.
Zaya, okay.
One more. Zaya! Yes! He got it. Roll a bit more, though. Roll a bit more, just in case. Okay.
Whoa.
Nice.
Jace.
Nice. Roll fast. Okay.
All right.
Just want to go safe choice.
I love when you're just like the Zaya 3's here and you're panicking as well.
All right. Oh, he's also offered more Heck Rooms. That's good. Rakan as well, too. Okay, Tidal is ready. Now he just save money and add more Mystics.
Yeah. Or find a Shyvana eventually, finally.
No, Donger! Wait, no, that's not a good thing.
Donglo in a little bit of trouble, still only on that 1-star Acel. Diamond Hands will only do so much for you against the might of a 3-star Zaya. The tear comes in, out goes the front line, and out goes Dongul. We now have our top 4 for this lobby.
Rainplosion getting collapsed on here by the Kaisa as well. I think that Rainplosion may have hit the peak here, and it's the slow bleed out from that spot. The Zaya 3 Ghost, when that starts to winning, that is terrifying.
Yeah, and look at this lobby. Look at the health totals. Highest health, just 20. Rainplosion, shoutouts. But all the way down, it's just 10. This is anyone's first place, and there's an open Swift Shot emblem.
I mean, I really have to compliment Tidal here. He had a good lead, and he secured that lead by being very calm with his economy. He didn't panic rush 9. He didn't like a panic reroll. He looked and scouted and noticed that his comp was contested by here we go and patiently waited for his, like a death to get his restart ready.
I want to give a shout out to Tidal here because in the first 2 days of play, they did not have a single AD composition built.
What?
Yes, they were saving all the Zayas for today. It was 5 Psalms, 2 Dragons, 2 Dejas, and 1 Aurelion Psalm.
Wow, a Lagoon 1 trick actually making it in the finals with the Zaya composition. That is actually remarkable.
Also, point out for Rainplosion, that feels like a nice little CC effect you get.
Yeah, good items too to get some damage down. So she's going to be going into Fritz's composition. Now, starting off in the back, great Zephyr there from Fritz. And Acel starts firing away, a big one to start it off, but into the Bartle nonetheless. And Acel rapidly increasing that AoE. Graves hasn't had time to work on this front line, so still stuck against that Bard. One more boom, doesn't find Graves. Graves stuck on Idis with the Diamond Hands, and here comes Acel. Down into the shield goes the Graves, still close to full HP, but gets caught once again, and Rainplosion takes a third.
I mean,
Good loss. Third place.
Least got third place because Hwami managed to get like a fourth. Hwami did go for very safe comp, so getting a top 4 is not really that bad. We have 2 players left, and it's going. No. Is that right? Is it 2 players left? Yeah, we have 2 players left, and it's going to be Zaya 3-star versus Acel 2-star.
6 Guardians versus the Zaya. I do feel like that the Zaya is inherently at the advantage here, but that's like solely my gut telling me that because of the 3-star that's attached to that. I am curious, can you cut through 6 Guardian here?
Now, Tidal has to be very careful. He's trying to dodge his efforts. And oh, Fritz actually targeting the Xayah. He managed to anticipate the swap. Is that going to matter? That is a huge difference right there.
Nasty, nasty Zephyr into the back line. Xayah now firing away, back on the ground, no longer flying. And Aso fires as best he can, but Xayah still just pumping out damage. And Aso does not do enough to take her out in one. Looking for two. She's still alive. Aso needs one more, but the healing is too much. One more won't get the KO now. But Tidal won't win. Fritz is still in it.
That is all the Rakan. Rakan is the MVP of that fight, shutting down that Xayah's attack at such a critical timing.
I mean, Fritz, wow, that Zephyr placement, I have to notify, that Zephyr was the exact reason why Xayah had that few less Guizu stacks, Xayah did that few less damage, and eventually allowed him to win the fight. It's not just because he has Aso 2-star early, it's because he actually managed to maneuver that perfectly. Great play from Argentina. Wow, that damn.
So
let's go.
I'm very curious about this now, though. The Zephyr cheese is clearly an important factor to this. Do you ever sell this Rakan and find something that has to go into place? Perhaps another Rakan about that, because it feels like hitting that Zephyr at the critical moment is manipulated by the fact that it's on your bench sometimes.
That is actually a perfect point. In this situation, you always sell your Zephyr hold unit so you can replace and have more options to hit, because he has that item open slot on Bard, he has that item open slot on Seraphine and like Nasus, and that could actually catch him off guard. He doesn't always have to aim after Xayah. He can also aim after units like Hecarim to delay their enemy like a CC as well too. He has multiple options to consider.
The Mystics, not as important in the matchup, so that's something to highlight for that Zephyr as well. Like, this is the matchup where you don't necessarily need it, but it is a Guardian effect. They replaced it with another one, though. So is this the fight where it all gets taken home?
Both corners, Zephyr is ready to be cheesed.
It hit again!
Will land
It hit
right
again!
onto the Xayah. Last time this one was close. Hecarim finds massive CC, but not onto the Aesol. He starts his first barrage as Xayah rips through the front line once more. Uncontested though in the back. The carries for Fritz will stay alive as Xayah rips through one more unit. Only Idis and Aso left to take this home for Fritz. And it's not gonna happen! Tidal takes it!
Wow. Perfect position from Fritz, but Tidal actually managing to take first place back. Currently at 5 to now 13 points for Japan.
Beautiful, beautiful play coming out there of Tidal. We weren't sure where that one was going to go. You go with a Xayah start. There's one of two ways it goes. Absolutely horribly, or you just cap out and crush everyone. There's no in between, and you can't convince me otherwise. But absolutely beautiful play.
You know, coming into day number 2, I went over all the Xayah compositions because I'm like, this for a long time got ignored, and then it got picked up, and then it got ignored again, and then it got picked back up again. One of the two common effects that I saw for Xayah actually being a top 4A winning combination was you either had Guild Emblem or you had Swift Shot Emblem, or you had a 3-star unit on your board. In this case, you're the Swift Shot and the 3-star unit on your board, and the 3-star happened to be Xayah.
Yeah.
I mean, what a game, right? We have so many forecast 3-stars, so many positioning mechanics. Now, this is looking like a TFT World, like a Championship Finals, and Argentina got first place 3 times. Yeah. What?
Yeah, Fritz playing out of his mind, as is Life's Bad. They're alternating first places at this point. Incredible play from Latam. Can they take home their first World Championship title? We'll find out in the remaining games. Don't you dare go anywhere. Analyst Desk for Game 3 is coming up next. to Zaya. Last time this one was close. Hecarim finds massive CC, but not onto the Aesol. He starts his first barrage as Zaya rips through the front line once more. Uncontested though in the back. The carries for Fritz will stay alive as Zaya rips through one more unit. Only Idis and Aesol left to take this home for Fritz. And it's not gonna happen. Tidal takes it.
Wow. Perfect position from Fritz, but Tidal
And Tidal won this third game. Oh my god, this Saya being in a win condition for a 3-star. He had the roll of dice, but he managed a really good economy. But listen, I really doubt that he got that first fight if he didn't have the Saya 3. That wasn't definitely a win condition.
It's not the usual way you try to go for this composition as the win. A lot of times people in that spot, especially with a duplicator, think about Shyvana 2 and going to 9. We've been talking about it, like, do you wait for Hirigo to die? What if you match up against him, take a loss, have to roll when he's still alive and you're at 1 life if you take a really bad loss? Excellent job maneuvering what is one of the most difficult spots to do when the pressure's really on. And look, game number 2 was, I think, one of the worst played games from titles all weekend, and then game number 3 comes back with pristine decision-making and showing you why he deserves to be here in the top 8. What a turnaround from game number 2.
Yeah, it's a rare caliber player. When that kind of situation arrives, they can absolutely knuckle down and find this incredibly thin line of play that puts them back in the position they need to. But it leaves us in this amazing spot, of course, based off of that game, that we've got now a whole heap of players who can move into potential checkmate coming on to game 5.
That's right. Potentially 7 players can now move into check past that 18-point threshold minimum, which would just set up an incredibly chaotic game number 5 afterwards. I can't wait to see what happens.
This is definitely on. We're watching some of the highlights of the game we just had, and can I just highlight the fact Fritz doing the Zephyr right 2 or 3 times on that Saya? I mean, it wasn't enough for the last time, but what a nice job.
He's playing well, and like I said, Fritz, the number one thing that seems to be sticking out to me that's his X factor is that he's really calm under pressure. He's not forgetting all the small things, right? And that's the Zephyr. The Zephyr is a small thing, but it can be what defines the fight. He's rolling, he's positioning, he's scouting. These all the ingredients for what could be the first world champion for Latin America. I'm really impressed with Fritz's play so far.
I mean,
you want to jinx it, right? It's a caster's curse.
I don't want to
no, it's okay.
We diversify our jinx.
How about I just say it's about every person, and therefore they're all equally jinxed? Does that make you happy, Callie?
I do want to talk about Juanmei, though. Getting another 4th place in there. If we talk about the kind of the format we've got here overall, of course, you do need to get a first eventually, but you don't have to get a first immediately. And for Juanmei, playing in the kind of way they have, 4 places every single time, has put them into a position with everybody else leaping up and down the table. They have remained consistent, and they are in a great spot. Get another top 4, get right into check.
And that's just the way you're able to put that championship in contention without feeling like you have to go for these crazy Idas 3, Xayah 3, Pantheon 3, whatever 3-star that you're going for. Juanmei is just so consistent in a sea of immense amount of pressure. And then just look at the highs and lows for players like Life's Bad. Went from 7th to 1st, now down to 8th. It feels like the ebb and flow of TFT is just really taking him by, but I feel like part of it was some of his game plan.
You know what's the thing that I'm feeling with Life and also Fritz? They're dependent so much on the Shimmer composition, and if they don't hit the Dragon on an early stage and they don't continue on that win string, they lose a lot of HP, and they, for example, Life in this game, it happened that way. He depended so much on Guardians and the Dragons and didn't hit.
Yeah, and not to mention that he was playing Clear Mind, so it kind of made holding units really difficult, so he struggled balancing that.
I just want to hit up, of course, coming into the next game, Fritz will guarantee getting to check because, of course, being on 17, need to hit 18. For Juanmei and Rainplosion, at least if they have a decent game, they're in there. But we've also got so many other players, as you said, Dan, who, if with a good game, could still get up there and challenge for the championship in the game to follow.
Yeah, so I know that it looks like Life's Bad went from a really good position to what looked like to be a bad position, but remember, these kinds of first or eighth playstyles actually works in the benefit for the checkmate players because, look, if we just go the opposite way, Fritz went, first and bot 2 and then first. What if Life's Bad was another first again? And also both Argentinian players who are showing that they can capable of playing for first.
They're not that consistent. That's the thing. And when you have in this situation, I mean, the counter already said it, 7 players are going to be in checkmate. The next player after this game that hits a first play, that's one of the champions. So we need to pay attention to if Life does the thing top 1, we may have more options.
I mean, we've been absolutely blessed by this final. These games have been so ridiculous, so high roll. I don't count anybody out of any game just because, again, we are seeing the best players in the world. If there's ever a bleeding edge to find in TFT, it's going to be found in these games. These players have got everything. They've got every tool they need.
I mean, actually, we are quite blessed with the final because it's happening really in a funny way, It's not just like you see a player that is dominating the whole time in the table. It's kind of like more of the points are really stable that time.
Yeah, I think so. And again, a lot of the strategies really comes down to how the lobby is shaping up. You saw once again an early determined investor kind of shape how a lot of people want to formulate their late game strategies. And then even if you do semi-hit, right? Look at Dongul's board. Outside of Aurelion Sol 2, he had pretty much all 2-star Dragon, Shyvana 2, Frontline Knights, and yet was still not able to really make a deep run in that top 4. The lobby and the power levels are just wild here on the final day.
Yeah, just like I want to put a mark on the reroll players that they commit way too early for a composition. Let's say like Karsa or Yone. Be careful, because sometimes if they don't hit the 3-star unit, they're in big troubles with all the dragons that the rest are players.
I mean,
okay.
Go ahead.
No.
I was just going to say that even if you do hit the rerolls at an early cadence, you look at Hwanmei, who hit Kai'Sa 3 after personal training. This is one of the strongest combinations that you can possibly get in Augment. Personal training is one of the best augments for Kai'Sa, and still was not able to beat some of these high-power compositions. Nothing is guaranteed in teamfight tactics, and you just witnessed why.
Then why don't we go to the game and see if this results? Because our casters are ready for the 4th game of the day. This is the finals. Guys, take it up.
Thank you so much, everyone. We are here getting ready to go into game number 4. Today, a champion will be decided. 6 long months of intense competition, and our first check will be decided this game. We're doing the math backstage. At least, no matter who wins, at least 2 players will make it to check here. First place and second place. So, next game is the potential end of the championship, no matter what.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be pretty ridiculous as it comes up here. Like, the fact that Fritz just missed by 1 HP. Yeah. It's like a heartbreaker to see that. Which is 1 more point. 1 more! This is like everything that your life's work has been dependent around is just hyper-aggressive leveling and making sure you have enough board to prevent 2 damage from coming in.
I mean, at least he's even if he AFKs and just, I don't know, go jogging or touching grass or something, he is guaranteed 80 points no matter what. Now let's go into the game.
What if that's the right calling? Like, you literally just go, okay.
Yeah, go touch
Take
grass,
a break.
mental reset.
Take a break. We'll have a game for fun.
We'll see what Fritz's strategy is coming into this game. Of course, also, Nathan, I really appreciated the death grip you had on Bebe for a moment. Just like, but think!
It hurt.
Oh, come on! Look,
abuse.
There's one thing that's guaranteed in TFT, and it's that I am not a strong individual.
Yes, he is.
Don't let him fool you, everyone. Of course, we're going on to Rain's board. Lilia pair, come on! We can do it. Do a little Lilia reroll.
Yeah, we need wins.
Oh, Talia 2-star.
Yeah, true.
We need wins.
See, Talia, I'm just saying.
Hey, so here's something that that I was talking with Dan about right before the show, and it's the players that are chasing down sword and belt. This has been a huge item for a lot of players. For Hwanmei, they want sword and belt. For Here We Go, they want sword and belt. For Rainplosion, she wants sword and belt. Now, coming into this 3rd day, when any of these players got sword, they were finding top 3s.
I mean, a sword is actually very heavy to contest, and especially Chinese players do practice their keyboard spamming APM, so they are actually very likely to get the itemization that one, and that does quite contribute in whether they are able to win streak during the early mid game or actually have a very decent item setup during the late game as well too.
I'm saying Rainplosion and a sword.
That's true.
Just saying.
That's true. Statistically, she's got to win.
Yeah. That's how stats work.
Yeah. That's how I've been told. I didn't do great in my stats class, but that's okay.
All right, Dongul with the currently a 3 Dragonmancy setup so far. So if he's offered a Kai'Sa, he will be able to go for a 4 Dragonmancy tech on probably Volibear if he really wants to. We'll see what his augment choice is.
Awful items, though.
Yeah, very concerned on the. You do have like a Guardian Stoneplate if you want, but
yeah.
You know that's a big. Oh, there's a rod on the bench.
Dragonmancy Crest.
Oh my gosh.
Polja called it.
Okay,
called it.
Something we've been consistently getting is gold augments to start with. Okay, let's keep that up. Let's keep that up.
Keep it up. Keep it consistent.
Golds.
None of this prismatic nonsense.
Don't say it. It's like Beetlejuice. You say its name 3 times and it shows up.
Give us prismatic.
No,
no, I'm making it worse. Okay.
Wait, don't say prismatic anymore.
Wait, you guys don't want golden eggs?
Oh, that's for later. That's for later.
For the final. That's right. Last game. Okay.
Dragonmancer here, though. Oh, wow.
Titanic strength there from Life's Bad.
That is a very rare choice to see on the Titanic strength.
Really? Someone took that?
Life's Bad.
Ancient tech.
You're right. Life's Bad did pick it. What in the world could he be thinking about? I guess he wants to just go for a Siphon Xiaoyu combination. Yeah. He's decided already what he wants to go for.
either a Siphon or an Olaf or something like that.
It's a pretty hard commitment to the Bruisers ended up being a carry in this spot. I mean, this is you're throwing away a gold augment otherwise.
I mean, he also made Ionics, which means he's not going to go for Siphon because Siphon decks don't really use Ionics that well. And if he loses a Rod and a Cloak, he's losing Bloodthirsters, Guinsus, all these decent DPS carry itemizations. What should he do?
Getting some heavy scale score and feelings here. You know, Ionic Spark really plays into the scale score and buff. It's dealing magic damage
for Diana.
Or the 4 scale score in there.
But I'm really worried because if you want to go for a scale score, the sign is usually having an early Olaf so you can scale the AD damage. That's usually a winning scale score composition.
Let me ask you this, baby. How many scale scorns have you seen this tournament?
One,
yeah.
Nobody's contesting it.
I think it's literally one scale.
That's how Title's been winning with the Psalms, is they just go through with Psalm every single
Well, and you
day,
only
it
need to
feels.
hit 7, and you can just roll for the rest of your life. Because you can go every single scale score and has been itemized to the point of being either defensive or offensive carry now that we've had Lilia reroll comps come out.
This is an interesting one.
As a TFT mathematician, I remember that contested compositions show up more and uncontested compositions don't show up at all, right? Right? That's usually how it goes, right?
True.
We're great at stats, as we established in the creep stage.
This is kindergarten statistics by the TFT Dragonlands crew.
Here we go here with the Cluttered Mind. You know, Cluttered Mind's a pretty powerful one. It does hurt your economy, but it's like in a different way. It's like you're committing to spending gold on XP.
I mean, it's actually very interesting to see so many clear minds and cluttered minds as well too, right? Because like it just shows how much like a focus that these players have on such eco augments, and I'm very surprised about that actually.
Yeah, I personally love the early economy. A lot of times when you go look at like the aggregate data sites and look for these, they don't look that strong. But something I have personally noticed is that when it's very strong players that have these early economy augments, they tend to do extremely well with them.
Yeah, I mean, it's all down to execution. It's all down to knowing when you have the avenue for it. And here we go. Thinks he's got one.
Currently, Here We Go situation has Econ. He has an Econ augment, and he did go for Sunfire like a start. That means he wants to go for a strong. Note, look at his Nasus. He didn't put the Sunfire Cloak on Leona and put it on Nasus because he wants his Nasus, the unit with Sunfire, to survive the longest. So Leona soaks all the damage, theoretically, but Nasus got focused first. Never mind.
It also could just be to like play for the Lost Streak idea. Like you don't want your strongest unit to hold the Sunfire cape.
Ah, you're right. He could actually put on the weak unit to transfer his itemizations on a better unit later on as well, too. That's also a very decent point.
Yeah, well, it's looking like that's not going to work either way.
Okay.
The Lost Streak is now gone. Title's going to pick it up, and I'm noticing Title again with a tier. This has been their preferred starting item, and they had a Jeweled Lotus sitting as that first augment.
Oh, I mean, these tier techs is what Title is most comfortable in. He is actually the master of...
There's an Olaf.
What the... Oh!
It does have a rod, though.
I mean, you could go Rageblade. It's not...
Title's good.
Title's going Olaf.
All right.
That's what that means when you take it Olaf off a carousel.
Archangel's Olaf.
Title and Nathan here, and it's like, okay, go for Olaf, not contested. All right, good tip. All right.
No scout, no pivot.
Oh, Juanmi has got some interesting itemization there. I see a potential Yone angle.
Wow, 3 bows.
The big thing to point out here as well is that when players are hunting down first place finishes, there's 2 different ways they go. Either number 1, they try to go for these major win streaks, preserve a ton of health, get something very big snowballing, and take that to 9. The other one is they hold on to items and make ideal stuff. As Dan had mentioned on the analyst desks, the power level that these players have been capping is absolutely wild right now. So holding on to the items, I think, is a good call if you're hunting at first.
I mean, it's interesting how Juanmi right now is actually having 2 bows, but he decides not to make either Runeans, nor Last Whispers, nor Rapid Fire Cannons. It means that he doesn't really want to win right now, and he just wants to see what he wants to do. It's actually very interesting that he didn't go for Runeans and Last Whispers just for tempo, but he's distributing the itemization so that he'll have more options and the ability to make stronger late game decks with completed itemizations.
Yeah, I have to say that Juanmi, while they did favor Xayah, these first 2 days, they were also favoring Darkflight as well with that along with that as well. They had Ezreal reroll, they had a Seraph Graves, and they had a Yone reroll as well. So they're just keeping their options open, as it looks like.
I mean, the reason why it's like that is because these Chinese players really emphasize on getting top 4. All the comps that they brought in, the 2-cost like a carry compositions, the Darkflight composition, the 4-cost carry compositions. I don't think I remember the last time I seen a Chinese player play a Dragon comp, and that's because they focus on comps that they can get during the early game, save as much HP as possible, and guarantee a very safe and secure placement.
Yeah, it's a very good point, actually. When I go look at the compositions that Here We Go, that Zhongzhe and Huanmei brought, there is 2 dragon compositions?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, these Chinese players don't go for it unless they have like a really full win streak into a very favorite situation.
Raven's Axe with the Shimmer Scale.
Wow. Well, and I'm wondering where this is going here for Dongur, because you can look at his itemization. You see a bow on that Kai'Sa. Bow is pretty bad on any best-in-slot Kai'Sa build. If she's going to be your primary damage carry in the late game, you cannot risk having suboptimal items on her.
And I am proud to say Dongur right now is raising the tempo in the lobby by hitting level 6. That man is making me very proud right now at the momento. He is going to make sure to use his Shimmer skills to like a snowball his economy and finish off the game very nice and neatly.
Bebe would be level 6 here.
I am proud here. Oh boy, I am smiling. You guys can't see, but I am smiling so hard right now.
So yeah, I'm looking at the bow sitting on this Kai'Sa, and I do think that this is still an open angle because you have the Dragonmancer spat at the start. This being an augment means that you really can't let go of this. If you let go of this as being some sort of primary focus, it's really going to hurt. So this is telling me, like, if you go for Xayah here, that means this would like have to fall on a Shyvana later on.
Yep, that is completely what I was thinking as well too. Since he has a Draven's Axe, since he has a bow, since he can make like whatever he wants right now, I feel like instead of rerolling for a Kai'Sa 3-star, it would be much more better to level up and go for
He's got a double Lee Sin off the PvE orb.
What?
He's got 4 Dragonmancer now.
He's already on 6, so you know it just shows up.
Okay, interesting development here.
What do you do? Check it. Check what is it first. He puts it in. He's thinking what to take out first. Take anything out is fine. Okay.
What? Are you kidding? Okay, so 5 Shimmer Scale would give him Determined Investor plus Draven's Axe. We saw this exact same thing be a winning angle for Lifespan in the previous game. This is an angle Dongur can and looks like will be playing.
I am smiling so hard right now. Dongur is actually our Korean representative. Is actually looking like he's a spot to get a solid first place.
Holy
I love it.
Smokes, yeah, slam the bramble. Let's go.
And remember, all you need in order to qualify, no matter who you are this game, is a first or a second. That will put you in check and make sure the rest of the lobby catches up to you or loses the finals.
Oh man, I cast a curse him. No! I should have smiled so far. I should not have said first place. I'm sorry, Dongur.
No, that's not how it works. The Idis is inherently a weaker unit in that spot. You're giving up the primary strength of what your focus was, which was at the Kai'Sa sitting there. You can't roll down because
Guys, really quick question. If you have an Idis at 3-2 and you get Recombobulator.
You recombobulate for Shyvana, of course, right?
I would.
You need all the Shimmer Scales in place, though. You have Draven's Axe and you have...
not gonna go for it.
But that's 8 Dragonmancy Shyvana.
Yeah, just go for it. Look, if you're gonna get in, go for the 1st or 8th. I guess it's not checked yet. So he is gonna go for the Guardian Heart instead, breaking my heart.
Wow, the Electro charge here is, I think, a good silver augment pickup here for Lifespan. If you were going to continue to go that direction, I'm still getting some serious Olaf vibes here.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a weird Soifin angle. Like, Titanic Strength hasn't shown up very much since the nerf several patches ago.
I feel like Lifespan actually picked Titanics in order to get a strong Bruiser start to match with Ionics, because Bruisers plus Ionics is in the end a very powerful start that does allow him to save HP and economy, and that's what he did here. He's at a full 100 HP with a 6 win streak going on. So this man actually isn't really thinking about his composition too much, but he's actually thinking of having a really good lead for the early game.
So we're trying to turn the gold augment into a tempo augment.
That's correct.
So does this get abandoned later on?
Well, I guess it's just going to be a throwaway augment because there isn't really any AD itemization except for time resolves, and the only unit that can use that is usually, you know, Siphon. So if he has to either go for Siphon, but I don't know if he'll be able to get photos with this.
We've seen it on Xayah recently. Like when players are going Dark Flight or they're focusing on Nila for the Lagoon compositions, it gives enough armor and MR at the end to where you're just barely living out those attacks onto the backline too. I mean, Titans feels like it's defined by the lobby that you're in, and not necessarily they immediately put an Olaf into play. Wow! I'm telling you, I'm getting the vibes from it. I'm getting the vibes.
All right, so we see Lifespan adding in an Olaf after leveling. He has a 7+ win streak going on, so there is a lot of incentive to do so. He's up against Here We Go, who also has an issue with the Draven's Axe. What's going on here?
Well, I'm seeing a prep and cluttered mind on Here We Go's side. This is inherently like like a strange economy.
Yeah.
Like synergy?
It's reading reroll to me, though, because you're going to want your bench full anytime you're going for a reroll composition. Rather, if you're getting free experience, you'll keep your bench full. And if you're going for a preparation board, you want someone on that bench.
I mean, I had the same thought. That looks really trolly, but at the same time, he's actually buffing up his like a Varus, so they'll do more damage for the late game. That's actually a very strange yet interesting and strong choice from Here We Go.
So as we come into the carousel and we're going to get a glimpse of items, there's a couple things I want to touch on related to augments. Tidal picked up a Jeweled Lotus first and a Tiny Titan second. This is great for building on an AP comp. When I look at Donggu's board, they started out with the Dragonmancer crest. They got a Guardian Heart to supplement that. They're giving you that 6 Guardian kind of vibe that can come in.
Yeah.
So big difference there. And then the last one is Fritz. Cybernetic Uplink 2 and Cybernetic Uplink 1.
Oh, disgusting.
Currently, I'm not really sure who's going to win the lobby for now because Lifespan does have a full win streak going on, but since his deck is a deck that falls off, it is awkward. Oh!
Hold on. This is brutal here for Shunga. You look at his board, you look at his augments, Cybernetic Shell better together, also signaling that Lagoon Graves composition, but he's 38 HP. He's been full loss streaking, and on the roll down, all he finds is this Ao Shin.
And these Malphites. Never forget the Malphites.
Ooh,
Way
Malphite.
behind.
I mean, the Graves Seraphine comps doesn't really need a Graves for this setup. You just need your like a 2 and 3 cost 2-star save HP for stage 3. So he's not in that bad of a situation, especially if he finds Graves.
You know, I will disagree with you on this. I think that finding a Graves 2 isn't necessarily mandatory. I think finding a Graves is pretty important, though.
Yeah. He doesn't have a damage carry at the moment. He's going to sell away the Ao Shin.
It's the Seraphine. Seraphine's a damage carrier, and you're hoping that this is going to pad the impacts. The biggest one here is that it's a 3-5. Like, that's going to be the, you know, the biggest quote-unquote carry that's happening in this spot. But look, this is barely getting through at best.
Well, Admiral was right. He actually is barely like unable to win because of that one Graves difference. Wow, Nathan, amazing.
It's just tough. You know, you roll down all your gold in the hunt for this. You don't have anything that can carry this out.
But he managed to maintain his 8 loss streak while perfectizing like economy and HP at the same time as well too. So he didn't take that much damage. He got the extra like eco. I think he's not that bad of a spot if he loses one more.
Yeah, it's a good loss at that as well. He only lost a couple points of HP. He's not going to go down right now.
Good loss, good loss.
Yeah, good loss, good loss.
He wants to lose one more time. That's why he doesn't want like a reroll here as well too.
When does it stop being a good loss? That's all I want to know. Like, I'm getting worried here for Zhangge.
When he loses the game, that will be unfortunate.
Yeah, right up until then, we got it.
Yeah, exactly. We don't even have to say that was a bad loss. We can say it's unlucky.
I mean, in Zunji's like a spot here, he actually does want to lose one more by like 1 or 2 more units because honestly, if you lose by 1 or 2 more units up until like a stage 4, it doesn't really hurt that much. It's not really that much with like a deficit.
Yeah, we're going into the creep round, which is why it's highlighted. But again, you need to wipe out a large portion of your opponent's board. But right here, the Zyra stun, that locks them into a win instead. That is a lot of gold that's given up. However, you are only at 31 HP. I don't think the 8 streak is the one I wanted to pay here for it, but we're here now. What do we do?
Well, now I think you've got to rebound the tempo, right? Like, you have only 30 gold. You don't have the loss streak econ to rely on. You're at 32 HP. If you take a loss now, it gets you nothing.
If I were to phrase that in one word, no, not one word, in one phrase, it would be pray for RNZ and Mortdog.
I did not notice this one showing up, but that is an Itis 2.
Wow.
That's sitting in play right now.
Strong upgrade there for Donggu, who has been on a massive win streak for going into the Wolves, recovered his early position, and he's still got the Draven's Axe to print him a little bit more items.
I don't know if Donggu will be able to maintain his win streak though, because this is actually the point where his composition starts to fall off. He does have a Xayah. Does he change out the Kaisa for Xayah so that he can maybe win the fights from now on? Because he is lacking damage.
That's... You know, this is a tough point, actually, to point out right now. You would be giving up a Dragonmancer, so you go down to 3 of those. So suddenly it's not as much of a highlight, but you do get a Xayah in play. Okay, now I'm getting some serious, like, Dragonmancer Alshin vibes.
Or even Acel. I mean, Acel has such a low mana cost, it means one ult is probably just going to be 1 kill.
Yeah.
But to your point, Ao Shin, the major problem he has is into AoE compositions. He just doesn't do enough damage to clear the board. Give him that amount of extra AP, that problem is solved.
Yeah.
I mean, for those who don't know, Donggu in this entire tournament has been going for dragons every single time he was offered an angle to do it. Even when he's level 8, not offered a great angle. He still goes for like a Dragons and actually managed like a prevail.
Well, hang on. If you look at their first 2 days, they only went Dragons 7 times out of the 10, with a Soyfen and a Deja being 2 of the others. So, not every single time, just, every single time.
Oh, hold on, guys. We've got 2 players holding hands here. We've got Hwamie and Here We Go, both going Xayah with Draven's Axe for their gold composition.
Oh. Wait.
If you go Imperialist, no. I think Jeweled Lotus might be better, because Imperialist means you can't use a Dragon frontline.
Oh, that is right, actually. Going for like a Jeweled Lotus would actually insta-burst the damage output that Dongul's like a board has, especially since he'll have so much AP units.
Notice a lot fewer rerolls on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think the Jeweled Lotus does make some sense here. Even if you don't have an Infinity Edge, this is still offering you damage to some degree.
Well, hell, even for your Kai'Sa right now.
Exactly. It's just, damage is damage at the end of the day. You don't have to have something ideal for it. You don't have to have the strongest thing available. You just have to be stronger than everybody else.
Is this a triple contested Seraphine Graves comp, or are we only at double?
Oh, I think there are at least 2 players for sure, but the third player I'm not entirely like a specific. However, Fritz does have 6 Zeries and double cybernetic uplinks. How good is cybernetic uplinks in these Seraphine Grace comps?
Oh, extremely powerful in these. The whole idea of it is you're trying to just provide a bunch of shielding and such.
I was going to say, extremely powerful if you have an item on the Seraphine. Yeah. So you put down that component just for us.
The Graves is going to be casting a little bit faster. You have the Edge Knight here to protect it. You need that sustain item as the last one, but you have Celestial Blessing to impact that a bit. So it's damage or is it a sustain item? It's going to be the last thing, but look what you're losing to. It's a Seraphine Graves composition.
I mean, it's in hierarchy at this point, since Zunji has a better augments. He has better together, he has damage augments. He just mold over Fritz, which is quite unfortunate.
I'm going to take a hit here from Life's Bad side, who is looking like perhaps the Soyfen composition.
It was like
your items are just really not stacking up for much else. And it does make a lot of sense in this one, especially if you're going to take the Bruiser emblem as your last one here. Ooh. Oh, wait, the Bruiser emblem onto the Shield. That's a lot of damage.
That's what he was aiming for. I'm going to get Bruiser emblem on Shield U at stage like a 4. Of course.
Oh, of course. Who wouldn't try for that?
Yeah. That's what I do every single time I have option for a Titan
But this is so strong now, because look at the Bruiser frontline as well. You've got the Olaf, who's been stacking all game. You've got the Jax, who is in his own right such a great defensive unit. Now you've got both Dragons.
I mean, we have to compliment Life's Bad here, because look at this deck. Look at this build-up. How many people know this build-up? How many people knows the win condition of like a Titanic Force into like Electric Charge into a Bruiser Spatula? We have to give it to Argentina. Their deck research is amazing.
Yeah.
How many people are willing to risk it? Is more, I think, the important point.
Oh, wait, never mind. It's weak.
Well, hey, hang on. You just went against the Better Together Stand United Graves build, which is the one you pointed out as just being nigh ideal at this point,
with 3 items, with Cybernetic Shell, I'm going to forgive Life's Bad's board the loss here. He needs a 2nd place in order to make it to checkmate, and he is taking the most scenic route I have ever seen, but I'm damn proud of him.
I'm actually really curious what happened Tidal in this entire game. He did pick, I think, judging by the size of that little legend, he does have a tiny Titan, so he would have been at 42-ish HP, which is actually not that good.
Yeah, it's Jeweled Lotus, Tiny Titans, and Ascension is what they ended up picking on this one. I'm really curious how that board gets built out, though, because we are in a spot where you were just absolutely dominating the lobby at this point, but it's still pretty tightly backed. It's got like the cascade down instead of the canyon from top to bottom, like we've been seeing. Zhengge has a win streak going at the bottom spot. Here we go, just hits Xayah 2. Look at all the 2s and the level 8s that are popping up
Good
here.
Lord.
Everyone is going in right now.
This is the moment where everybody is going to spike. I think Tidal really wanted to go for Deja, but I actually found Aurelia Soul instead. He has 6 stacks on his investors. We'll see exactly how this gets.
Yes, I'm trying to figure where's the Draven's Axe, how do you use it? I mean, it's pure utility at this point, is what I think. And these are great items for the Aurelian Soul here, but the Hextech Gunblade can be a major deal instead because it keeps providing that front line. We're just going to see how it pans out.
He's going to wait for it as well.
Ooh, Shroud. That's a nice Shroud.
Yeah.
Oh,
really
good shit right there.
Let's see how much damage this does. This is an ASOL 1. This is with Jeweled Lotus and an Infinity Edge. He's going to have... Okay. A lot.
The charge, though. The charge came in with the Rampage. That is such bad news.
Life's Bad will take the W here. Tidal going to take a loss, but this is not a concern for the Japanese player. Yes, down to 58 HP, but the Dragon is where he's waiting.
I mean, never forget that that was an Acel with only 2 damage items. Of course, he has Ascension. Of course, he has like a Jewel, like a Lotus as well too. So technically, it is 4 itemization if you think about it, and he can add in 1 more.
This is effectively a pair of Aurelion Souls as well, because you just hit the items too, and you're at 7 stacks on the investor there, which means the Diamond Hands is coming up, which means you're getting 10 extra gold, which means you're going into Dragons maybe to look for that 3rd item. Or maybe you keep that item slot open so you can use the Diamond Hands there. There are all sorts of flexible possibilities here that can all add up to a big outcome.
Now, the biggest decision that Tidal needs to make here is that does he want to reroll at 8 for the Acel 2-star gamble, or is he going to greed economy because he's actually in a really awkward spot between both?
I'm going to roll it here because you're getting the champion duplicator. That's me personally.
Well, and now he's got the gold for the economy as well. He's going to hit that 30 gold interest checkpoint. So he's going to have an
Whoa!
Close fight there, but Huamie's Xayah will prevail. We saw him pivot up. That is a massive Yasuo. What's going on here, Dongul?
25 stacks on the Titans. The Dragonmancer buffs as well. Rainplosion taking a hit here. We saw Rainplosion with a jeweled Lotus and the Ascension as well. So we have 2 players hunting down that angle of attack.
There's a lot of players going for it.
You're right. Currently, I'm looking at Rainplosion's like a
the Chaos Dragon?
Chaos Dragon? Where?
Is this what it is? I mean, look at all this, the wacky stuff that's popping up.
Just watch Title's board here, middle right. Going to have a lot of opportunities for a powerful board. Rain, of course, here coming out of the Chaos Dragon, has sold a lot of her units here. Just going to be relying on this Deja carry.
The Mirages for this game is Duelist, so even if Rainplosion does not have a Guinsus, that Zeke in the Duelist synergy will be enough for the attack speed, and she just needs to fit it with a bunch of damage optimization. I think that's okay.
Well, we only have a Giant Slayer and an Archangel staff to go along with that, and the Bloodthirster looking like it could go there, but it's feeling more like a frontline item to me at this point.
Aha! But yes, look at the Ragmas, Jeweled Lotus into Ascension. Now that's going to be a powerful Deja for sure.
I'm kind of... I'm torn on the Bloodthirster here. My heart is like pulling me in 2 different directions on this.
I think it depends on how Rain wants to play, right? If she's playing for top 4, you slam that Bloodthirster right now. But if you are playing for the absolute top 1, you wait, you risk the carousel.
I feel it's okay to just give the Bloodthirst as well too, because she doesn't want her like a Deja to die to Acel later on for the AoE damage.
Zephyr comes, the Shroud comes in on the left side here. Braum is going to be in a great position to hold this down for a bit though. Deja taking a step to the right. Oh, great wave. Yeah, it's coming out in that spot as
evasion! That Pantheon has 40% evasion, it's dodging everything. And now it's dead.
Yeah, good damage there from Deja, but it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, so she's going to hold it for the carousel, it looks like. I mean,
I mean, the reason why Deja couldn't do much damage was because her auto attacks was on Pantheon, and Pantheon had 3 evasive itemizations, so it just kept on missing and missing and missing, and bought so much time for the opponent to win that fight.
We saw Dungu use all their gold to go to level 9 as well.
Oh.
So this is a big one. 10 gold left to work with.
She got it.
Yeah, that could be the Shyvana pickup here.
I don't know if you're going for Dragons. You have 6 Guardian right now. Like you're just looking for the big AP at the end. Like, does Shyvana hold the spot right now, or do you want the Shimmer scale?
Big AP, Shyvana.
No. Where does it go though? You're either giving up Guardians or giving up.
We'll have to see about that right now.
Oh gosh, this is hard.
Dongul went for a bit awkward approach, so he will take some damage here, but thankfully he does have 44 HP, so he's not in too much trouble. He's also at level 9, so he can find Soraka to heal back up, so he can make his decision very slowly. It's not going to be much of an issue.
Tidal found a Guardian's emblem through the Dragon portion of this, and that is massive right now. Having that 6 Guardian potential on your side with it being on your backliner as well, it's very difficult to kill this unit right now.
Oh my god! What a massive explosion.
And look at what the shield from the Guardians does. At the very least, it's going to be eliminating some of the opposing boards, so you just don't take as big of a hit. So close to being a tipping point.
This is also before like a Dongul managed to find his carries. Once he finds his carries, those Terras?
Terra pair.
Awkward, right? How do you fit those in, right? Your synergies are very decent.
Well, if you want to drop your Shimmer entirely, you've now got a Guardian Yasuo. If you want to drop the Shimmer, decide Diamond Hands isn't worth as much, pick up the Terra pair, you can put in another Dragon later, you've got great items for an Acel.
No, it just feels so hard to do. I don't want to.
No, But these games are all about finding the highest cap possible, and I think that's what Dongle is going to debate here.
It's only about fun.
Dongle
True.
right now is
We're only playing for like
We're only playing for fun and $150,000.
Yeah, just go ahead and have fun with it. Up against the Xayah in the back left corner here, a Death Blade plus a Rage Blade on this one, plus the prep that's been happening. I'm curious how many preparation stacks are across the board right now, but your front line, it's still not 100% there, it seems like, but your damage right now is still the Volley Bear. Like, it's going to be vulnerable at this spot. The fact that he's even holding up here to any degree tells me that they still have a great spot to find a carry.
This is a really good calculation for Dongle. The reason why he's not investing down to 0 to find his carry fast is because he knows that he's not going to take too much damage. He's at level 9, he can find a Soraka, he has 44 HP, so he's greeding as much money as possible so he can get that juicy first place.
Okay, let's take a look at this carousel here. We were talking about Rainplosion, saying she has that extra Bloodthirster. We don't know yet if she was able to blow it, but I'm not convinced any of these items are particularly better for her than a Bloodthirster. We saw maybe Titans?
We saw the Dragon Claw go very early here to Tidal. So Tidal's extremely concerned with being eliminated or wiped out by one big hit is what that kind of tells me in a spot like this. And we're seeing a lot of these utility items just not be favored right now. So Life's Bad getting a Locket at the end, a Shoja and a Shroud showing up. Nothing here really like stands out to me as like, oh, this was the critical moment.
Yeah.
So
Tidal did roll down, as you said. He tried to look for the A-Soul, but I guess it just wasn't his game. He couldn't find it until the end.
Yeah.
Desperately, he just rolls for a Deja. He finds one in the shop. That feels so bad for it to happen.
Oh.
There is a trick that he could have done. He could just sold the Rakan like a 2-star instead, and that gives him enough money to add in the Rakan 1-star, and that way he could save his Nikos, but very difficult situation.
I do agree with the roll down. It's a low roll at that point. I do agree with the Deja pickup here, and you need the 2-star this round. You're only at 15 HP. Just try to tick it up a bit.
Here we go.
Oh man, this looks rough. The enemy is going to Lifespan. Lifespan's composition is actually well equipped to deal with this. How will the fight go?
I'm looking at this Siphon, and I'm getting some bad feelings about this. I'm getting some bad feelings about this.
Whoo!
Oh, it's going to run away. It's going to run away.
Down. There's the Ascension coming out for the Deja, able to rip down that Siphon down so low. But now Xiaoyu's trying to find it, but Titan among Titans, she cannot find the win nonetheless.
Big part about this, too, is Tidal, 13 points. You were hunting down 5 points in this one. You were literally targeting top 4.
I mean, look, every point matters in a finals like this. And look, the HP is 5, 8, 15, 17, 18, 18, 28, 32. This lobby is a very close one.
We could have our entire lobby reduced to top 4 in just 2 more PvP rounds.
Another Deja composition from Rainplosion. Zeke's into... Oh, she couldn't find her third damage itemization for Deja and decided to Bloodthirster to Yasuo instead. I hope that this is going to be good enough. The targeting will be very important here.
Oh, I'm getting some bad feelings about this.
We've seen how this goes
Much better feelings about that.
Will Deja do what she needs? Rips through Xiaoyu, and Siphon still uncontested for the time being. And it looks like not even the wave will threaten him. He tries to go for a chomp. Instead, solo targeted among 3 and will fall. Rainplosion will survive.
I was so terrified when that wave missed.
Nobody died.
Nobody
died.
How?
Even Fritz is alive.
What is going on right now? We're going to have all 8 players alive in stage 6.
I mean, one thing to know is that the Chinese players at the beginning was actually at the bottom of the lobby and they climbed all the way back up to the top.
This is the Shunga special. This is what he does. In one of the games in TOC, he was down to 13 HP in 6th place and turned it into a first. This, if you're looking for a strength for this player, you have found it.
Now, if you look at this lobby, this is what high-level TFT looks like. Since none of these players are making any major mistakes, since none of these players are building into weak, non-meta compositions, they are actually hanging in just by a thread all the way up to 6-1.
The only thing I'm going to point out here is that Graves hitting the bench right now. I'd be terrified that I accidentally sell this thing. There's no way I'm putting that thing on the bench.
He's a pro, don't worry.
I'm not risking it, not even for the stacks. Look, there's still 8 left to go. Was it worth it for me? Too anxious, too worried.
Oh man, that was interesting. Right now, it seems Zunji is going to keep on rolling. I'm not sure exactly what he's looking for.
Seraphine, one more.
Okay.
They're cutting out a couple of 3s when they find it.
Oh,
the Volley Bear just really wants to shoot. It's like, put me in, coach.
There's going to be the Lee Sin, continues rolling.
Oh!
There it is!
Great roll down.
Seraphine now on the board for Shunga. We're going to check out Fritz, his competitor in water gun versus Title, the Japanese champion.
This is looking terrifying to me right now. The Deja, it is going to get locked on the Graves, but that's where the Edge Knight ends up dropping that. Graves turns to the left. That's not what you want to see. The wave comes in. And as soon as this Rakan gets taken out, it's back onto the Graves right now. So the Graves, the solo reliant damage right now as the attack speed starts to get built up, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. That's looking to me like Deja's going to pull through a pretty easy victory here.
Deja pushing through. One more wave will take the Zeri low, and it is too little too late for this board. Fritz not able to hold on, falls out in 8th just by the HP totals. 5 players left in the lobby.
Wow. I mean, never forget that Fritz actually has 17 points. So even if he does get 8th here, he is actually 18 points. That's not going to be sad. But Rainplosion actually needs one more win in this case to make that happen.
Rainplosion 8th, Fritz in 7th, Lifespan in 4.
Rain came into this one with 15 points as well. All she needed was a 6, but falls just short.
Oh, look at Hwame's at the moment. Look at his items. Look at his augments. He has Ionics and Morellos from a Thieves Gauntlet Shyvana, and he does have Blue Buff on Hecarim with the Shroud that perfectly hits. How's that going to go?
Well, Shroud hits the other side as well. This is looking pretty tough right now because when you're sitting at that low HP, positioning is everything. It was great here to amplify the best friends. A big stun from the Shyvana, but is this going to be enough? The Graves still sitting in that back line. 25 stacks on board right now with that Titan.
It's down.
And this is going to be tough right now. There's no way the Xayah holds through with this one. It's just way too stacked on Graves' side.
Hwamie, the 2-time world champion, has fallen in 5th place. It's up to Shunga, the winner of TOC, to get it across the finish line.
Come on, Donga, come on! Oh! He lives. He lives.
We're down to our top 4. And finally, Shunga, here we go. Title and Dongul will be fighting for checkmate.
And look at the call that Title had made to get away from that Aurelion Soul, to go for the Deja, and look what it's caused right now. This was like the difference between 8th and 4th at least.
It legit was the difference. If he lost any fight in between, that would have been an instant 8th place, and the Argentinian players would have gotten a bigger advantage. That is for sure. The next fight is going to happen, and that is going to decide who the top 2 players will be. Let's see. We're going to look at Title's board, and the enemy is going to be Xayah.
Okay, the Xayah will be cross from the Deja. Neither will be targeting the other. So it's all about the front lines. Watch those Idases. They'll determine the fight. Xayah will fire away, but misses onto the Idis. That's going to be Title taking down. Here we goes, Idis, level 9 or no. It's not going to be enough to stop this Deja. Finds damage onto the Jace. The Shyvana soon to follow. Flame Breath will not be enough. And the wave into the back. Guardian Shield! Title will find it! Here we goes down!
Title gets second, and that's 18 points!
Dongul got knocked out in 4th place, minus 15 in this one. Title has made a top 2 from an 8th because they sold a pair of Aurelion, because they basically sold a pair of Aurelion Souls to Deja!
Not finding the Aurelion Soul was actually a win condition for Title. It worked into his favor. That is amazing. He went down all the way to 8th place and survived all the way here to a second, guaranteed 18 points.
Both China and Japan's representatives, their champions, have made it to checkmate. Next game, they could take home the title of world champion.
Now, if you look at the upgrade levels, the upgrade level is a bit more in favor of Zunji. Zunji has a Shroud, he has a Seraphine 3-star. They're both 4-cost 2-star compositions, so we have to see if that one Seraphine 3-star is the deciding factor for victory of this game, or whether Deja, with perfect augments and itemizations, will be good enough.
This could be the final fight of the game. 23 HP for Shunga, 8 for Title. Look at the backline here. Zephyr misses the Graves, so he will be firing away. Morello from Seraphine comes out with one more auto, and it means the front line will start to get ripped through here. Title still safe in the back. The Graves is targeting the front line, which gives enough time for the Ascension. Deja, fully Ascendant Dragon, will find one wave, 2 auto, 3 down, 4. Deja takes down the Graves. Seraphine, the only one left to keep Shunga's round alive. But they will not find enough damage. The Guardian Shield. The Shunga down to 11. This next round is the last round of game number 4.
What a match between China versus Japan. Both sides are not giving it easy for the other. I said Sunjay had the upgrade advantage, but now he's panicking, he's rolling. He's wondering how he can beat that composition that title made.
It's so difficult to beat. I mean, you're having to dodge the Zephyr, you're having to get the Graves in the right spot. The Graves working its way in front of the Deja was inherently a massive liability because it didn't get the target in time.
I feel the most important factor is to make sure Lee Sin kicks the Itis away so the Itis does nothing. I think that is one of the things to consider. We'll see what happens in this fight.
Watching the Lee Sin here, positioning will be everything, but the Lee Sin's been swapped. And now we're going to see the Seraphine. Shroud once again is beautiful here from both players. So Title's Deja will not be able to find the wave. Bard ult hits onto the front line, meaning the Graves just gets to tear through them. The Itis down to half. Shield is up, but the Graves falls once again. And Title's Deja continues to fire away. Seraphine may ult, but it will not matter. The Ascendant Dragon is Title takes it home.
Japan actually managing to beat China. I have never seen anything like this with only a Deja 2-star as well, too. That was an amazing match.
It's such a strong spot for Title as well because going up against a Grave Seraphine at the end, your whole damage is coming from that wave that Deja is sending, and your whole team on the other side is clumped. You're getting massive damage from that Deja every single cast. That is a great compromise the Title made from 8th to 1st place instead.
I'm pretty sure nobody expected Title win that. Everybody that saw that board is like, okay, Title's just gonna get 8th here. All right, I guess that's it for Japan, but no. He got 4th. No. He got 2nd. No. He got 1st, and that, I feel, was a beautiful representation that Japan is actually a really strong region.
His momentum coming into this next game will decide it all. He has made it through check, as has Shunga. So both of those players, at a very minimum, could claim the title of world champion in the next game. But I think of the two, I'm putting my cards on Title. Looking incredible, not only today, not only yesterday, but for the entirety of the tournament, coming out absolutely dominant.
Don't forget about Fritz.
Yeah.
Fritz had the natural check, 17 points coming into this game. 3 players could take it home.
It's amazing to see both Argentina and Japan perform perfectly at Worlds. Their region should be very proud of their players, and wow.
We could have a champion from a new region. Everything is possible. We're going to go to a quick break while our analysts will break down game number 4. And then after that, potentially the final competitive game of set 7 where we crown the Dragonlands Global Champion. Don't get out of your seats.
Is going to get locked up in Graves, but that's where the Edge Knight ends up dropping that. Graves turns to the left. That's not what you want to see. The wave comes in, and as soon as this Rakan gets taken out, it's back onto the Graves right now. So the Graves, the solo reliant damage right now as the attack speed starts to get built up, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. That's looking to me like Deja's going to pull through a pretty easy victory here.
Deja pushing through. One more wave will take the Zeri low, and it is too little too late for this board. Fritz not able to hold on, falls out. Swapped, and now we're going to see the Seraphine. Shroud once again is beautiful here from both players. So Title's Deja will not be able to find the wave. Bard ult hits onto the front line, meaning the Graves just gets to tear through them. The Itis down to half. Shield is up, but the Graves falls once again, and Title's Deja continues to fire away. Seraphine may ult, but it will not matter. The Ascendant Dragon is Title takes it home.
Japan actually managing to beat China. I have never seen anything like this with China. I have never.
taking the lead on this overall standing on, oh my god, that composition with the Guardians. Let me break it down. Guardians in this tournament and this final has been so key in order to succeed with this glory. Guys, tell me, what's going on?
I mean, it's just very hard to kill something with a very large shield. The more of them, the better. The more I mean, of course, Idis has been enormously influential over the whole of today. Of course, what is Idis but just yet another Guardian who's great to play?
Yeah, absolutely. So first, Idis brings you Shimmer Scale. We've been seeing how great Shimmer Scale can be for your compositions, especially when it's something like Draven's Axe that you can scale to the maximum in a previous game, or the Determined Investor that we are seeing a lot of today. Both of these just give you so much economy, so much more stability, very, very great to slot in. And then the Guardians, you said it already, we know that tanky, chunky boys can do a lot in TFT, reminding us a little bit of the last World Championship, where 8 bodyguards actually were the last board to win the entire tournament.
That's a great point, but I also want to point out the Shroud was the key for that victory. That was an excellent Shroud towards all the Seraphine composition, and I think if that wouldn't be ahead on the Seraphine composition, he would have gotten first.
I mean, that's why our pro players all love these utility items. They're really, they exemplify the competitive nature of our players. That there's so much skill in how you use them. Reselling, using again, making these kind of 50-50 decisions, which can absolutely completely change the nature of a fight.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. I think especially what we're seeing from the pros is a lot of toggling out, toggling in of the Shroud of Stillness, of that Zephyr, really making sure you're hitting what you're meaning to be hitting. But also, we're still getting so much variety in every single game. And coming into this, I read a lot of, it's just going to be about whoever hits the dragon. It's not. It's not. And you can see it. It is so much more than that. And our players are showing us what they can do with these crazy boards. Bruiser Shiou coming out, the Guardians coming out. I loved this game.
Just a quick note, of course, about what you're seeing on screen right now from Title. We've talked before about the 4-item carries. Being able to put the Guardian Shield on your main carry gives you such an incredible insurance to say, normally, there are some hits you take to your big carry that just lose you the round. But with the Guardian Shield, they have to do it multiple times over. And most rounds, that's just not possible.
I really want to highlight the fact also that many players are choosing Guardians as an early composition. We have seen a reroll of Guardians as a safe composition in order to have healthy, a lot of win streaks, but then they're switching to an Aesol, to an Oshin, to build more stronger, but the Idas, again, is really strong. Can we highlight the point that we now have 5 players on checkmate?
Yes.
And after that, the next game, whoever of that 5 players get the first place, it is over.
Yeah, look at them. So Tidal leading the pack with 1 point only. And then also, Dongle, no matter what, will be on checkmate if they do not finish first in the next round. And Rain and Lifespan both are on their heels. So really, Tidal, Shungo, Fritz, Hwanmei, and here we go, all need to look for that win. And that's just going to be some crazy Hail Mary gameplay.
I do want to point out, of course, we came into this entire tournament talking about Chinese domination. Notice the nationalities of 3 of those 5 players. Again, there's a chance we do actually see what we're threatened. We could see China going from 2 top spots at Worlds to the 3 top spots at Worlds.
Or we could have our first LATAM or Japanese winner in
We could.
Shit. I'm just putting it out there.
I'm just playing the odds here.
It is, but the standings are so close. The points are so close, and as we said before, it's just a matter of who gets the top 1, and that's it. But if any on the other 3 players get that first one, then we keep going.
And it's also worth, because of course we've got the prizes going down, from first all the way to 8th. A huge amount of money just in the top 8 for being played for. So even if you don't hit that checkmate point, certainly for Title, who's in pole position, they're in the best position that even if they don't win, to walk away with the largest amount of money.
Yeah, It's not going to be only about that though, right? You also want to make sure that preferably if you feel like you don't have a great starting hand, you don't want other people to win, so you're still going to try your best to at least bump them a place down and play your very best to clutch this one out.
I mean, the competition is really tough right now. We might have one last game or 2 more games, so we're gonna go for a short break, and after that, we continue. This is the finals. We'll be right back.
On the planet. My name is Canafit, joined with Admiral and Frodan. We are so very close to crowning ourselves a Dragonlands champion. Guys, it's not guaranteed, but it's pretty freaking likely.
We're almost at the finish line. This could be where we crown a champion for the past 6 months. Every single ranked game, every single qualifier, every single tournament, every single 8th place they had to suffer at the sight of thousands of people has led to this very moment. Who is going to be the champion?
And all of this is also magnified by the fact that they're just playing out of their minds and seeing just absolutely ridiculous power that is coming from here. Bebe really kind of struck me in the heart accidentally when he said, this is what high-level TFT looks like. Nobody in the last game was willing to accept it. They're like, no, no. The entire way through, it's like I'm gunning for 4th. I'm going to get 4th place. We're going to put it in check. All 8 players alive at stage 6.
Well, guys, as you said, we've seen some of the most ludicrous teamfight tactics we've ever seen. For each of you, what's the big thing that's standing out going into this next game? What's the most important consideration?
Well, the first thing is there's 5 players in Czech. 3 of them are from China. They are currently back-to-back champions, going from Gizmos and Gadgets into Reckoning. But speaking of Reckoning, Hwanmie is on the verge of going to be a 2-time champion, which would just be unprecedented in a game of high variance like Teamfight Tactics.
It's just unreal to even think about.
But at the same time, we have Japan and Latin America, 2 underdog regions, ranked 7th and 8th by many experts around the world. Are they going to prove everyone wrong?
It's quite a way back in for Title to come back and put themselves at the top of the table. Settle yourselves in. This, like every other game today, is going to be an absolute blinder.
I want to start out here with pointing out the carousel items. Dan, the carousel items were tiers, gloves, and 1 chain. I'm looking at so many players who want to open up sword or belt or bow, and only a handful of players that are willing to accept tier.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a deviation of game plans. And the game plan for some of these players is very clear. Go big or go home. For a lot of players, second isn't what they're aiming for. So yes, they'll put it all on the line. However, the problem with the dynamic of 5 players in Czech is that if you go for first stage strategy and flame out very quickly, let's say you just send it, and then you're like, well, if I don't hit, I go 8th. You're making it easy for the other 4 players to also claim that first place. And then how does that dynamic work for players on the outside looking in? You're talking about Lifespat from Argentina. You're talking about Rainplosion from USA and Dongul from Korea. It's going to be a very interesting dynamic as we see our first augment in a couple minutes here.
It just feels like we're having so many unprecedented marks. Hwanmie, ability to become a 2-time world champion pretty early into Teamfight Tactics competitive history as well. LATAM being able to take home the first win. 2 players from Argentina are here. They're able to take home the first one. Japan taking home the first one. There's so many of these marks we just haven't touched yet. And again, it's because TFT is so young.
It doesn't feel that way, though. Our players, they're playing at such a ridiculously high level. You're right. History is being made here no matter the outcome.
I mean, you just look at, here we go. He's kind of folding his hands, taking deep breaths, just trying to stay calm. But it's hard to be calm as we have our first augment. One thing, we haven't had a prismatic.
No, why'd you say it? Okay. I was about to panic.
All right, Silver. So start off a little bit on the light side.
Starting slow. Okay.
But there are some powerful options. You look at things like, for example, Double Trouble 1. That could be something that we think about.
Consistency taken there from title spot.
I see a Mystic Heart up there for Dongyu.
Yeah, that can be a big one as well. Especially with a bunch of tiers showing up early. Ooh.
It'll be pretty interesting, right? Like, exactly. You talked about opening items, and how is that going to play into people's strategy? So it's an awkward opening item that's low power augments. It really comes down to fundamental board building. There's no, like, get out of jail free card, like, hey, I have Knife's Edge 2. I'm going to bold over your 1-star composition. Everyone has to fight way more fairly.
The one thing that I've noticed mostly about the low power starts is that it's a lot of very high power finishes. If you're not able to pressure players to the 9s, what ends up happening is they get to go to 9 instead. So they get to build up these strong economies, and then have these stable spots on 7, just naturally have the gold and the health to do it.
Look at, speaking of strong economies, Dongul made 20, and also going up his title. If Title wins this fight, which looks like he is going to do, already an awkward start for Title because he was trying to lose streak with consistency, and he doesn't get that in the very first fight.
So we've got consistency. Also, one which I wanted to bring up for you guys, we have seen it creeping through a little bit as well. Pandora's Bench is also in the mix.
That's a big first place base strategy, high variance, big ceiling. If you can get those 3 stars, we've seen some explosive late game potential. Keep an eye out for whoever has that.
We have got a couple of players go for the Astrals. As we said, we've got the consistency here for titles, so if they don't win from here on out, they can't get it in. Well, that's just an easy peasy throw in a Malphite. Why not?
He just leveled with consistency, so now Title's going the other way. He's saying, okay, well, I can't put a 5 loss together. Let me try for a 5 win. This is a strategy that has a lot of potential to either work out or backfire.
Yeah, there's high risks involved with this, but that's the type of lobby that we are just in right now. If you're chasing down a first and the rest of it doesn't matter at all, I mean, it's literally first or 8th.
Oh man, and Shunga has the Kaisa with the Jewel Gauntlet. It is one of his comfort compositions. I think he is one of the best at playing it. That is a spot that he wants if he is going to be the champion.
I love the Axiom Arc alongside it. Every kill will help Kaiser recharge, get another cast through, potentially reset again, and stack up his goon at double speed.
Oh no, if he loses this fight, it is disaster for Title. And it comes down to overtime, which gives you a big amount of AP boost or walking to the back line.
Oh, Malphite's still alive.
Can we get the win? Oh! Giga Vlad comes up big.
All right, so that's going to be extra gold in Title's pockets. It may have been a little bit closer than they would have liked for, but still, what they've got right now, admirable. Looking at this board, do we plow the gold into trying to keep this win streak going?
I don't think I've ever felt this pressured over just like the early rounds of this, but it is such a big deal when consistency's at stake.
It is true, and he could level to 5. He does have Sejuani and the Twitches to play, and that is a stronger board than his Astral. Now Title is somewhat committed to going for it. He's going to level to 5.
Last second.
Commits to the Twitch. He doesn't want to replace 2-star units, so he's staying a fundamental TFT, and he caught a lot of players off guard, but not Lifespan, who was also waiting level 5.
Wow.
Has Ionic Spark, which is one of the best items he can start off on a 2-star unit.
This is win streak versus a win streak, so let's see what we can get here heading onto our first carousel. A lot of money for Title, of course, doubling down with that consistency on making sure that early game path stays on the straight and narrow. The Astrals are starting to get taken down. Fiddly is low. Ezreal's building up. The Swift Shot's the last one left standing. Kaiser, I don't think he's going to get the cast in time, and Title wins out big.
It's massive win here for Title.
It's rare that you find an early game thing at this high at stake right now. I'm glad we get to maybe take a little bit of a step back here, because I'm like, if we have to stay hyped like this for 43 minutes, we're not gonna have a voice left at the end.
But this could be the last game. Look, he's win streaking with consistency when it's all on the line.
I mean, that's like the biggest risk to the other players too, because it's not like you're sacrificing some golden or prismatic or augment to get to this kind of power level. We've talked about it time and time again. Hitting a 5-win streak growing into Krugs is one of the scariest things that could happen for the other players in the lobby, especially when that's stacked with consistency. You're going to be embarrassed so bad with how rich you are.
Well, with Title, of course, building up towards that big lead. We've seen, again, address. We've got, 2 sets of players in this lobby. We've got the ones who can win this game, who have to get first, and we've got the ones who are trying to make sure that doesn't happen by getting the win themselves. Donga, Rainplosion, Lifespan. If any of them win, we will go on to Game 6.
And I'm looking at also, coming off that carousel, how many players were holding their items as well. When you're holding these items going into that kind of spot, you are looking for ideal spikes to come from your items as well. You're not looking for the top 4. Again, I'm going to emphasize it time and again. You want a first. If it's not a first, it basically isn't there right now.
Title and Huawei are remaining undefeated, getting close to Krugs. Lifespan will be trying to take that win streak off of Huawei, who's put in early exiles. A little bit of extra shield to get them going. Does seem like we're seeing a fair amount of Swift Shots in the early going. But this fight, I think, isn't going to quite go Huawei's way. It's pretty tight. But the front line, once it's down, we've actually got a surprising amount of tanks left alive as well to force this through as a big win for Lifespan.
Yeah, the Ionic Spark plus the Jewel Gauntlet combination and the Dragon Man, just a little bit too much AP, and Huanmei took a 5-unit loss, so
look, he didn't lose, though.
To go from 100 to 90.
Oh, boy.
Title is still winning in that consistency, resulting up to 30 gold now.
Oh.
The competition, how much they spend, how long can they keep this going?
So does he level to 6 here to maintain it? It might be worth it, but if he's scouting Huanmei, scouting Rain, and here we go, if he thinks he can win without it, he's going to level to 6, and I agree with it. He's just trying to increase the strength, but he rolls!
In comes the extra body. Comes in one more fight. This is on the way to Krugs as well. The win streak, the Krug goal, both on the line.
He just made a last-second swap for a Pantheon 1. Here he goes, full open.
Wow!
And a decision that he took to try and be aggressive ends up dealing more damage to Here We Go, but did lose a ton of economy for it.
Now, that being said, you have the consistency in place, so you are going to make that back. We saw last game a player go to 6 as well, and it damaged their economy, but ultimately it wasn't that bad at the end of the day, and that wasn't highlighted by consistency as your augment.
Yeah, yes and no. The trade-off is that he does guarantee it, and he's dealing more damage. The offset is if he's ever a little bit short of gold to try and get things like that 2-star Dragon, was it because he sacrificed the economy a little bit too early?
That's a good point.
I want to kind of get a prediction from you guys here. How long do we see this win streak going? Is there a point where you just can't pump gold in to keep it consistently going, if you pardon the pun?
I think it's good for now. 2-star Ezreal is really big, so I think it's good for now. He should be able to win 3-1. His board has very solid amount of frontline and backline. The 3-2 augment is where we can see a big jump. Don't forget, again, the big spikes. We haven't seen a prismatic augment yet today. What a time it would be to come in right now.
Seeing a pair of Shimmer Scales sitting on the bench as well. We haven't gotten a glimpse of what that item is just yet. Sitting at level 6, it's looking like it could come through. But They're going to be looking at this first. Oh, look at it. They're taking their time as well. Like, do I want to sell things and clear out my bench for more options in a spot like that? Another Rod coming through. So Jeweled Gauntlet plus Ionic Spark is a pretty nice combination to have there. But again, the gold is really where my focus is. How do you build this out best?
Wow, so 2 rounds in a row, Tidal has chosen not to sell his bench to make gold, and this is the not too consistency. He wants the strongest board possible. He's been looking for ways to upgrade his board. He has that Gnar too to complement that Nidalee for shapeshifters. A really important spot, but it's not the title show. I know we're really excited about it, but it's just so rare to see a win streak consistency player.
Yeah, especially go to level 6, especially keep a giant bench. It's just bizarre.
Don't worry, folks. We will keep a close eye on what Title is doing and whether or not they will get a win streak. But yes, we do have to address some of the elephants in the room.
Oh, my
boy.
goodness.
Okay.
Now, it is Mogul's Mail as the starting one, so it's not like this game-warping augment that's going to be taking place. It's just a strong supplement to your team at this point. So it is something that I am enjoying seeing right now.
Well, I mean, I suppose we saw before the Determined Investor gets you that Diamond Hands, makes your items much stronger. At least this time around, you don't have to wait for that Determined Investor to pop. The mail is going to make that item stronger immediately.
Yep, that's right. And Shunga is okay. Win-loss, win-loss. He's making his gold through that Shimmer scale. He wants to kill as many units as possible. For Fritz is at 68, wants to minimize the amount of losses. Yes, he's joined by a couple of players, but his item grab back start with Banshees doesn't lend itself naturally to a lot of power, so he wants to maximize it. This Kai'Sa 2 gets it done for Shunga, so Fritz continues that loss. Let's see the 3-2 augment.
Oh! We have been good this year!
Mortdog's pulling the lever. I don't know where he is. Somebody check where Mortdog is.
I'm looking for Dragon Soul. I'm looking for big, high-impact stuff. Shimmer Scale Soul also picked up. Prismatic Scope weapons.
Age of Dragon Scope weapons, Lucky Gloves, rerolls
Dragon
Soul!
Yes! Dragon Soul for Title!
Title's still on the consistency streak as well. Maybe it is the title show!
Remember back to, of course, our day 1 and 2, Dragon 6 were absolutely everywhere and crushing everything!
Can you believe it? Title is currently the front runner to put Japan on the map for TFT Immortality.
Wow, I mean, this is just unreal how strong this is looking right now. Fritz got an item grab bag at 1, Earth's grab bag at 2. We saw Here We Go with Double Trouble. They picked up a Woodlands Charm to go with that. Dungle had a Mystic Heart. They picked up an Earth's grab bag 2 as well. Reimplosion, Pandora's Bench, Celestial Blessing 3 for the natural healing. There's so much strong stuff going across the board right now. Some of these players, it's a longer term, but for some of these players, it's a right here, right now.
Well, mate, not going to do, I think, too much to threaten the push through. The front line is still very strong indeed. That Malphite loaded up. Bear in mind, of course, the way the title started today, a 5th, then an 8th, then 2 firsts in a row to bring them here.
Oh my god, he wins again! And what, I think you get 15 gold just for this round? So he is swimming in the cash, and he's doing this with Shimmer Scale as well, so add that to the total. This is an outrageous position for Title, but other people are starting to power up. And the moment Title loses that streak is where we'll have to see how he adapts and picks up that streak again.
And of course, Title doesn't quite have enough gold to be able to push up for another level at this point. This will be the round we'll be looking to see if anyone can knock Title off his perch.
I mean, they went to 7 is why they don't have enough gold, though. I mean, 7 on 3-2? That's so hard to do and have 50 gold left over.
I mean, Shunga has Kai'Sa 2 as well, so this board is no slouch. Oh, an opportunity, perhaps, to throw a wrench in the Title's plans.
All right, we have got the Gold Monster staff, and we know what that means. A whole heap of AP, a whole heap of power. Kai'Sa doesn't have the casting items. She will take her time, but the front line is rock solid. We got the 3 item-miners. We're going to tick through with a Nidalee Big Gem. That's so much damage. Title holding on by a thread. The backlines are not comparable. The Ezra with a single item doing their darndest.
Wow.
Kai'Sa's going to get the next cast in.
Wow.
The front lines are gone. One more
Wow.
Title held on as best they could, but it was not to be anymore.
Shunga saved the lobby. It is now possible for other players to have a chance. If it wasn't for Shunga there, I think that was a runaway.
You're entirely right, Nathan. That could have been disastrous for everybody else, but Shunga, of course, playing for himself, but playing to keep this tournament alive as he has 7 Shimmer Scale. And we've seen Shimmer Scale be able to do a ton of work. Now, this actually inserts a new question. Is Shunka actually going to even commit to Kaisa, or is he just going to stay on this really powerful line and level up and try to play for Dragons that way?
Well, 7 Shimmer Scale was, we saw a Determined Investor, I think it was. I'm like 99% sure it's Determined Investor. There we go. So that being also that, you're having a natural damage scale with a needlessly large gem. You have the strong, what I would consider the strongest early Shimmer Scale item, at least, with the Goldmancer staff, and you have Determined Investor. You've now got a pair of items. I'm really getting some heavy 7 Shimmer Scale somehow vibes.
I mean, that's possible, and you also could even just go vertical Shimmer Scale. We've seen people just play the classic way from Dragonlands, the base set, saying, hey, I can go for like a 3-star Zoe or like a 3-star whatever to win this lobby in the old-fashioned way. So he has many options on the table, and that level of 7 indicates immediately he's not going for that reroll.
We haven't spent a lot of time talking about Rainplosion, though, who is going for the Kaiser setup. We've got that Pandora's Bench we mentioned before, a potential source of immense late-game power, but also access to some extra rerolls as well. We'll be trying their luck up against this incredibly powerful opposite Kaiser, who just seems unhandleable. He's down to 39. The front line is going down a little low, actually. Maybe I'll eat my words. Kaiser versus Kaiser, but the front line decides it all. Rain will get knocked down further into the top 50s.
Interesting enough, Rain is also at 7, so if she is going for Kaisa 3, her odds just for the straight shop are lower, but she does have that Pandora's Bench, as you mentioned. So that's a very interesting dynamic. We see a Deja in the shop, and Shunka has some choices to make.
Well, so there's
okay,
one,
not that hard of a choice.
There's one thing I wanted to point out about Rainplosion's board, who was sitting with the blue buff and the Jeweled Gauntlet and with the Pandora's Bench. If no one is touching Sohm, that is a realistic possibility for some big finishes here. But Rainplosion's not, it's not in check yet. It's not, Rainplosion's not in check. So going for a first place finish here would be to deny the other players from claiming a victory. So I do think that she has a heavy incentive to go a direction that is in that same territory.
I can see that, So angling for Sohm and Lagoon in a spot where not many people are predicting it. And what a way that would be to snatch it from Title, the Lagoon expert in the lobby.
Oh yeah, I mean, it would be poetry in motion. Dongyul as well, another player just like Rain, who's trying to make sure we go through to Game 6. Currently running the Graves Seraphine setup. A decent selection. We noticed, of course, they picked up the Mystic early on, and they've gone for the Prismatic grab bag. Wow. A solid board, solid enough to hand a heavy loss to Rain.
Dongur sitting with a strong opening here for the Seraphine Graves. You have the Edge Knight already. The problem is you're sitting at a low health total, so when you find the bad matchup, you're going to be taking some heavy hits in a spot where, you know, this is not the life total you want for this.
Checking out some of the other boards right now. You see Here We Go is going for Dark Flight. Oh my goodness, he has Woodland Charm and Double Trouble. It's another way that you can get 2 of the same unit. This actually unlocks the very rare scenario where maybe you want to think about Swain. I'm not sure if that's true that you still want to, but it's possible.
No, I remember you, of course, talking about this previously. Normally Swain's taking up those slots you want to put in the double units, but this is a unique opportunity, and we've talked again and again. These are the best players in the world right now. If there's ever an angle we've never seen, this is the place for it.
Maybe not for now. We're still on 6, and I think with this Aphelios drop, we'll see if he's able to find it. Or another Rel.
There is.
Oh, Swain has shown
Swain. He doesn't have items for Swain. That's the only problematic thing. So the Double Trouble isn't nearly as good because he doesn't have items on that carry. But let's see if he can make something happen.
All right, we'll see if it goes in this round, if it will be waiting a little bit long. Because he said, not the most health on the Swain right now. There will, of course, be getting the sacrifice health. Right now, it's relying mostly on these 2 Rengars to get the job done with a solid, otherwise, front line up against the sea. Of course, it's going to be more Kaisers all the time.
Well, the binary airdrop here is just massive.
Hexa Gunblade.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Pretty strong indeed, and Life's back. Does get jumped, though, and this problem with the Kaisa is that no one's protecting her. So he does lose the primary source of damage, and enough Darkflight units survive that it should be a win unless this Zac wants to clutch it out. In fact, this Nasus isn't dying quick either.
Wait a second.
I take it all back. No combat augments for Life's Bat and somehow able to get it done.
All right, guys, let's take the flavor of the whole lobby, though, because we've also got other players to consider. Lifespan, currently up at the top, another one of those 3 players who needs this lobby not to end the entire tournament. As we go from silver to prismatic to silver, we're on a roller coaster of emotion.
Yeah. So the canyon between life totals, too, is 17 in 8th place right now. We're on 4-2, and someone's at 17 health, and it goes all the way up to about 80 afterwards. So it is really tough. I'm sorry, 86, excuse me. It is really tough for Donggu to come back here and find a big finish. For Life's Bad, you're still looking for that big finish here as well. The reroll on the silvers, this is the one downside of hanging on to them in these prismatic style lobbies, is that you're going to fall into these spots sometimes. It's not that I disagree with taking the binary, but you know, rerolling a silver, not the greatest feeling.
There's just a small point, of course.
If
Donggu does go out here, that's one more player who couldn't win this game, removed from the competition. If we lose all of them, of course, we're guaranteed to end the finals in this game.
That is true. Life's Bad is the only player that's currently in position to do so. Going up against Fritz, who has Deja too, seemingly out of nowhere with 2 reasonable items to get the Executioner procs going and deal some big damage.
It's because of all the gold they had as well from the early start. It's just like everything comes down to this point. You know, you traded all of your life basically to get to this much gold. You hit that Deja 2 first. Everything's looking like it could be okay, but do you really have the support for this right now? It's looking like the binary airdrop plus the Kaisa is enough to pull this through.
Oh my goodness.
Woof. Wow.
Life's Bad continues the streak.
Such a bad hit for Fritz.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my goodness, Zach.
All right, we're off to the party here. Life's Bad currently on 14 points, the lowest amount of points in the lobby. Again, heavily motivated to take the first place.
Oh my
push themselves
gosh.
into check.
How far do you go? Do you wait?
Yes, you wait.
Okay,
You're at 86 HP, and there's no need to pull the trigger. And remember, you're rolling for more than the Kaisa, but we did hit Zach 3 already, and we're pretty far from Jack, so it might be one of those situations where we just settle with those 2.
I'm looking at Juan Mie, who's got a Warrior Heart as well to go with the prismatic scoped weapon, so I think a pretty well shaped out angle there. But going up against Tidal with the Dragon Soul, who's got 50 gold on, at least 50 gold on level 8. I mean, this is clear where they're going, and this is not good for this lobby.
Talk to me about Dragon 6. We know it's on the horizon here. What does it mean for the rest of the lobby that comp is almost inevitably coming?
I mean, Dragon 6 is like, that is the Exodia comp. There's just there's no way you could make your board more powerful than getting a stacked 6 dragons in play. It is set up here for Tidal. Tidal is going to be taking some big hits, but again, they have the gold to support this. If they get that online, there's legitimately like almost no way to defeat it.
That's right, and the consistency is going the other way for Tidal. He started off win streaking, now he's starting off lose, or continuing to lose streak, and that's an interesting flip of the script. Speaking of, you're looking at this carousel. Can anybody make use of this bar? This might be the longest I've seen Barton go quite some time.
Here we go, it's going to grab it. And again, it's worth taking stock of where we are health-wise. Donggu, of course, staying at 17 for a while. Fritz going to join them down there at 20 with Rain just above. We've got kind of midfield Hwame, and here we go, who are more or less okay at 40, and everybody else is riding high with a very big amount of HP.
So Donggu, I believe, is at 17. Rainplosion has 16 points. Life's Bad at the bottom. If Life wins this lobby, Donggu goes 8th, Rain goes 7th. You know what that means? That means next game, literally everybody's at check.
It's going to be absolutely
oh my gosh,
wild.
Yone 3, though, has entered the chat.
Wow. I mean, this is terrifying, I think, for some of the players here. They stuck in the additional Braum to say, you know what, the Guardians are enough. I don't need the rest of this nonsense that I have in play. And that is a major difference in that one. Like, having that show up right away, that's a big deal. Rainplosion did go for Sohm at the end of this one, but this is a tough board to be fighting right now.
That's right. Does have to try to take down the Kaisa as soon as she can, but we have to work on the front line first, and all of her front line is cracking. That Zach is not going down anytime soon, and Rainplosion can't really afford to take that many more hits. This is going to be a hefty loss once more. Oh dear, Rainplosion from the USA takes another big hit. But you look at her bench, she has things like this Graves 2, I believe, on the bench. She's trying to transform it. And Donggu, if Donggu goes 8th, then at least Rainplosion will be in check guaranteed, and their entire tournament is dependent on Life's Bad.
Sugar up near the top is on a win streak as well as we check it with Here We Go. Notice, of course, the Woodland should be duplicating ourselves. Well, we can already see on the board that second Swain is there. A most unusual board. What are our considerations here for Here We Go and for the other players?
Well, for Here We Go, we want to stack Swain with a lot of items. In this case, he already has double trouble, so there's a little bit more resistances, but still, he doesn't have things like the Morello, and that Morello is really key to fight all the healing that's currently in the game.
It's also just the gold count. Feels like it's really missing here. Still 1-star Rengars that are sitting in play. It's still a 1-star Swain. You have 6 gold left. You need a lot of things to go right here. This is definitely the kind of board you want to be facing if you're in this spot right now.
Well, Swain may not be on full capacity as of yet, but the Rengars are doing a number on the backline. The Diamond Hands, of course, won't help you out when your backline is the ones getting targeted.
Hold on, Tidal is at level 9 already.
Oh, jeez.
Missed that. And already still at 50 gold. And so Tidal is basically there. He's one more step of getting the 6 dragons, and then the final way to confirm his win would be to 2-star all of them. If he 2-stars those 6 dragons, he is going to be our champion.
Yeah, you know, the common strategy, Dan, slow roll 6 dragons.
With a duplicator that he just got.
Oh, sold everything.
Here we go.
What?
Oh, no.
All right.
That's Dragon
All
5,
eyes on
and that's
Tidal.
the 6th dragon. Now the hard part, making sure that this board can still win. Yes, it's 6 dragon, but he needs to 2-star something. Multiple things, preferably.
There's a Terra. So it's 2 Terras coming in. We've got a Bard. Trying to strip out as much as possible. Running out of gold.
Uh-oh.
I think this is a lot.
Okay, Terra 2's big.
Big deal. Big, big deal.
But no 2-star carry. And if he's going up against potential people, like here we go, who has Rengar. Rengar can assassinate it very quickly.
Well, hang on. You do have a champion duplicator on your bench. You could, in theory, go for a 2-star Deja here. Is that enough? Deja Mirage is on Executioner right now, but you're not fitting in a 4th Mirage in this spot.
It's a tough question, and that's the one that Tidal has to answer for himself.
It's a very tough question. You know what? What about just 2 damage dragons? Why not?
Why not? Yeah. Bring a dragon, bring a friend as well. Let's see how Tidal's first shot at running 6 dragons goes up against the next opponent, Huami, of course, who has got this warrior setup. That Yone in the corner is an absolute monster, but is it a monster as big as 6 dragons?
Well, the Braum is the key. If the Braum can tank for a long time, then the Yone will ramp up to infinity attack speed 5.0. But it doesn't look like the front line for Tidal's able to hold, and now the scope weapon's gonna work on the back line. Tidal's at 17 HP, he's at 2 lives. He has 2 more chances to make this work.
Oh, Dongu gets knocked out?
No. So Dongu out, that means Rainplosion and Lifespan, the only ones protecting us.
Fritz gets knocked out.
Fritz gone as well. Was on 19 points, will not be able to win out in this game. So keep your eyes closely on Rainplosion in particular. On 16 HP, we see a lot of Soams, we see a lot of Pandora's bench action, just as you said, Dan.
Yeah, she's trying to chase that Soam 3. That is another possible way that she can win this. Not to mention other people are going for dragons and pulling it out. Nobody wants Soam except for her. So things theoretically are lining up good for Rainplosion, but she's still on Nila 1. And she doesn't necessarily have the strongest way to stall because she only has 1 Zizzarat. This is going to be really tough for Rainplosion. Hopefully that Soraka plus her burst can have enough time for her to stall.
It will be up against Lifespan, who, of course, has got this incredibly scary Kaiser. The extra item will not be ideal for a maximum damage, so Rain has got a chance there. The front line is getting eviscerated, though. The shots come through. Nyla gets the kill onto Kaiser. I think Rain has done it, holding on for one more round to get the rerolls from the Pandora's bench.
That is such a big deal right now. You could, in theory, find the Psalm 3 next round, but it is going to be really tough. Rainplosion can really not afford to take a heavy hit. If you're going to take a hit, it has to be the smallest one there so that you maybe have that 1 extra life.
And she just got a Morel Nomicon number 2. So that's not what she was looking for off of the Lagoon rewards. We do see Tidal 2-starring another dragon. Every single dragon that Tidal can 2-star gets him that much closer. And with that win at 17 HP has looked like he's relatively stable.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be absolutely massive again. We're seeing so many Dragon players now playing on the very edge of Annihilation. Xunga up at the top. Lifespan, of course, taking the L, falls down a little bit, but we've still got a very strong board, and we can see Dragons are slightly contested.
Yeah, Xunga went into level 9 here with 80 gold and began the roll, so this is a heavy transition they're going through right now, so it's nice to see them not in a ridiculously bad spot. You very often get caught in some really tough spots as you begin this, but this is a nice, clean level to 9 and a swap of items.
Pure carry Swain, by the way, 2 Archangel staffs, so trying to put enough damage on the Rengar's jumping the Aurelion Soul. Who's going to be able to come out on top? Is it the Scaling Dragon that's 2-star from the Dark Flight? It is. Xunga takes some pretty big damage. Rainplosion takes another loss, and Tidal is able to survive yet another round. I'm not entirely sure who's going to win this lobby.
It's going to be real close, isn't it? Yeah! This is what we're here for in Game 5. Give us more dragons!
Oh my gosh!
That's another Soam for Rainplosion.
Oh, that could be huge. If that Shion
reroll
turns
hits.
into a Sohm, that's a 3-star Sohm at that point. And again, the Dragons being assigned out here for players means the players who are already on the Dragons are getting huge benefits.
Danny, our observer, please show us Rainplosion going in. This could change everything. It's got the Sohm. Will the reroll hit?
Oh!
It will not! Rain denied!
Oh,
still on Neela 2.
Zoe 2 from Shunga, Lifespan up to level 8. Oh, I want to see a round just at everything right. It just feels like everything is so intense and worth so much right now.
It's worth noting again, Hwame, the only person in the lobby who is already a world champion, is on a win streak on the path to threaten the 2-time world title.
That 3-star Yone with prismatic scope weapons can bum rush a lot of these dragon boards, and this is one of the problems. But she does have Neela on the correct side.
Yasuo, or Yone rather, is going to be absolute tank, but he's getting caught up. Nyla is doing her best to take down the main damage threat Hwame has, but turning around, Edge of Night, and the heal is good. It's building up very slowly, but it does not work. Yone gets to go full ham. Rainplosion takes the hit and goes out in 6th.
Wanmei keeps up the win streak here at 5. Title still in a fight right now. This is a big one between Title and Here We Go. I'm watching that sidebar right now. We got to swap over to Title takes a big hit to the Swain 2 that is now upgraded here. 2 Archangels plus the Morellos here. Title finds a Shyvana 2.
Shyvana 2! Slowly but surely, I think that's at least 3 dragons, and he still has that duplicator last time I checked.
We're building up towards the big hurrah. Here we go. The last remaining player who is not on check. Look at all those beautiful dragons. Japan's title is building up for the biggest finish possible.
I mean, he's looking at Deja 2 and Aoshin 1, but based on his matchups, can either of these players take it out?
Oh, here we go. Hit Aphelios 3 during that as well. So this is a big matchup that they've gotten here.
Title needs to stay alive. The front line getting knocked into the air. And the Edge of Night on the Kaiser on the back line means she's going to be incredibly tough to put down for good. We have got our friend Asol taking a little bit of aggro, but nothing too serious as of yet. The damage is building up. In comes the rain. Yaoshin doing a fantastic job. Edge of Night will save the Kaiser for now, but the Dragons are just a little bit too strong. That's the big hit, and Title stays alive.
Life's bad. Being eliminated means we will crown a champion this game. I count 1, 2, 3 members of China and Title. It is China versus the world.
Wow, that's how I feel right now.
There are no words, Arable. This is the edge of annihilation. This is the best TFT you will see anywhere. These players are ridiculously good.
Take a look at the item here, Banshee's Claw. Not the most impactful, but might end up clutching. But we see some really impactful drops in the Rift Herald. Previously, we saw Title get a Shroud, which almost changed the entire course of his game and tournament. What is happening around the Convergence?
Oh my god.
A Zephyr for Shunga? Hold on a second. Is he rolling for 3 stars?
Wait a second.
No, that's a 2-star Oriental
Look at
already
how
on
much
this
gold
bench.
they have left. Like this again, this is the transition for Shunga right now. Everyone's going for Dragons because everyone needs a win.
Yeah, it's all about first or nothing sugar. I mean, we've got the gold monster stuff in play. We've got 78 gold. How are they at the top of the score table when everybody else has spent every penny that they have?
I mean, some of the benefit is going to be coming from the gold that's there. You need the Goldmancer staff getting buffed, the needlessly large gem providing stuff to your board. Everything there is based around having that gold. When they spend all that gold, they inherently lose damage.
Well, it's going to be a fight against Here We Go. And if Lifespan is out, that means Ladam is out. And the World Championship is decided in this game.
All right, let's see. The Kaiser gets shunked down almost immediately. Rengo will pay the price, but look at that Swain. He's building up a big old bird dad, trying to put out as much damage as possible before everyone around him starts dying. He is left more or less on his own.
Oh, Title!
No! He's out of there! He will not be our champion, at least not in this game, at all any game.
Lifespan wins.
Lifespan won.
Lifespan's still in it. He beat the Swain.
The Zac with the Sunfire Cape carried the fight.
I can't believe it. We still have a chance to upset China. But if Lifespan's out, that means 3 times in a row China has dominated global competition.
It is literally up to Lifespan to get this done right now. Hwanmei hunting down a 2nd world title. Zhunga for a title for, like, I mean, Dan, you covered the whole part. How did they win?
Ladies, gentlemen, people around the world, outside of China, raise your hands. Life's bad needs your support.
All right, here we go again against Here We Go themselves. That Swain is the promise of annihilation, but this time, Kaiser's got a few friends to keep away the kitty cat patrol. Here we go, is dropping those Rengars, so it's going to be all on Swain.
I think he's got it.
Building up. He's got the 4 stacks in, but the Kaiser
hit!
It is
Wow! And Huanmi and Here We Go get knocked out!
That's right, no repeat for Huan Mei, and it comes down between Life's Bad defending against potentially a new Chinese champion.
Zhunga is on the win streak as well. Oh my
Yasuo
God.
too! Wow, this is so big.
He's going for Yasuo 3.
They're going for Yasuo 3!
He's one off.
The champion's duplicator on the bench. They need to find one Yasuo!
If it's Yasuo 3, it is game over.
They're filtering out threes. They're going to say, I'm going to hesitate right here. I can take one hit. I have time to find this right now. I think this is an okay call.
Life's Bad. Does he have the ability to even survive this round?
All right, let's see if we can do it again. Life's Bad holding on with everything they can. The Kaiser surely cannot stand in the way of all this unfiltered Dragon aggression. The knockup right in the center will buy a little bit more time to get the multiple casts in. We have, of course, got the Bait to buy a little bit more space, but it's not looking good. There is the black hole that will swallow your soul. Gunji on the win streak takes the title. They are your Dragon Lord.
China does it again 3 times in a row, make it a hat trick. Shunga from China, hyped as the best player from that region, lives up to the potential that he and the fans of China knew he was capable of.
A 2-time Douyu champion qualifying through regionals this way. Regarded as a late game expert, the regional champion for China in this one. Rank 1 consistently often on the servers.
There's no better way to say goodbye to Dragonlands with every single dragon you could ever possibly imagine. Our players gave us everything today. Every single game has been off the charts.
I can't believe that he was able to do it. Everyone knows we love VOD reviewing China in particular. There's one player that I know I've watched the most, and it's Shunga, and there's no person more deserving on the planet than Shunga in terms of the time investment and the skill that he displayed.
Guys, we are absolutely worn out here on the caster desk, so please do stick with us. We will be having one more analyst desk before we're done here at the Dragonlands Championship, so don't go anywhere. We shall return as soon as is humanly possible. Woo!
an amazing journey we've had so far. China, 3 times in a row, World Championship. What amazing. Shunga takes the big prize. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think we're all very emotional right now. But of course, congratulations to Shunga for bringing this home. We just saw the beautiful ceremony in China that they had with him, and I think we're all a little bit moved.
Yeah.
I was really hoping that you guys would talk longer so I could make sure that Oh, what an incredible journey there for Shunga. I mean, coming out of the TOC looked just absolutely incredible, and you could see it on his face at the end. He, like me, was trying to hold it together for as long as he could, but just, coming out of those games, like day number 1, day number 2, he actually kind of faltered a little bit, and in the middle of day 3 as well, I was so concerned, but just like he did in TOC, just like he did in his local league, the last game, he really pulled it through.
I actually won my predictions on my Pick'em. I put him as my first, and I got 4 on the top 8.
Oh, just casually flexing on us, Kali? Okay.
I'm crying when you're talking about Pick'ems.
I'm so sorry. Here we are seeing Shunga receiving the big prize. This is an amazing ceremony we're having in China. The stage is also, again, this is Hwanmie first. Amazing. They're so proud of China. And oh my God, 3 times in a row. This is amazing.
Hwanmie has just been an incredible player as well. I mean, we can't talk down his accomplishments. So consistent, 4 championships in a row, and still making it into the top 8 in this one.
Yeah.
One of the best players of all time, without a doubt.
Okay. I also want to shout out the other players, though.
Yes.
Because we today have seen fantastic demonstration of skill and TFT at really the best that it could be. I think we all experienced it back there. I hope you experienced it back home. Just how exciting and how hyped this game can actually be with regions like Japan, America, you know, coming through here for the first time in what feels like forever, making a run for this world title. I loved every single second of it.
We couldn't have asked for a better final, to be honest. The cranes were on point, the players were on point, the narratives were on point also, the casters were on point also. You guys did an amazing job. So, yeah, I'm really hyped about it.
Yeah, I really, that last game was not good for my long-term health. I don't think. I was watching Title going into it, and I was just like, oh my God, he's going for the full streak. He's gotten it. He's gotten the lose streak. Oh no, but it's intentional. We're fine.
I mean, most of the time, you couldn't see us on the backstage like shouting. I almost broke my vocals. You heard me first and second game. I was shouting like crazy.
When Life's Bad went out, I don't think I've seen you sadder in the short time that I've known you. That was so close. And of course, Latam Pride coming in there huge. And what a great performance from both Life's Bad and Fritz, 2 players from a region that has definitely been underrated. I think it's fair to say, now that they've made 2 top 8 players and incredibly high placements coming out of the Dragonlands.
Yeah, as I said before, Fritz is kind of new into the competitive save, and Life has been, since set 1, he's been trying and trying. He finally got it with an amazing. I was so hyped, not only for the fact of like Latam having another game, but also like all of the players having another chance. But Shunga totally nailed this. The trophy is totally amazing.
It's standing there. We're just admiring it, but it is no longer ours to have. It's going to go to Shunga, of course, and yeah, I think he can be really, really, really proud, and I hope his entire region is really, really proud as well.
I don't know if we should talk a little bit about that last game, because we haven't said a word about the composition, the winning composition. I don't know.
Anymore, you know.
Do it. Or we can keep crying and being emotional.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really good at that. As anyone who watched last set's Rising Legends finals knows, I'm really good at just crying on set. I would say it's my strongest skill, but just absolutely incredible gameplay coming out of everyone and so many turnarounds. You know, you have a game where you have Dragon Soul, 6 dragons, all of them 2-star except for one. And I'm going to use this to fuel my hatred further of Ao Shin. Come on! Title should have had that one. That
my God.
That last fight.
That last game with Title and the augment of consistency, he nailed it so good because he was so smart on doing a loss streak, a win streak. He wasn't on a so-so side.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. We saw that major roll down. Unfortunately, couldn't get those 2-star dragons out of that Founded Terra 2 then, but really couldn't get out of the Deja. It was okay because it was Executioners, but in the end, wasn't enough to then deal with what everybody else had pulled up. The Yone 3, the Kaita 3 on the sidelines, and then full front and center, of course. Shunge's comp really with that Ace-all just slicing and bashing everything that was there.
And not many players can do that transition of wars that fast because he actually sold everything except one unit. And that is really hard. I mean, the fast transition he got, he rolled all his gold, made it to most of the dragons he needed. That's it. That was really unfortunate for him. But again, this was an amazing battle we had. The finals couldn't have gone any better. This is a great impression of TFT to the world. For me, in my opinion, these finals have been it.
My problem is I just want to keep talking about titles to play. Like, consistency as a first auger into Dragon Soul. It was so good. And literally, if Ao Shin's cast point were like half a second faster, that would have been him making it to the next round. Now, do I want to take away from Shunga's amazing performance? Absolutely not. Amazing player. I am so thrilled for him. Jiao, 100%. I can imagine the fans screaming in the stadium in China. But what an intense game. So many compositions. I personally did not expect Yone reroll to make top 4.
Yeah. But he had...
Again with Dragon Soul.
I mean, imagine, I think if you had like the Swift Shot spat, that wouldn't be better. Yeah. But he had prismatic scoop weapons. That is actually one of the best arguments with reroll Yone. I think he does a really good job. But unfortunately, that wasn't enough to tear down the front line of most of the compositions. He got that so fast that it wasn't the point in the composition.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we were in the game, the casters were saying something like, I don't really know about where Juanmi is. Like, is this going to work out? Is he even in a position to top 4? Prismatics came in. Bebe and I were screaming our lungs out.
You predicted that one.
I was saying, okay, we didn't have... Listen. I was saying we didn't have prismatics for the entire day. It is time that we see some prismatics here. And then the prismatic rolled around, and surely enough, they came in.
So what you're saying is that all of the players can blame you for the prismatic?
I mean, I think Shungo can thank me.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
I love prismatics.
Okay, so we had the interview. We saw the interview that was taking place in China, and we have the conversation they had translated. So Sunga actually said, I never expected to win this World Championship, but he had the first place on the regionals on China, and the host, of course, asked him, what is the difference between the championship and this time compared to the regionals? And he said, like, thanks to everyone, my Chinese teamers are too strong. All the players are in our division fought together and kept the championship in China. I think that's the most important thing.
That's actually really interesting because going into this tournament, of course, everyone prepped a little bit differently to come here and play here. And we've seen a lot of scrims, which as we usually do, but for China, they like to train together and feedback each other. And then they will go into different scrims and come back and then share notes and like practice together again. So really this kind of collegial sense coming through there. And I think that's something that we are seeing, at least in EMEA. I don't know how it is about LATAM, but in EMEA, we are seeing that in our regions as well, even more and more and more.
In LATAM, they work together every single day. I mean, they wake up, they go to Discord, they make lobbies, they go to sleep, and they repeat. That's it. That's a look. But I really want to highlight the thing is that I love the fact that it's not just the player, it's the region. Every single player that played here, the 32 players said like, I really want to represent my region. And this is what we saw with Shunga, saying like, this is for China. This is not just me. This is for my region. We kept the title into China.
Yeah, really strong representation from the players as a whole. Of course, 3 players making it all the way into the final lobby is really a strong point in favor for China. You know, the region is so incredibly strong, both locally, internally, and here at the international stage. And I am really impressed by both Huamie and Shunga.
Something about that, going into this, there was a podcast previously where Tanner, who we had here on day 2, was rating his own region. And I believe he was asked on a scale from like 1 to 10, how strong would you say your team is? And I believe it was a 7 or 7.5. If this is the 7 or 7.5 from China, I'm a little bit scared to see the 10 out of 10.
If there is a 10 out of 10 version of these representatives, I am very glad that China only has 5 slots.
Okay, guys, it is time to say goodbye to this amazing journey that we have with Dragonlance. But I really want to say goodbye to the show with all of us on stage. So I'm calling on the casters to come join me. Join us on the setup with the spatula and the trophy. Hello, guys. It's so nice to see you
Peter
here.
got a microphone as well.
We've had
Oh man, Peter's got the hand mic.
such a blast in here. So I think it's proper
What's that?
all of us say goodbye, okay? Okay, so first of all,
here, Dan.
thank you so much for joining us in this broadcast. We had such a blast. TFT is growing so fast, and we are enjoying every single change we have. This amazing cast we had is just the beginning. This was the first time we ever got on stage, and we really want to thank you, the audience, for joining us. To the OG players, to the new players that make this amazing, because without you, this could have never been possible. Thank you to the production also that's been here. This was amazing. So big thank you.
Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And we wait for you on Monsters Attack. See you on that.
first player out in the final day of the Dragonlands Championship.
Oh, hold
Chase
on a
3,
second.
hold up.
Spoke way too soon. That's a chase 3. Is he getting in? Does not. Just too slow.
She's here. Oh my God.
Continue. Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do it?
Oh! Little says no. Nice. Oh! The knockout right in the center.
Deathlock!